You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner, 2 lecture cycles. This is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ, and the 2 cycles are Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, and the other cycle is called the Gospel of John, which is the one he gave before the classic Hamburg set. We'll begin with Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, which are 14 lectures given in Kassel between the 15th and the 29th of June, 1907, translated by Anna Moyse. Lecture 1, given in Kassel on the 16th of June, 1907. The aim of this lecture will be to present an overview of the philosophy we are in the habit of calling Theosophy. This Theosophy must, in the most comprehensive sense, develop into a new cultural impulse. It is something for which humanity has been longing for a long time, and it must answer the question asked by humanity, which is in every respect a burning one. At the present time, it still tends to be something which people not only want to refute, but which is considered questionable, and in fact something quite mad, like the fantasies of a handful of dreamers. Of course, if we were to ask those dreamers what their aim is with Theosophy, and what they think it will do for them, the answer will be fairly comprehensive. Above all, these supposed fantasies of today are seen as something which in 20 to 50 years is bound to be of tremendous importance for human sentience, thinking, will, and doings. Nothing exists in the world which cannot be shown upon by this Theosophy as an impulse, and which Theosophy is not called upon to shine on. There are all kinds of questions in this day and age: health and social issues, questions concerning women and education, as you know. And there is an even greater number of questions. An objective look at all these questions and their answers will make us aware, however, that whilst the questions are right to arise in our civilization, they are posed by present-day conditions. They cannot be so easily answered in our present time. People who do not close their eyes and ears to the questions of our time will understand that they meet with obstacles everywhere. A time will come when people realize that there are many more questions. The fact that there are internal and external wars, pain and suffering, shattered hopes in all spheres is giving rise to them. And only Theosophy can provide the answers. More and more, people keep their heads down today, meeting their obligations, but not knowing why they are doing all the work they do, with this muddle-headedness leading to despair, even affecting their physical health in the phenomena seen in neurasthenics. I just want to touch on this briefly. The main idea we should have in mind is that Theosophy is not something for just a few people who have nothing better to do, but that it should be part of practical life. In the 30 years of its existence, the Theosophical Society has of course had its teething troubles and gone through all kinds of things that might have cast doubt on its significance. But it will work its way through all this and show what it is capable of achieving. Theosophy will have to become an all-embracing affair, something universal, for it has to provide answers to the questions that ultimately are the fundamental questions concerning all existence, and show how people of today should see these questions and understand why there are such things as religions and sciences in the world. Whatever we do, we must refer to certain basic questions if there is to be art, science, and practical work, and ways must be found to solve these basic questions. All religions have been attempts to find answers to these questions, answers which were, however, in accord with the intellect and level of civilization of the different nations. Theosophy is not meant to be a religion. It has nothing to do with a sect and does not agitate for or against anything. As you know, religion is as old as human endeavor. Looking at the different religions among different peoples, we are convinced that all the different religions tried to answer the questions as to what, firstly, is the very core of the essential human being. Secondly, what is the destination of man? And thirdly, what lies beyond this physical existence? With regard to these questions, we, the people of today, have a strange time behind us, which has caused many to grow confused about religion. Let us ask ourselves how many people there are today who do need religion but are unable to have it. Some of us can still look back on times when religion had much greater validity, indeed to a much higher degree than is the case today with individuals who are particularly religious by nature. They still have something of the warm feeling that existed for some thousands of years. The need, the longing for the spiritual world, as we call it, that is the longing for religion, does still exist today. In those most true to their nature, this longing to have satisfaction has in fact continued to grow and grow. Such a person will say, quote, "As a child, I still had real faith, but then things changed. I got to know science, as it is called, and its facts. And since this tells a very different story, for example, as to how the world came into being, I am in profound doubt as to the things I believed in as a child." Close quote. A deep sadness then arose in life, with the soul as if torn apart, looking out into the world in desolation and not giving any explanation for the inner conflict. Hence the feeling of being torn between religious longing and inner satisfaction. Hence the tragic situation of today. Yet perhaps this is better than the other thing, which is that people no longer question things at all, have got entirely out of the habit of asking questions, grow superficial, and just live their day-to-day existence in quotes, getting by. Is it due to the religions that we have come to this pass? No, it is perfectly evident that this is not the case. For every religion, and that even includes the ancient myths and legends, has the ways and means to guide the heart back again, to have every soul come alive again, if it wills it. Who would have thought that such tremendous impulses from the ancient myths, which seemed to have died away thousands of years ago, leading an almost hidden, unknown existence, could rise again the way they have in Richard Wagner's dramatic work? There is no need to found a new religion. The time for that is past. Need has, however, arisen for people to take a new look at things, develop a new understanding. It is the human mind, the human soul which has changed, and the human heart. If we try and enter into the evolution of the human soul, we will be able to understand in the course of these lectures that our souls have been on the physical plane many times before, that they only evolved gradually to the level where they are today. That may seem grotesque, but all our souls have heard the profound truths that are presented to us today in their earlier lives. You will hear about the theory of reincarnation, for example. But just as you are listening to me today, so did your souls in the past listen to the Druids who were living and teaching particularly in this part of the world. Those ancient Druid teachers cultivated the theory of reincarnation among themselves, this most ancient wisdom concerning the mysteries of life. They went out to the people who felt the need for deeper insight in their souls. But if those ancient teachers had said things then the way I put them today, your souls would have been quite unable to take them in, for the mind had not yet developed by then to be ready for this. In those times, the human mind knew nothing of logic, but what it did have was the possibility of understanding things in images. And those teachers did, therefore, express themselves in images. And those images are the legends and myths you know today. If our souls had not heard these things in the past, we would not be able to understand the truths which are now taught in a new form. The soul has made tremendous progress through thousands of years, assuming new forms. And because of this, the truth, too, must be presented to it in ever new forms. Let me give you a second example. Let us go back in human evolution to the ancient Egyptians, Chaldeans, Babylonians. When their civilization was at its height, they did not consider sun and stars to be purely physical bodies. When a materialistic astronomer of today looks at the healthy bodies, he sees only physical bodies and nothing else. To him, the earth too is just such a physical body in the cosmos, with human beings scurrying about on it like midges on one's hand. It was very different with the ancient Egyptian astronomers. When the Egyptian astronomer of old looked at a star, he would not think of a purely physical body. The star meant something very different to him than it does for people today. Voicing the name of Mercury, for instance, he was not in the least thinking of addressing the physical body in the heavens, just as you would not think of addressing a body made of papier-mâché. Everything the eye, EYE, saw was, for the people of that time, merely an outward expression of something spiritual. For the ancient astronomers, the physical Mercury star reflected the spirit of Mercury. You must understand this, not with the intellect, but with your heart. Otherwise, you'll have no idea of what lived in the soul of such an astronomer. Nothing existed that did not reflect something spiritual for him. He would say, quote, "Everything is spirit, and being a spirit myself, I am part of this spirit." Close quote. This is something you must keep in mind. The wise people of earlier times, we have to understand them, understand what they knew about events in the spiritual sphere. And if you enter more fully into this sentience, which they had, you will know that their view was infinitely superior to the materialistic view we take today. We must come to understand the sages of those times, fathom what they knew about events in the spiritual sphere. And it is only then that we realize the vast difference and the infinite significance of the wisdom taught of old. It may seem ridiculous to someone who thinks in the materialistic way of our time, where we know only the purely physical view taken in astronomy. But that is how it is. Why is it that people have today lost all feeling for the spiritual life that is behind the whole of physical life? And why did this have to happen? Let us turn our attention to our immediate surroundings. If you were able to compare the world people had around them in the past with the world we have around us today, you would find that in those days, people had only the most necessary, barely adequate means of surviving on this earth. But they did have more of a feeling for the things of the Spirit. This feeling for the spiritual world had to recede, so that human beings would be in a position to gain their present dominance on earth. All the advances made in technology and industry have only been possible because of a view of the world that had grown materialistic, with the spirit, the supersensible world, fading into the background. The price to be paid for gaining control of the physical world over recent centuries was therefore that we had to lose our spiritual vision. It is an eternal law for humanity that abilities can only be gained in one field if abilities regress in another field. Thus, humanity could never have created the transport facilities we have today if other faculties had not regressed. To gain all the things we have around us today, we had to lose our feeling for the spiritual. To conquer the physical world, the things that had once filled the mind of man had to recede. We thus see how, around the 16th century, people lost their eye for the spiritual world, EYE, and how a materialistic way of thinking took over. Anyone who thinks that he himself is not fully caught up in materialism is deceiving himself. Spiritual science does not exist to negate things or be critical, saying how bad the world is today. No, it shows that it was necessary for humanity to descend into the material world. The wide horizon of man's spiritual life had to recede in the meantime. And it is also in connection with this that the old way of understanding things of the Spirit has been lost. The truths were there in the past, in different forms. Spiritual science serves to show them to people today in a way they will understand. This is what matters. Theosophy is therefore nothing but an instrument for making the most profound truths accessible to the modern mind, so that they may be understood in all their depth. Today we have to draw attention to the Spirit again. We cannot go on saying, quote, "See how much wiser we have grown today," close quote. The truth is open to us at all times and may be grasped in different ways. Let us look back on ancient India, on Egypt, Greece, on the time when Christianity was established. The same old truths have always come up in different forms. There have always been leaders who made sure that the truths which had faded away as civilizations went into decline were told to humanity in new ways. The founders of the great religions were among them. Before it came to more recent times, before Copernicus and before the 16th century, care was taken also in Europe that the foundations were laid for a new way of proclaiming the truth. Around the 16th century, there were a few individuals who knew how to interpret the signs of the times. As early as 1459, an individual who had attained a higher level of spirituality, commonly known as Christian Rosenkreuz, gathered just a few people around him as he established an occult school for the cultivation of wisdom. As I said, it is nothing new. It is the most ancient wisdom, but in the form in which present-day humanity needs it. How does this Rosicrucian wisdom relate to Christianity? There is no difference whatsoever between genuine Christian teaching and the teaching of the Rosicrucians. If we understand the core of Christianity, we have the theosophy of the Rosicrucians. There is no need to found a new religion. Instead, we must take Christianity the way it was understood by the early Christians. However, hardly anyone still knows something of the secrets of early Christian development. Even official theology no longer gives any clue. There we find Paul himself as one with the most profound knowledge of the Christian secrets, teaching those tremendous truths that were to guide humanity through millennia. Paul had established a school in Athens with Dionysius the Areopagite at its head. This Dionysius was a genuine disciple of Paul. The teachings of Dionysius were always full of life. They were especially also taught to the people who were to take Christ's living word out into all the world. No new form would have been needed if humanity had remained at the standpoint of Dionysius. But new times came, and with them the necessity to teach in such a way that Christianity would be rock solid, and no science would be able to raise objections to it. Because of this, Rosicrucian theosophy is the form of religion that is right for us today. You will only have an idea of the eternal life to be found in Christianity if you gain the right understanding. If we were put in a position today where we would hear from all around what Rosicrucian theosophy has to say about true Christianity, the scientific facts would not contradict the description of what goes on there. The point is that religion might be found not to be in conflict with the scientific facts, and that these scientific facts are brought into harmony with it. What does this Rosicrucian theosophy bring us? Insight into higher worlds, that is, into worlds to which humanity will still belong when this physical body of ours has perished. Insight into life, insight into the nature of death and of human evolution. This is how it will reaffirm the religious truths and religious life for the human race. No one should say, quote, "I am firmly based on the old teachings, and that is enough for me. The doubts of others do not concern me." Nothing is more, close quote, nothing is more egotistical and less Christian than this. For something that may perhaps still be possible today, that a number of people are still held back on the basis of the old religions, will no longer be possible in the none too distant future. Anyone able to see into the element which now seeks to make great waves in the social sphere will not share that opinion. They will see that the wisdom proclaimed in theosophy is not something you fight over. What matters is merely the result you achieve. And it is exactly the same with spiritual science. Human beings need spirituality to bring healing. And it is only when this healing principle is coming in that humanity can gain health again. It is a factor in evolution and the giver of life in our civilization. External arrangements will not serve the purpose. They are without exception directed toward the physical, the body. Theosophy aims to give health to the soul and the spirit. There's nothing arbitrary about spiritual science. It is demanded by our age and its problems. Everything it has to say is the teaching of all who have done investigations in this field. Spiritual science takes us into higher worlds, which the physical eye is unable to see into. But that is where the causes for the effects in this physical world are to be found. It will enable us to perceive the eternal in human nature, the very core of every individual's being, these spiritual worlds and their hierarchies. And when we come to know these, we will get to know the reason for human existence. The true nature of man, that will be our subject. We'll get to know worlds that exist but cannot be grasped with our purely physical senses. Some people may say, quote, "It is all well and good what you are telling us, but we cannot have direct knowledge of it. Close quote. The answer is one which Fichte has given. Imagine you are the only person who is able to see in a world of people born blind, and you speak to them of colors. They will also say, quote, "It is rubbish what you are telling us. There is no such thing." Close quote. If, however, it were possible to restore the blind people's sight, then they would indeed learn about this world of color and of light. The same holds true for the above objection. Anyone raising such an objection is of the same ilk as someone who was born blind. Yet no one should say, quote, "There is no such thing," close quote. For no one has the right to speak of limits to our insight as Dubois-Reymond has done. There are as many worlds as we have organs to perceive these infinitely many worlds. We just are not able to perceive them today because we do not yet have the organs for this. The world is infinite, not only in terms of space, but also intensively infinite. Every sense has its own world. At present, we cannot fathom them, but they are there. They are in the place where we ourselves are. All it needs is to open our eyes, for they are right in the midst of us. The words spoken by the Christ, quote, "The kingdom of God is among you," close quote, must be taken literally. In spiritual science, one speaks of the spiritual worlds in just that sense. And there have always been initiates who knew the ways and means of entering into those kingdoms of heaven. Reference is made to them in all religions. Spiritual science is merely the means by which this fundamental truth of all religions may be found again. Everything we see and perceive here around us is an outcome and effect of what is happening in the spiritual world. Everything that makes itself known on earth is but a development of something which is alive and active in the spiritual worlds. In official Christianity, people have long since lost the ability to understand the real depths of the religious documents. It therefore became necessary to have spiritual science provide the key to the forgotten treasures of knowledge, offering the means of redemption to a humanity that found itself at the crossroads. There is no fanaticism to this. It is merely that the information is given. The nature of the human being is made clear, showing what human destiny will be after death, showing how the soul develops when out of the physical body. Spiritual science tells us what happens in the higher worlds, speaks of the Earth's and other planets' stages of evolution, and casts light on human life in past, present, and future. One objection that may be raised is that surely all this is only for the seer who is able to look into the spiritual worlds. What good is it to us? Those worlds are not accessible to us. The answer would be as follows. There are methods of inner training which are suitable for the spiritual investigator, and it may therefore seem justifiable to raise that objection. But Rosicrucian training takes a different course. To penetrate into the spiritual worlds does need a seer's eye and an initiate's ear. Ordinary logic is all that is needed for understanding. Everything said by the spiritual investigator is open to logical comprehension. All it needs to understand these things is sound, ordinary, common sense. If you cannot do this, you simply lack the logic. It does need the eye, EYE, of a spiritual investigator to discover the spiritual secrets. Ordinary logic is enough to understand the things told in Rosicrucianism. If you cannot see this, you must not ascribe your failure to the training. Failure to understand is not due to the fact that you are not a seer, but you have not got sound powers of understanding and logical thinking. Logic is, however, something which is unknown to many. A musician of our time has said, for instance, that thinking about things is a difficult matter. Even academics think only a short way ahead. But when people use their powers of reason properly, they will get to the point where they can grasp even the more sublime wisdom and truth and let them come alive in them. And if you go on to ask, quote, "What good is it to us?" close quote, the answer is, nothing can be given to us that is of greater significance than the insights gained in spiritual science. These alone make us into true human beings, able to have a heart that is content, a soul that finds harmony in itself. Phrases won't get us far here. We have to set to work in all seriousness as we struggle for insight, entering fully into the needs and problems of life. We must unceasingly seek to penetrate from one realm of spiritual life to another. Then insight into the whole reality of world and human evolution will well forth from this. And the awesome magnitude of this will take hold not only of our heart, but it will awaken new faculties in us, making us able to tackle everyday life. An immediate power wells forth from spiritual science, something which will be a positive element that will never be lost, something to make us into creative human beings. You have to get to know the spiritual world if you are to understand the material world. Spiritual science is not something for oddbods, but exactly for the most practical among practitioners. All existence is spirit. Just as ice is water, so matter is also spirit. Mineral, vegetable, animal, or human, all are a condensed form of spirit. This is how Rosicrucian theosophy guides us to insight into the spiritual foundations of the world. It does not make us into eccentrics, outsiders, but into friends of existence, for it does not look down on everyday life, alienating us from our mission on earth. It brings us close to them. It spurs us on to be active in our work, knowing that everything we do reflects the Spirit as much as everything in existence does. The end of Lecture 1. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner. We are on the first of two lecture cycles in this book entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism. This is Lecture 2, given in Kassel on the 17th of June, 1907. Yesterday we had a kind of introduction, speaking about the aims and nature of the spiritual scientific movement. Today we'll go straight into the essential nature of this science. There is the disadvantage that people who are not familiar with these things may suffer something of a shock, but one has to be patient and be clear in one's mind that many things that to begin with seem quite nonsensical will prove to be something that will turn out to be consistent in itself and comprehensible as time goes on. As to the subject we have been given, we'll first of all have to consider the essential nature of the human being. Let us consider this human being, meaning ourselves. Human beings are highly complex entities, the most complex we may meet with in the world which is familiar to us. This is why people who are able to see more deeply have always called the human being a microcosm, compared to the macrocosm, which is the universe. Paracelsus found a good image for the nature of man. Consider the natural world around you. and imagine every plant, animal, and stone to be a letter in an alphabet. Make a word of these letters, and you have the human being. We also see the truth of Goethe's words that you have to understand the whole of nature if you are to find the human being. To begin with, the things I am going to say today will be just an outline of man's nature. They will relate to the things we will be considering in the next few days concerning the nature of man, the way a charcoal sketch does to the finished painting. Using our senses to study the human being here on earth, as we see him with our eyes, feel him using the sense of touch, this is the human being in his entirety, seen from the materialistic point of view. For a spiritual view of the world, which goes deeper, this is, however, only a small part of the human being, whom we are able to perceive with our physical senses. It is the part which anatomists dissect in their endeavor to understand, reducing it to individual cells that can only be seen under the microscope, and so trying to get a picture of the structure and functions of individual organs. All this is taken to be the physical body by scientists. But people are very often getting the wrong idea about this physical body, for they believe that the human being one has before one in life is nothing but this physical body. That is not at all the case. For the higher aspects of human existence are closely bound up with it. They use the physical body as their instrument, and it is only thanks to them that the individual appears the way he does to us, sharing our world. This physical body would look very different if we were able to separate it from the higher aspects of human nature. Human beings share their physical body with the whole mineral world. All the substances and forces that play between the individual minerals, iron, arsenic, carbon, and so on, are also at play in the substances in the physical bodies of human beings, animals, and plants. We are immediately aware of the higher aspects of human nature when we consider the tremendous difference between this physical body and the other forms of matter that exist in the world around us. You all know that this admirable composition, which we know as the physical body, has an inner life, as we call it, conscious awareness, pleasure and pain, joy, love and hate, and that this physical body contains not only the mineral substances, but also thoughts and ideas. You clearly see the red cheeks and the hair color, but you do not see the pleasure and pain, joy and suffering, and so on. We do not see these, but they do all run their course within the integument of skin. This in itself is the clearest and incontrovertible proof that there has to be something else apart from this body, and not only physical matter. When you see a tear arise, this tear is a purely physical expression of the sadness that is felt within. Consider the mineral world. Silence. No joy, no pain, nothing of all that is perceptible. A stone has no feelings, nor any of the conscious awareness we have. For the spiritual scientist, this stone is like the nails on our fingers or our teeth. Look at a nail. It too has no feeling, no sentience, and yet it is part of us. We must have something in us which causes nails and teeth to develop. In the same way, there is something in the world which produces the minerals. Nails have no conscious awareness themselves, but they are part of something which does have conscious awareness. If a small insect crawls across the nail may perhaps be a mineral to it. That is how it is when we crawl across the ground and do not realize that there is a conscious mind behind this mineral soil, just as there is a conscious awareness behind the nail. We shall see that there is a world and a conscious awareness behind the mineral world. This capital I consciousness of the mineral world is a long way above us, more or less the way in which our conscious awareness, which is behind the nail, is a long way above that of the insect crawling across the nail. In Rosicrucian philosophy, this conscious awareness in the mineral world is ascribed to a world called the, quote, world of reason, close quote. There, the conscious awareness of minerals is to be found, and it is also the source and origin of human powers of reasoning, which allow us to develop thoughts. But the thoughts that live in us are most deceptive. The human thought world relates to the spirits of this rationality more or less the way our shadow on the wall relates to us. The shadow on the wall is not me, but merely my shadow. In the same way, human thoughts are but shadow images of the spiritual world. The reason why a thought develops here is that there truly is a creative spirit in the world of reason which produces the thought. It is a world where our thoughts are real entities, which you meet there just as here you meet another person. To initiates, this is known as the upper Devakan world, the Arupa Devakan of the Indians, or also the higher mental world. That is the Rosicrucians' world of reason. When an initiate goes through this physical world, life speaks to him on every patch of ground, and he feels the other world manifesting itself in everything. In our physical bodies, we are mere pieces of this physical world, and we, therefore, also have a subordinate physical awareness, which goes as far as the upper world of reason, the world where the mineral world has its conscious awareness. Our physical body is mineral as far as its substance is concerned, and the conscious awareness of this physical body is also in the place where we find the conscious awareness of the mineral world. What is the difference, then, between this physical body and a mineral such as a rock crystal? If we compare our body with a crystal, we will immediately see that compared to this, it is highly complex. Just consider the difference between a mineral and a living entity. There is no difference as far as substance is concerned, for a living entity contains the same materials as a mineral, except that the composition is much more complex. When you have a mineral before you, it has its particular form, and left to itself, it will stay the same. It is not like this with a life form, with plant, animal, and human being. For as soon as matter becomes so complex that left to itself it can no longer stay as it is, be what it is, but would have to disintegrate, there is something present in this matter which prevents its disintegration. And we then have a life form before us. In spiritual science, we therefore say that left to itself, a life form would disintegrate into the individual components of its substance, unless the preventer of such disintegration were also present in it. This preventer is something we call the ether, or life body, though it is entirely different by nature from the physical matter that makes up the physical body. It is able to create and maintain the most complex organic matter in every life form and prevent its disintegration. We call something which thus shows itself quite outwardly in an organism life. This ether, or life body, or body of creative powers, cannot be perceived with physical eyes, but certainly can be perceived if one has the first degree of clairvoyant vision. The seer must go through such inner development that he will be able to see this ether body just as we see the physical body with the physical eye. Modern scientists are no doubt also looking for this ether body, but speculation is used to get an idea of it, and people will speak of, quote, power of life or vital energy, close quote, for instance. How does this ether body present itself to the clairvoyant eye, EYE, the clairvoyant individual? If you look with the seer's eye at something from the mineral world, say a rock crystal, leaving the physical matter aside by letting your focus shift, as it were, you will see nothing at all in the space occupied by the physical crystal. The space is empty. If you look at some life form, plant, animal, or human being, in this way, the space occupied by the physical body will not be empty, but filled with a kind of light form. And that is the ether body which we mentioned before. This ether body is not the same for all life forms, but actually most variable, also with regard to its form and size relative to the physical body of the life form in question, depending entirely on the developmental stage that the life form has reached. In plants, the ether body has quite a different form from the plant itself. In animals, it shows greater similarity to the outer form of the animal. And in human beings, the ether body presents as a light form that has almost the same shape as the physical body. If you look at a horse from this point of view, you will see, for instance, the ether body as a light form that projects quite a bit beyond the head, anterior to the forehead, though it is approximately adapted to the form of the horse's head. In the average person today, you will see the ether body project only a little above and on either side of the head. As to the substance of the ether body, people usually have the wrong idea of the materiality of it. In the Theosophical Society, too, people say and write much that is erroneous concerning the ether body. But those are the teething troubles of the society which have to be overcome. To get the right idea of the ether body's substantiality, please follow me in making a comparison. Imagine you have 100 marks and are spending more and more of it. Your funds will be less and less, and finally there'll be nothing left. That would be the most reduced state of your finances. But there is one that is even more attenuated, for you reduce the zero funds even further by going into the red, that is, entering into debt. It is thus possible to reduce your funds even further, for if you have a debt of, say, 10 marks, you have less than nothing. Or, imagine the same concept applied to something else. Imagine a battle. The din is tremendous. Go further and further away from it, and the din will be less and less. It will be quieter and quieter until you don't hear any more of it. Reduce this nothing you hear, and it will be quieter than quiet, more soundless than soundless. Such stillness does indeed exist. And it will be beatific to the highest degree, though people will not find it easy to imagine this in the general run of things. Now consider these examples applied to the density of matter. Initially, you will find the familiar states of aggregation, solid, fluid, gaseous, or airy. But we must not stop there, just as we did not stop in the case of our finances. We are able to attenuate our funds until they are negative, In this case, too, matter is attenuated more and more beyond the gaseous state. Imagine a form of matter that would be the opposite of physical matter, and you will have an approximate idea of what ether consists of. With negative funds, the conditions are the opposite of positive. Being in the black makes you rich. Being in the red makes you poor. The more money I have, the more can I buy. The less money I have, the less can I buy. And the cosmic ether, the ether body of every life form being part of this, also has the reverse properties of physical matter. Where solid matter seeks to fall apart, the ether body seeks to draw everything together and prevent the physical body, which it inhabits, from disintegrating. This disintegration into the individual basic substances begins as soon as the ether body of a life form departs from it, or in other words, when the life form enters into physical death. We have now followed matter into a world where its action is the opposite of the way in which physical matter acts. When I say that in human beings the ether body is similar in form to the physical body, this takes us to a fact which we must know. A fact I'm going to mention here because important conclusions for the later lectures arise from it. The words I have spoken require a most important limitation, for in reality, the ether body is very different from the physical body, really yet only in its upper part, the head region. It is very different from the physical body in that it is of the opposite gender. The ether body of a man is female, and conversely that of a woman is male. Every individual is bisexual. The physical gender is but an outward reflection and has its opposite in the ether body. A magnet has a north and a south pole, and there is no magnet that has a north pole only. And here, too, we have pole and counterpole. This ether or life body, also known as creative powers body, is therefore the second principle of the essential human being. From birth to death, it is closely bound up with the physical body, and death ensues when this body separates from the physical body. The physical body is created by the ether body, which is the architect, as it were, of the physical body. To get an idea of this, think of water and ice. When water cools down, it assumes a different form and turns into ice. Just as water turns to ice in a process of condensation, so is the physical body differentiated out from the ether body. Ice, water. Physical body, ether body. It means that the powers of the ether body have become tangible, physically perceptible in the physical body. Just as water actually contains the powers that then come to expression in solid ice, so does the ether body contain the powers that will build up the physical body. The ether body has the inherent power from which the heart, the stomach, the brain, and so on differentiate out. The idea of every organ in our physical body exists already in the ether body, not in material form, but as energy currents. Human beings have an ether body in common with all plants and all animals, that is, with all physical entities that have life. Now, the question may be raised if plants have a form of conscious awareness, in the sense in which we have found the mineral world to have conscious awareness. As we have seen, the conscious awareness of minerals may be found in the upper world of reason, using the means of spiritual science, which is also where our thoughts have their source and origin. Our fingers do not have an independent conscious awareness, their awareness being part of the whole human being's conscious awareness. In the same way, the conscious awareness of plants is part of a greater one, And this is to be found in the lower world of reason, the world of stars, of heaven, of Rupa Devaka. When the spiritual investigator enters into this world, he meets there the souls of the plants. These souls are entities there, just as we are here. And these entities relate to the plants in roughly the way in which a human being relates to his fingers. The conscious awareness of plants is thus anchored in this lower Devakan world. There, one finds the roots of all powers that are behind growth and all organic development. The powers that build up our own physical body also have their roots there, which means the powers of our ether body, which we have earlier called the architect of the physical body. This conscious awareness of the plant world is much more sublime and full of wisdom than the conscious awareness of human beings. You will understand this as soon as you consider the wisdom that lies in the structure not only of the human physical body, but of all life forms endowed with ether bodies. Think of the infinite wisdom needed to build the simplest physical body of some life form, let alone the most elaborate composition among all life forms on Earth, the human body. Consider the upper part of the human thigh bone, for example. The individual trabeculae, bars or columns of bone tissue, are most marvelously put together, according to all the rules of architecture. The thigh bone is much more complex here than it appears when seen from outside. It is made up of a scaffolding of bars, where the angles between them are arranged with such wisdom that the smallest amount of matter is needed to support the whole body. Truly a greater work of art than the most complicated bridge structure. And all the art of engineering in the world cannot match it. Or consider the structure of the heart. It is built with such wisdom that human beings with all their wisdom are mere children compared to the wisdom revealed in this. Amazing what the heart manages to cope with in spite of human stupidity, with people doing their best to ruin it almost every day. For instance, by consuming stimulants such as coffee, alcohol, and nicotine. The powers needed to produce such a marvelous structure as the physical body extend all the way up to the astral world, and only the spirits of this astral world are sufficiently intelligent, to use a commonplace term, to build such a physical body. This brings us to the third principle of the essential human being. Plants have a physical body and an ether body, but they do not have something which animals and human beings have. They do not have suffering, pleasure, pain, or any kind of sentience. In this they differ from animals and human beings. The difference is due to the fact that internal processes take place in animals and human beings. In more recent times, scientists have wanted to ascribe sentience also to plants because of processes observed in them. It is pitiful to see the nonsensical way in which terms are used. For here we do not see the kind of inner processes that occur wherever sentience is found. This sentience might equally well be ascribed to litmus paper. But that is what happens when people look for sentience here in the physical world. In the physical world, you do not find that the kind of phenomena observed in some plants involve sentience. You have to go to the heavenly worlds for that. Let me add at this point, so as to avoid misunderstanding, that in plants that are said to show reactions, mimosa, for instance, this stimulant process evokes sentience not in the physical world, but only in the lower world of reason, which is where plants have their conscious awareness. Down here in the physical world, only human beings and animals know desire and passions, pleasure and pain. Why? Because they have an astral body as well as a physical body and ether body. And that is the third principle in essential human nature. The way the astral body presents itself to the seer is as an egg-shaped cloud that envelops the whole human being. This cloud reflects all sentience, every drive, every passion. It is therefore the vehicle for pleasure and pain, joy and suffering. The situation is different with this third principle from the way it is with the physical body and ether body. For when human beings sleep, only the physical and ether body remains in the bed. The astral body and the capital I have risen from it. When astral body and ether body depart from the physical body, death ensues, and with it the disintegration of the physical body. Why is this principle known as the astral body? No other term is more apt. Why? Because this principle has an important function, and we must be clear about this function. The astral body is far from idle during the night, for it is evident to the seer that it works on the physical and ether body during the night. During the day, you wear your physical and ether body down. For everything you do wears down the physical body, and this is evident from the fact that it grows tired. During the night, the astral body repairs the wear and tear caused during the day. It is a fact that in sleep, the astral body takes away the tiredness. This shows the importance of and necessity for sleep. The seer is able to make those repairs deliberately. The refreshing nature of sleep is due to the fact that the astral body has really been working on the physical and etheric body. Yet when the astral body has to return to the physical and ether body, the refreshing effect of sleep only shows itself gradually, about an hour after we wake up. Another important thing is connected with the departure of the astral body during sleep. When it connects with the outside world during the day, when we are awake, the astral body must live together with the physical and ether body. But when it separates from the body in sleep, it is freed from the fetters of physical and etheric body. And then something quite wonderful happens. The powers of the astral body extend all the way to the world of stars, where the souls of plants are, and it gains its strength from that world. The astral body rests in the world in which the stars are embedded. This is the world of Pythagoras' harmony of the spheres. It is absolutely real and not fantasy. Living consciously in that world, one hears the harmonies of the spheres. You hear the powers and relationships of the stars resounding. Goethe was an initiate in this sense, and it was in this spirit that he wrote the beginning of his prologue, In Heaven, in Faust. Quote, "The sun proclaims its old devotion in rival song with brother spheres, and still completes in thunderous motion the circuits of its destined years. Angelic powers uncomprehending are strengthened as they gaze their fill. Thy works, unfathomed and unending, retain the first day's splendor still." Close quote. Goethe is not well known today, and people usually don't know that he was an initiate, simply saying that a poet uses such images. But Goethe knew that the sun is in a round dance, and as sun spirit does resound. He stayed with the image, therefore, also saying, quote, "Hear the tempest of the hours, for to spirit ears like ours, day makes music at its birth. Hear it, gates of rock are sundering, and the sun god's wheels are thundering. See, with noise light shakes the earth. Hear it blare, its trumpets calling. Dazzling eyes and ears appalling, speechless sound unheard for dread." Close quote. This is the world of stars where the astral body is during the night. During the day, it enters into a kind of disharmony with worldly things. But at night, in sleep, it is secure in the bosom of the world of stars. And it then returns in the morning with the powers gained in that world. You return from the astral world with the harmony of the spheres as you awaken from sleep. The world of stars, the astral world, is the astral body's true home, which is how it got its name, astral body. We have now made the acquaintance of three principles in essential human nature: physical body, ether body, astral body. We'll get to know the fourth principle, the capital I, the next time. The I is the principle which makes man the pinnacle of creation, raising human beings above the animal level. Animals do not yet have the conscious awareness which human beings have. They do have an awareness, just as we have seen in the case of plants and minerals, but this conscious awareness of animals is in the astral world. The fourth principle in human nature, this I, comes together with the other three in the sacred fourfold nature of man, of which all the old schools would speak. Human beings thus have their physical body in common with the minerals, their ether body with the plants, and their astral body with the animals. The I is theirs alone, and this raises them above all else. We find in human beings an essence, as it were, of everything that we see spread out around us, truly a microcosm. If we want to know the human being, we must first get to know the world around us. We have to think of the three principles of human nature, these three bodies, as enveloping forms woven from very different regions. And we dwell in these bodies, that is, the I does, with the higher principles of essential human nature, the part of us that is immortal. The end of Lecture 2. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you're listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner, a compilation of two lecture cycles, one entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, the other The Gospel of John, an earlier cycle, not the one given in 1908. The book is called True Knowledge of the Christ, translated by Anna Moyes. This is Lecture 3, given in Kassel on the 18th of June, 1907. One of the most sacred things human beings have is the principle known as self-awareness. People who understand this rightly will immediately realize that the term self-awareness really gives us the meaning of human existence. Self-awareness is the ability to know oneself to be an I, capital. The best way of getting an idea of this is to consider that within the whole compass of the German language, there is one word that differs fundamentally from all others, and that is the word I, ich in German. Anyone can call a table, but everyone can only use the word I to refer to himself or herself. The word can never reach my ear from outside if it is to refer to me myself. This has been the feeling in spiritual science through the ages. In the Hebrew religion, for instance, when one would speak of this true nature of the inner human being, one would refer to the name of God that cannot be spoken. People would say, quote, when the word I is to be spoken, it must sound forth from the center of the entity itself. No other entity can say that name, close quote. It was, therefore, as if a shudder went through the whole congregation when the priest uttered the word Yahweh, I am the I am. There the God in man begins to speak. That is the pure, original meaning of the Hebrew name of God. You will come to know other names as well, but all have a particular connection with this one name. We use this word I to refer to the fourth principle of the essential human being. It is from this I that the human being works on the other principles, the astral body, the ether body, and also the physical body. However far we go back in the history of human consciousness, of human evolution, those four principles have always been there in the human being. And it is in this that human beings differ from the animals. To get an idea as to how someone who is developed relates to someone who is undeveloped, compare one of the wildest human beings, one who still eats other human beings, with a highly developed individual such as Goethe, Schiller, or Francis of Assisi. The cannibal lives directly by his drives and passions, the way they are in his astral body. He does have an I, but it is still completely in the power of the astral body. The average person of today does know the difference between good and not good. This is because he has done some work on his astral body. He has worked on it and actually transformed some drives into ideals, as they are called. The more the individual has become transformed in his astral body, the higher his development. The average European of today has changed a great deal. Someone like Schiller or Goethe had transformed by far the greater part of his astral body. And someone like Francis of Assisi, who had subjugated all his passions to his will, did have an astral body that had been completely transformed by the I. There was nothing in it that was not mastered by the I. We call the part of the astral body that an individual has thus transformed his manas, or spirit self. That is the fifth principle in his essential nature. So, we are able to say that the I holds the seed for transforming the astral body into manas, spirit self. It is also possible for human beings to transform not only the astral body, but also the ether body, letting the I be master of the ether body. You have to understand, however, that this is much more difficult and proceeds much more slowly. The difference between transforming the astral body and the ether body is this. Consider how much you knew when you were 8, and how much more you have made your own since your young days. The astral body sustains all these transformations. It thus changes quite considerably day by day, because of the many impressions you gain of the outside world. It is different with the ether body. To get an idea of this, imagine the following. If you were a hot-tempered child at the age of 8, you will probably be hot-tempered now and then today. You will probably be hot-tempered now and then today. Very few people manage to change themselves to such a degree that they also transform their habits, their inclinations, their temperament, their character. This does not in any way contradict what I have been saying before. The astral body does have to do with pleasure and pain and our passions. But if these passions have become habit, character traits, they will be anchored in the ether body. And if you want to change such habits, the ether body has to change, seeing that it is the vehicle for all habits and character traits. I have on several occasions compared the changes in astral body and ether body with the movement of the minute and hour hands of a clock. Later on, we will be speaking of the development of more advanced pupils. These are not pupils in the sense of merely learning things. Yes, such a pupil must also learn a great deal. But infinitely more important than learning is that they work on their ether bodies, managing to change a hot temper into a sweet one. Occult science gives directions for exactly this. Someone who is able to transform a habit, that is, a quality of the ether body, from one day to the next, has reached a high level of development. Such a transformation of the ether body must go hand in hand with all the other things a pupil learns of occult science. However, people will also change their ether bodies of their own accord, even if they have never heard of such inner development. This will be slowly and gradually, through many incarnations. The parts of the ether body which have been thus transformed are called buddhi, or life spirit. This is the sixth principle in essential human nature. Then there is the level which is much, much higher, where human beings also learn to work into their physical body and transform it. The parts of the physical body which have been transformed are called Atman, or spiritual human being. And this is the seventh principle. Atman relates to the German word for to breathe, Atmen. For this transformation comes from the breathing process. You can get an idea what it means to have your I master your physical body, doing so consciously, if you consider how little we really know of our physical body. This knowledge has nothing to do with present-day anatomical knowledge of the physical body. Long before modern anatomy existed, there were ancient teachings, which were not, however, part of public knowledge, where you would find knowledge of the internal human being. It enabled the sages of old to follow the way in which life and blood flowed, for instance. This enabled them to look at themselves internally, observing the physical body in all its organs. When we have developed so far as that, it will be possible for not one particle in our body to be moving unless we will it. That is the transformation into Atman, spiritual human being. Someone might say, surely the physical body is the lowest principle in our essential nature. So how and why is it possible to transform it into the highest principle? It is exactly because the physical body is the lowest principle that it needs the human being's greatest effort to gain control of it. Hand in hand with the reworking of this physical body goes the gaining of mastery over powers that flood the whole cosmos. And mastery of these cosmic powers is magic, as we call it. In their true inner nature, human beings thus have 7 parts, but these parts merge completely into one another. We will only get the right idea of how the 7 parts interpenetrate if we compare them with the 7 colors of the rainbow, for all of them are also contained in sunlight. Just as light is made of these 7 colors, so man is made up of these 7 principles. Let us now consider the significance which this differentiation has for the whole course of human life. Yesterday we heard of the nature of sleep. The physical body and the ether body are lying in bed. Breathing and blood circulation continue, reflecting the life of this ether body, but everything belonging to the astral body is together with the I, lifted out of physical body and ether body. In death, on the other hand, the situation is different. For the whole time, from birth to death, the physical and the ether body form a single whole. At death, not only the astral body separates from the physical body, as in sleep, but also the ether body. This physical body is so complex, however, you'll remember what was said yesterday, that left to itself, it must disintegrate. Let us look with the clairvoyant eye, EYE, at the human being immediately after death. All we have before us is the physical body, with astral body and ether body floating above it. Now, immediately after death, a strange phenomenon occurs in the sentience of the individual who has died. For at the moment of death, the whole of his past life appears in the field of human memory, like a vast scene spread before him. Every, even the least thing that happened passes before him in images. This happens quite naturally, for apart from preventing decomposition of the human body, the ether body is also the vehicle for memory. At the very moment when this ether body is relieved of its first function, it enters with great intensity into this second function. In life, every event involved pleasure and pain, joy and suffering, because the astral body was present throughout. Now, when the astral body has also departed, the individual goes through these memory images, the whole of his past existence, without sentience, without feeling, like a vast panorama. For as long as this ether body is connected with the physical body, the instrument which it has to use, the brain, is something which ensures that our memories will never be complete, only retaining fragments of impressions gained in life. This is because this physical brain had defects. But the moment the ether body is free of the physical body, it does remember everything. We have an analogy to this in ordinary life, and that is when we suffer a shock, when drowning, for instance, or falling off a cliff and so on. This is due to the fact that the ether body is forcibly cast loose from the physical body at such a moment, something which also happens in a milder form when a limb goes to sleep, for example, or in hypnosis, in which case the clairvoyant sees the ether body hang out on both sides of the head. In materialistic physiology, the objection is raised that it is a case of material changes in the blood, but that is just because the effect is taken for the cause. The first thing that happens to someone after death is therefore this review of the past life, which varies in length, taking about 3.5 days on average. Then comes a kind of second death, with the etheric also separating completely from the astral body, leaving behind a kind of ether corpse. This ether corpse soon dissolves in the general cosmic ether, at a different rate in individual cases, but not completely so. A kind of essence of the past life remains, and is taken along by the eye. This is imperishable and remains ours through all further incarnations. A new page is added to the existing ones, as it were, with every new incarnation. In Theosophy, this is called the causal body, and the quality of this causal body determines the form taken by later incarnations. The astral body is now on its own. How does this condition differ from sleep, when it has also departed from the other principles, the physical and ether body, and was therefore also on its own? The powers it has to use in sleep to develop and repair the physical body have come free when this physical body is ultimately laid aside. The astral body now uses them for itself and becomes aware of this. In this state of awareness of itself, the astral body now goes through a period which is best explained as follows. Think of enjoying a lovely dish. Someone is eating it and takes pleasure in it. This pleasure is not in the physical, but in the astral body. But the astral body needs a tool if it is to have that pleasure, a tongue, a palate. The physical body thus provides the tool, a tongue, a palate, for the astral body to have that enjoyment. What is the situation after death, when this physical body has been cast off? The instrument, the mediator of that pleasure, is no longer there. But the astral body has not lost its longing, its desire for that pleasure. Envisage this in the liveliest possible way. It is a condition like that experienced by someone suffering thirst in a desert. The astral body will still have the desire for the pleasure after death, and this to the degree to which it has been accustomed to having it in the past life. Because of that, this time after death is a period of unfulfilled longing for all human beings. This condition is known as the kama loka. Kama means desire, locus means place. The condition is the same as the one we find in many myths, such as the torment of Tantalus or purgatory. This condition is not only a torment, of course, it is torment only until the astral body has got out of the habit of wanting pleasures. The more needs the astral body has had here in physical life, the longer will this condition continue. You may conclude from this that depending on the quality of the needs a person has had in the past life, the astral body may meet with not only torment, but depending on circumstances, also with something that is very good and pleasant in kama loka. It will, for instance, live through the joy it took so many times in the beauties of nature. To take pleasure in the beauties of nature, we do, of course, have to have eyes to see. But beauty is something which goes beyond the physical. And because of that, this condition is a source of real pleasure also in kama loka life. Things like this are the source of great joy and wonderful experiences also in the kama loka period. People can therefore make this period an even better one if they refrain from sticking to physical pleasures. If you think of this, you will understand many things in life. For instance, with regard to everything we call art. The more ideal the art, the more the ideal element shines through. The stronger and more elevating will be the influence of the work of art also beyond this life. The spiritual is its element. It is merely that materialistic short-sightedness has led to naturalism in art. Having lived through kama loka, we have reached the point where the human being no longer desires material pleasures. This point in time signals going through a completely new situation. There, the soul also lays aside everything in the astral body that has not been worked on by the individual, by his eye. And this laid aside astral body is the third corpse which a human being leaves behind him. Having come to be at one with everything gained from the other bodies, that is the essence of the ether body we spoke of, and now also that of the astral body, the eye moves on into spirit land. And then the soul lives through the time that passes until it is born again. We will consider this tomorrow. Today I would merely want to stress once more that all these spiritual worlds are around us all the time, and not somewhere outside the space we live in. They are evident to the seer's eye, EYE, at all times. Someone who is able to look into these spiritual worlds can also see these shadows or phantoms, which are those corpses. It is these corpses which very frequently push their way into spiritualist seances. But when people attending these seances believe the astral corpse to be the actual individual concerned, that is just as silly as if you were to consider a dead body to be the actual person. This astral corpse, being exactly something for which the eye has no use, capital, often seems most ridiculous, therefore, in those spiritualistic seances. The end of Lecture 3. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, volume number 100 by Rudolf Steiner, 2 lecture cycles put together. It is entitled, the book is True Knowledge of the Christ, and I'm reading the first cycle called Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, which I believe is 14 lectures, translated by Anna Moyes. Lecture 4, given in Kassel on the 19th of June, 1907. Our task today is to go on following the destinies of human beings through the spiritual world. It will be good, therefore, to form an idea first as to what we actually call a world in spiritual scientific terms. Sentience of the world around us depends on our own abilities and organs of perception. If we had different organs, the world too would be completely different for us. If people did not have eyes, for instance, to see the light, but an organ with which they could perceive, say, electricity, you would not see this hall filled with light, but you would see the electricity flowing through the wires in the hall. You would see it flash, spark, and flow everywhere. The world we call ours is therefore dependent on our sense organs. The astral world, too, is nothing but a sum of phenomena which human beings experience around them when it has separated from the physical and ether body, and when they use its powers inwardly to see things we are otherwise not able to see. That is indeed the case when we have cast off the physical body and ether body. The organs for perceiving the astral world are those of the astral body, analogous to the sense organs for the physical body. Let us take a look at the astral world. Seers can perceive this astral world whilst still here in their physical body by using a method which we'll consider later. This astral world differs quite considerably from the physical world. You can get a first idea of what is around you in the astral world if you call up the last remnant people still have of the clairvoyance of earlier times, and that is their dream life. All of you know this dream life from personal experience, know it as a world of chaotic images. So why is it that people do dream? We know that during this dream life, the physical and ether body lies in the bed, with the astral body floating above it. The astral body is fully outside the ether body, in full, deep, dreamless sleep. In dreaming sleep, astral body tendrils remain in the ether body. And because of this, the individual then perceives the more or less chaotic images of the astral world. The astral world is as porous as dream images are. It is as if woven from dreams. But these dreams differ from ordinary dreams in that the images are something real as the physical world. The way we perceive them is very much like the way we perceive dreams, for it is also symbolic. Anything of the outside world which has been taken up into sleep is symbolized in the dream. Let me give you some typical examples of dreams, and you will immediately see how the dream becomes symbol based on a simple impression from outside. You may see yourself catching a frog in your dream. You really feel the slithery frog as you wake up. On waking, you find that you have a cold bit of the bed sheet in your hand. Or you may dream you are in a dim cellar full of cobwebs. You wake up and have a headache. Or you see snakes in your dream, and when you wake up, you find you have a pain in your gut. Or an academic dreams a long saga of a duel, starting from being jostled and all the way to the challenge to pistols, a shot, and he wakes up to find that the chair has fallen over. You will also see from the whole way this last dream image went that the relationship to time is very different. It is not only that time is made to go back, as it were, but also that in the dream experience, the whole notion of time loses significance. In the fraction of a second, you dream a whole life. just as the whole of our life passes before the mind's eye the moment before we fall off a cliff or drown. The most important point with all these dream images is, however, that they present images relating to whatever triggered the dream. That is how it generally is in the astral world. And we have cause to interpret these images. The same astral experience will always present as the same image. This shows utter regularity and harmony. The usual kind of dream images, on the other hand, are chaotic. Ultimately, one can find one's way about in the astral world just as one does in the world perceived through the senses. The astral world is a tissue of nothing but such images. But the images reflect soul entities. After their death, human beings are themselves enveloped in such images, some of them very rich in color and shape. And when people go to sleep, their astral bodies present in flowing, changing shapes and colors. All astral spirits appear in colors. Someone with astral vision perceives these astral spirits in a flowing sea of colors. The astral world has one feature that may seem strange to someone who hears of it for the first time. Everything in the astral world is like a mirror image. And as a pupil, you will gradually have to get used to seeing things in the right way. You will, for example, see the figure 365, and that means 563. It is like this with everything you perceive in the astral world. Everything coming from me, for example, appears to be coming toward me. It is of extraordinary importance to take this into account. For when such astral images arise, perhaps because of morbid conditions, one has to know how to rate them. Images of this kind frequently arise in delirium, and the people involved may see all kinds of distorted faces and forms coming toward them. For in pathological states of this kind, the astral world is open to them. These images do, of course, look as if things were rushing toward people, though the truth is that they go out from them. Future physicians will need to know this, for with religious longing suppressed, they will be more and more common in future. The theme of the well-known painting titled The Temptation of St. Anthony is based on such an experience of astral images. If you think it all through right to the end, it will no longer seem quaint to you that time too is inverted in the astral world. You get a sense of it from things learned in dreams. Remember the example of the duel just now? There, everything went in reverse, including time. In astral experience, you may, for instance, have the fruit on a tree first, then the blossom, and all the way back to the seed. After death and the time of freeing yourself from habits, the whole astral world goes in reverse, and you then go through your whole life once more in reverse order, concluding with the first impressions gained in childhood. It takes much less time than it did here in the physical world, about a third the length of your life on earth. You will also experience some other things when going through your life in reverse. Let us assume you died at 80 years of age, and are now going back through life to your 40th year. At that time, you slapped someone's face, let us say, so that the other person suffered pain caused by you at that time. In the astral world, this sensation of pain will also be in a kind of mirror image, which means that you are now feeling the pain which the other person suffered at that time because of the slap. The same does, of course, also hold true for all joyful occasions. It is only when human beings have gone through their whole life that they will enter into the heavenly world. Religious documents are always truths to be taken literally. Considering what I have just been saying, you will immediately see that human beings can truly only enter into the spiritual world, meaning the kingdom of heaven of the Bible, when they have lived through the whole of their life in reverse, back to their childhood. This truly is what is behind the words of the Christ. Quote, "Unless you become as little children, you shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven." Close quote. For when human beings have gone back again to their childhood stage, they take off their astral body and enter into the spiritual world. I must now tell you of the spiritual world in a narrative way. This realm of the heavens differs even more from the physical world than the astral world does. One is, of course, only able to describe everything using the terms that belong to this physical world, and it holds true even more than it did with the astral world that all these descriptions must be taken as mere analogies. The realm of the heavens is also tripartite, as is life on earth. Here we have the three states of aggregation: solid, liquid, and aeriform, accordingly distinguishing continents, oceans, and the atmosphere. In spirit land, we may also distinguish three such spheres, though only as analogues, except that the sphere of the continents is made up of something other than our rocks and stones. The solid ground in spirit land consists in the archetypes of all things physical. Everything physical has its archetype, including the human being. To the seer, these archetypes look like a kind of negative. That is, you see the space as a kind of shadow figure with radiant light all around it. This shadow, corresponding to blood and nerves, for instance, is not uniform, however. A stone or a mineral makes a uniformly empty space appear in the archetype, also with light rays around it. Whereas you walk on solid rock when on earth, you are there walking on the archetypes of physical things. The land of this spiritual world is made up like this. When human beings first enter it, they always see one particular thing. It is the moment when they see the archetype of their own physical body. They clearly see their own body lying there, for they are spirit themselves. If the life on earth had taken a normal course, this will be about 30 years after death. The basic sentience is, quote, "that is you," close quote. Knowing this, tat tvam asi, this you are, became a fundamental statement in Vedanta philosophy. All such terms have come from deep down sources of spiritual insight. The second sphere in the spiritual land are the oceans. Everything which is life here in the physical world, that is, everything which has an ether body, is like a flowing element in spirit land. Flowing life streams through spirit land. It also collects, like in an oceanic basin, like the water in the sea, or better, like the blood that flows through the veins and collects in the heart. Thirdly, we have the atmospheric part of spirit land, made up of all passions, drives, feelings, and so on. All this is outwardly perceptible there, like the atmospheric phenomena here on earth. All this roars through the atmosphere of Devakan. As a seer, you can therefore perceive in spirit land the suffering that takes place here on earth and the joys that we know there. That we know here. Every passion, all hatred and the like, is like a gale in spirit land. A battle, for instance, produces the effect that the seer experiences a thunderstorm in the Devakan world. The whole spiritual realm is full both of wonderful joys moving along and of dreadful passions. We may therefore also speak of spiritual ears. When you have advanced so far that you have gained insight into this Devakan world, these moving, billowing phenomena can be seen and heard. And what you hear is the harmony of the spheres. We have now characterized the spiritual sphere up to this level, but there is still another, a fourth sphere in Devachan. So far we have seen the archetypes of all physical forms equals the continent, all life equals the ocean, all inner life, feelings, and so on equals the atmosphere, and all of those together are of Devachan. Now there is one thing in human life that cannot have its basis in the outside world. Its spiritual content makes up the fourth sphere of Devachan. Every original idea is part of this, all the way to the creative impulses of genius. Anything original, that is, everything human beings create in this world to enrich it, all these archetypes make up the fourth sphere of Devachan. This brings our description of the lower parts of Devachan to a conclusion. Beyond this are three more regions, but during their life here, human beings need higher initiation to reach these. After death, too, they are only perceptible to more highly developed individuals. When such an advanced initiate is able to enter into the next higher sphere of Devachan, what does he find there? Initially, something which in occult science is called the Akashic record. Everything that happens and has ever happened in the world leaves its imprint in a subtle form of matter that is imperishable. Let me give you an example to help make this clearer. I am now speaking to you, but you would not hear me if my voice were not able to create waves in the air. These movement forms will, of course, pass away. But when we come to that higher world, everything leaves an impression in that subtle spiritual form of matter and remains there forever. Every word, every thought, everything that has ever happened in humanity can be read in this Akashic record. It needs either initiation or that moment when human beings enter Devachan after death. That is, when they have developed so far that after death they are able to perceive this region of Devachan, which certainly is most elevated. They are then able to look into the past. This Akashic record is a place where everything is kept that has ever happened. It is not a written record in the physical sense, but takes the form of images. You see Caesar in every situation in his life, for example, not the things he actually did, but the inner impulses that guided his actions. These Akashic images have great vitality, and if one does not know how to interpret them, they can make one fall into serious error. They are therefore the source of many spiritualist aberrations. That is when an Akashic image appears in the seances. If you quote Goethe, for instance, and the answer is given to a question, that answer is given the way Goethe would have given it if he had been asked that question on 25 November 1797. You have to know the spiritual world really well to see if this is something real in such a case, or a phantom. Descriptions like this give you an idea as to what these higher regions of the spiritual world are like. The first thing is, therefore, that one perceives one's own body. All other things have their origin in this. The individual then feels great relief at being free of the bodily shells. For this is the joyful moment when they have laid aside the last of the corpses, which is the astral corpse. A plant held in the confinement of a narrow rock cleft would feel liberated to be freed from it. And that is the basic sentience, the joy felt by human beings at that point. This happiness penetrates and transfigures all feelings which earlier had been more earthly. Those of friendship, for instance, which may have gone through certain changes here on earth and are deepened and purified in yonder world. A mother's love for her child also goes through this purification. And conversely, the original animal feeling of being connected, which becomes a moral feeling here, unfolds to even greater moral power in Devachan. All bonds formed here on earth are deepened in the spiritual region, interpenetrating one another. Through love, human beings rise, whilst still on earth, from the narrowness of self-seeking to the all-encompassing world experience. Yonder, however, nothing is shut off, separated from anything else. One works for the other, for there, too, work is the element that sustains and helps souls, bringing them together with love, the inexhaustible source spring of all life. The end of Lecture 4. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume number 100 by Rudolf Steiner, 2 lecture cycles. The book itself is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ. This first lecture cycle is entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, and it's translated by Anna Moyse. This is Lecture 5, given in Kassel on the 20th of June, 1907. Today we'll, to some extent, characterize the human being in Devachan, between death and reincarnation. The first thing we must do is to get an idea of what human beings actually gain from the things which they are initially doing for themselves during the time when they pass through this spiritual world. It will be easiest to get an idea if we bring to mind the relationship between two things, how the things we live through relate to what becomes of the experiences to begin with during the time between birth and death. Consider all the things you have to go through in learning to write, for instance. You would find it difficult to keep in mind all the skills you had to acquire until you had learned this noble art of writing. Consider all the admonishments and perhaps also the anger of your teachers. All this will then have been your inner experience. And what has remained? The ability to write. Everything else has become blurred, and what remains is the skill of writing. That is how it is altogether in life. And not only in our life between birth and death, but in the whole universal life, going through the physical and supersensible world. We can get an idea of how what I have just said also applies in the supersensible worlds. Take Mozart, for example. He was just a little boy when he heard a long piece of music played in St. Peter's in Rome. Tradition had it that this must never be written down, and he wrote it down wholly from memory afterward. That needed enormous powers of memory, and he was only a young boy. What does a materialist have to say about this? He would absolutely refuse to believe that an ox grows from a patch of soil, that such a thing as an ox could develop in a way that does not follow the ways of nature. He would say there is no such thing as a miracle, and he would be absolutely right. But he gets terribly superstitious and believes in miracles when it comes to things of the spirit. A fact like the one just described, speaking of Mozart, is simply accepted by materialists, who do not go into it more deeply, but put it down to heredity. And yet it would be a miracle just as much as an ox coming from a piece of ground, if we were not able to explain it through spiritual science. For it is possible, when people turn their mind to a particular thing over and over again, that they will gradually train outstanding powers of memory. Just as perfection has gradually developed from imperfection, so memory develops. But it would have been a miracle if the kind of memory Mozart showed were supposed to have sprung forth from nothing? The answer in spiritual science is that in this case too, memory quite naturally developed gradually. Materialists cannot dodge the issue when giving their explanation. They must either believe in miracles, or they must admit that faculties of this kind prove that they had existed in an earlier life and were following the natural course of development. Reincarnation is but the logical conclusion when such a line of thought is pursued. People who take the materialistic point of view and assume that a memory as perfect as that of young Mozart can appear out of the blue should also accept the consequences of that point of view and assume that frogs, for instance, simply develop from mud, as naturalists had assumed before Francesco Redi. Anyone concerned with logic and spiritual science will say, just as an oak grows from seed, gradually developing from it, so our mental faculties develop bit by bit. And when someone enters into a life with such highly developed faculties as Mozart did, for example, this is absolute logical proof that the individual gained those faculties bit by bit in earlier lives on earth. This gives us a handle for grasping human destiny in the spiritual world. The point is, therefore, that things met with in one life become faculties for the next life. All potential we have in this life we have brought with us as the fruits of experiences we had in earlier lives on earth. We must therefore look at the road taken through Devachan if we want to understand fully how events in one life develop into faculties for the next life. Going through life here on earth, we come up against a great many things every day. And all these experiences come before the eye of the soul, UIE, in the great panorama perceived immediately after death. The faculties we have gained from all these experiences stay with us as an essence, and we take this essence, which will be ours for all time, with us into the spiritual world. When human beings enter into Devachan, they perceive the regions we spoke of yesterday, the continental element which consists of the archetypes of all earthly forms, the oceanic element which consists of all life, and the airy element which consists of all soul qualities, pleasure, pain, joy, sadness, and so on. The first thing human beings perceive of the continental element is the archetype of their own physical body. And the first thing they perceive of the airy element will also be the pleasure, pain, joy, sadness, and passions that passed through their soul in the past life. This means that they perceive all the experiences of the past life, but in a very different way than described for the period in Kamaloka. There, it was an inner experience to make them cast off habits. Now, all these experiences spread before the soul as outside world, doing so for a long, long time. There, they get to know the particular nature of their bodily life in the flow region of Devachan, and all their inner experiences as if in the atmosphere of the heavenly world. Again, it is of great interest to understand how everything we have experienced in the course of a life, sentience concerning the world, pleasure, pain, and so on, will be the outside world surrounding us in the spiritual world. It is not a sad thing to have pain spread out around us. It is not. For all suffering is around us there the way thunderstorms are here in the physical world. Let me read that again. It is not at all sad, for all suffering is around us there the way thunderstorms are here in the physical world. and all joyful experiences are like. And there, the things we have experienced inwardly are not inside us, as they are here, but in our surroundings, in that outward form, like a picture of nature. It surrounds us as if it were around us in images, sounds, or atmospheric phenomena. It is made objective as a heavenly form. As I said, it is not sad to have pain shine out toward us, for example. Just as here in life, it is not really sad when thunder and lightning surround us. Someone who understands the situation will know what we owe particularly to pain. Those who have known pain and suffering will always say that whilst they are happy to accept joys and pleasures, they would not want to do without the pain and suffering. We owe all our wisdom to the pain and suffering in past lives on earth. A countenance which reflects wisdom in this life does so because it has been sentient in earlier lives of the pain that is cosmic cohesion. As I said, everything we have known here in life on earth surrounds us in images and so on in Devakan. What is the significance of this? It will be easier to understand this if you are clear in your mind about the effect which our surroundings here have on us. You all know Goethe's words, quote, "The eye is created in light, for the light," close quote. What does this mean? We must have eyes if we are to see the light. The world would be in darkness if we did not have them. But where does this organ come from? Light itself has developed it. Just as the absence of light makes the eye degenerate again. This has been directly observed in creatures that had migrated to the caves in Kentucky, for instance. Light is the cause of our powers of vision. Long ago, human beings were not endowed with eyes because they lived under very different conditions. In those earlier times of Earth evolution, the sun was not yet visible to an eye's sense of sight. Think of the stories of Niflheim, world of mist. The more human beings lived in the light of the sun, the more did this sunlight gradually develop the eye. All other sense organs have also developed in such a way, with sounds creating the ear, heat the sense of warmth. If there were no hard objects, there would also be no sense of touch. The outside world is the creator and shaper of our whole body. This is most important in practical life, and theosophy is always meant for practical life. It is also tremendously important in education, for the only right way of education depends on the teacher's ability to look deeply into human nature. The physical body develops up to the time of second dentition, the ether body up to about the age of 13 or 14, the astral body up to the age of 20. You have to know all this if you want to be effective in education in a practical way, rather than with fantasies. So when it is above all a matter of laying the foundations for the physical body up to the 7th year, profound and thorough attention must be paid to these physical impressions in teaching, that is, to everything children perceive with their sense organs. Anything not laid down by way of forms and potential in the children's bodies up to the 7th year will be lost forever. Understanding this will give medicine in particular tremendously many guidelines for appropriate treatment, among other things of rickets, for instance. Why does this disease develop at this particular age? Exactly because children are forming their body at this time, and the symptoms will take the form of bent bones, poor teeth, wrong shape of the skull, and so on. But up to the time of second dentition, children still have the ability to restore these wrong forms to normal. We see that with appropriate treatment, even the most bent legs can be straight again, and that even if the milk teeth are poor, the second teeth may be perfectly sound. Bent legs that are not corrected by the 7th year will remain for life. The brain is also developing its three-dimensional forms up to the 7th year, and any development, configuration of these subtle forms that has not been achieved by then will be lost forever. As the physical brain is the instrument through which mind and spirit come to expression, it is of enormous importance that this instrument is worked out and in the first 7 years laid down in the best possible way. Even the greatest mind cannot do anything with a poorly developed brain, just as the greatest pianist cannot play well on a piano that is out of tune. It is also particularly with regard to the development of the brain that spiritual science provides important guidelines for both education and medicine. It is here that one frequently comes across a complete failure to establish the facts in modern medicine. Rickets is evident in malformation and abnormal development of bones, but just as frequently also involves malformation in the glandular system and mucous membranes. This means that children with rickets very often show phenomena such as glandular swellings, adenoids, and so on. And the third sign of the disease is that these children will often be mentally retarded, lagging behind at school with poor levels of attention, and do indeed show some degree of mental deficiency. Truth is that the same deficit shows itself in physical brain development, especially the gray matter, as it is called. Its most subtle organization has to be developed in those early years. And like the rest of the phenomena, the problem is due to defects in development. In modern medicine today, physicians with all their scientific training and attitude are too much inclined to do the same as in natural science, completely disregarding the deeper spiritual causes, and simply lining up the external signs and symptoms as direct cause and effect, like a string of pearls. What is the consequence? The facts are bones affected by rickets, adenoids, and poor attention and ability to learn. The immediate conclusion drawn is that children with adenoids are mentally weak, and the adenoids must therefore be removed. This is done. If the conclusion were correct, every child treated in that way would have to show a reduction in and disappearance of the hindrances coming from the brain. Yet what does one see in the vast majority of cases where this method of treatment was used? That the intervention resulted in a very short-lived apparent success, with further proliferations developing in a short time. If the disease is tackled properly at its root, and that is perfectly possible, but it would take us too far away from our subject just now, both the bent shape of bones and the proliferation of mucous membranes and glands would disappear, as would the sluggishness of the brain. After this digression, let us return to our subject. The right physical forms thus catch fire and are configured through contact with the outside world. Up to their 7th year, children are really all sense organ. Everything taken in through the senses is worked through, above all everything children see and hear in their most immediate surroundings. Up to 2nd dentition, children are thus imitators. This also enters into their physical organization. It is really perfectly natural. Children take in the whole of their surroundings through their sense organs. They also practice using their limbs. They see how their father, mother, and so on does one thing or another, and will immediately copy this. This goes as far as every movement of the hands and legs. If the father or mother is fidgety, for example, the child will, in a great number of cases, also be fidgety. If the mother is calm, the child will, of course, also be calm. We must try, therefore, to bring about the right counter effect by creating the right surroundings. To give the child exactly the right guidelines in developing the brain, it will be absolutely necessary to stimulate the imagination as well as providing sensory impressions. It is therefore absolutely essential to give young children the simplest possible toys. A natural child may have a truly beautiful doll, but will again and again reach for the old doll, simply made of a rag. Why is that so? Children must exercise their powers of imagination, and in their imagination transform the item so that it comes to resemble a human figure. That is a really healthy exercise for the brain. Just as physical exercise strengthens one's arm, so does this exercise develop the brain. Colors in the environment are also important. Their effect is very different for young children compared to adults. People often think that green has a soothing effect on a child. This is completely wrong. A fidgety child should have red surroundings, and a calm child needs green or bluish-green. The effect on the child is this. If you look at a bright red and then quickly at a sheet of white paper, you will see the complementary color, which is green. This is the tendency to produce the opposite color. Children also attempt to do this. They try and develop the inner activity that will evoke the opposite color. This has been an example of how the environment acts. The whole environment has a hand, in addition to many, many other things, which we'll be considering later elsewhere, to an extraordinary degree in developing the child's physical body from birth to second dentition, the ether body from the 7th to the 14th year, the astral body from the 14th to the 21st year, and so on. Yes, the environment has a definite influence on individual human beings for the whole of their life. There's a saying, quote, "Tell me what you are involved in, and I'll tell you who you are," close quote. It is based on this insight, for, quote, "what I am involved in" means, of course, what is going on around me. This environment has a powerful influence on me. This applies particularly during the time when the astral body develops from our 14th to our 21st year. And it is an almost everyday experience that a young person is astrally ruined by his environment during these years. And it is exactly the same with life in Devachan as it is with our physical life here. For instance, in Devachan, people are always under the influence of the elements, just as they are here. This takes us back to our starting point, talking about Mozart. Here on Earth, people are all the time under the influence of the external atmosphere. It is the same in Devachan. The atmosphere there consists in all the inner life of ourselves and the people we know. All this inner life is a constant influence. And because of this, it is exactly there that talents develop. They attract the astral powers in the world around them that are in harmony with their soul and allow them to influence them. Mozart was born with that vast memory for music because once in his earlier life, he had gathered experiences which went in that direction and had allowed them to influence him for a long time in Devachan. In Devachan, our inner nature develops more highly thanks to our environment. And indirectly, therefore, everything we have lived through in our earlier life. All our faculties are therefore the fruits of earlier lives, and they have been further developed in Devachan. We hatched out the things we are now capable of doing when we were in Devachan, and the feelings human beings have in their intermediate life are in accord with this. We are completely in harmony with the world in everything that is brought forth there. Here we often feel pain, but in Devachan, even pain makes us feel in harmony. For there we are aware that it is through pain that we gain wisdom. A materialistic academic has actually discovered this. In a treatise on facial expression of thinking, he says, quote, "Every wise face reflects crystallized pain," close quote. Human beings do indeed have experiences in Devachan where they create talents and wisdom for their next life on earth. And the feeling that goes with producing them is one of infinite harmony. You can see a pale reflection of this here when a hen is sitting on her eggs. Transposed into the spiritual, this gives you the feeling of continuous, infinite harmony in the time between Kamaloka and rebirth. For that is where human beings develop all their potential and faculties for the next life. There, everything turns into a wellspring for existing in utter harmony. We have seen now that one source of being in harmony in Devachan is that all bonds entered into here in life are lived with again yonder in Devachan, and that the spiritual aspects of all these relationships are lived through in a tremendously enhanced way. The other source of being in harmony is the producing of potential for the next life. When the spiritual investigator turns his eye, EYE, to this actual activity in Devachan, he realizes that this activity of producing potential is important not only for the individual human being, for his future organization, but that human beings are actively involved and work on the progress of all further Earth evolution. It is wrong to think that we are only concerned with ourselves in Devachan. As one of the blessed in the realm of the spirits, what do we have to achieve there? The activities of the dead contribute to the evolution of this Earth. One might easily ask, why be born over and over again when we have already gone through the experiences of a life on Earth? Surely that is pointless. But that is not how it is. Human beings are never pointlessly reborn. Our individual lives on Earth are so far apart that we are always learning and having to go through new things. Centuries pass between two incarnations, and the Earth has really changed when we returned. Let us assume we have been on Earth in the 2nd century AD and have now reincarnated. What did the Earth look like at that earlier time? Even descriptions of regions produced at a much later time of the river Elbe, for instance, or the river Weser, would have been completely different. Primeval forests then grew in that part of Hessen-Nassau. When people are born again, the situation is that their lives will be completely different from the last time. We go with the Earth's evolution in our incarnations, exactly because we incarnate again and again. Added to this are the changes due to the prevailing civilization. What was a Roman boy child able to do? And how different is a boy's education today? All these life experiences are tremendously important, as we have seen. So there definitely is a point to human beings having to come back over and over again. We now ask ourselves, who is changing the face of the Earth? The dead actually do, who live in spirit land. And with the powers they have there, they work to reshape the Earth. Here, human beings work to shape the outer face of the Earth. There, the dead work on the spiritual archetype of this physical Earth. It is they who send their powers into this physical world and have a part in reshaping it. There are leaders there and higher spirits that assume control. And in this realm, which is right here amongst us, the dead are working to reshape the face of our earth. Why was I born at this time and in this place? Because I have made my bed here, as it were, the bed into which I have been born. The powers that wreak change in the oceans as well as the surface of the earth are those of our dead. We know that the Atlantic Ocean of today was a vast tract of land in the past. And again, the dead have done their part in bringing about the change. These powers act in a natural way. There is nothing remarkable in this. Insight into these things makes us aware, in a wholly logical way, of how important and necessary the work is which we do in spirit land. Here people breathe in the air. They cannot breathe unless they have air. It is similar with the dead, except that there, light does what air is doing here. The initiate sees the spirits of the dead in the spreading light. Plants, for instance, are to him surrounded by the spirits of the dead. And as the light changes the plants, making them grow, it is the spirits of the dead which bring this about. In the spiritual world, we will all be floating above the earth and will work on the plants. The world gains in greatness and significance when we thus consider it in connection with the spirits. We ourselves are literally reshaping the earth. In conclusion, here are a few things that may help us to understand some more subtle aspects of civilization. The seer is occasionally in a position where his own observations substantiate certain phenomena in the history of ancient peoples that have until now been a puzzle to him. It is a known fact that primitive peoples initially are clairvoyant and sometimes see things we know nothing about. These primitive peoples often see something in the shadow that has to do with the soul. The clairvoyant comes back to this again when making his observations. For when you look into the shadow cast by yourself, for instance, you first see your spiritual emanations. If you hold back the physical light, you will see the spiritual in the shadow space. This has survived in spiritual science, and some have made use of it, though they did not know what they were doing, like Chamisso, for example, in his title, Peter Schlemiel. That is a man who has lost his shadow and is most unhappy about this. It is a spiritual fact that the soul becomes visible in the shadow, and because of this, the man without a shadow is a man without a soul. There are hundreds of such examples. We truly only come to understand the world fully when we come to know its spiritual basis. Because of this, spiritual science is not for the broody, but exactly for people who really want to be practical. Not because we want to withdraw from the visible sphere, but exactly because we want to gain better understanding of the visible world. The more sublime facts relate to the visible world as magnetism does to iron. We only get to know iron fully when we also learn about magnetism. Some examples will show that the things we get to know in the spiritual world bear fruit specifically in practical life. The end of Lecture 5. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. You are listening to Collected Works Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner, 2 lecture cycles. The book itself is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ, and this first collection or cycle is entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism. This is Lecture 6, given in Kassel on the 21st of June, 1907. When human beings have got so far in the spiritual region, which we discussed yesterday, that they have transformed, as it were, everything by way of abilities and talents which they had gained in their life on earth, the time comes where they get ready for a new incarnation. We must understand that there are two things we see when we meet individual human beings: elements they have inherited and others which they have brought with them into this world from earlier lives. We will be considering the human being's descent into this world. Please do not let the term descent upset you, for it is not a descent in spatial terms, but rather a gradual emergence from the world that surrounds us. We saw yesterday that this spiritual world must not be sought in some yonder region, but that it also exists right here, all around us. It is just that people have no possibility today of perceiving this spiritual world. A new incarnation or embodiment develops out of that world. We have seen that human beings have retained an essence of both the ether and the astral body from their earlier lives, an overview of what they lived through, and also as much of their astral body as they had refined. They had taken all this with them into the spiritual world. Only elements that had not been ennobled and refined had dropped away. We will get a better idea of reincarnation if we understand a few things about the life after death. We have seen that immediately after their physical death, human beings continue to live in their ether body for about 3.5 days, and that their past life rises up before them in a kind of tableau during those 3.5 days. After this, the ether body dissolves, and they enter into Kamaloka, a period of purification, removing all astrality that needs to be purified and cleansed. At this point, I must speak of another experience. Human beings go through a significant experience at the very moment when this memory tableau comes up immediately after death. They feel as if they are suddenly getting bigger, as if they were rapidly breaking through their surface and growing out into space. This feeling stays with them until they are born again. They feel themselves to be as large as the world to which they belong, as big as the whole of cosmic space. This will also give you an idea of how it is possible for human beings to see and be sentient of their bodies as if they were something alien. It is a strange feeling, being thus spread out through cosmic space. Then there is something else which is even more difficult to understand. During the whole of the Kamaloka time, human beings feel as if divided up in space. You'll understand this better like this. When someone lives his life back to childhood in Kamaloka, as I have told you, he feels everything he had experienced in life as if it were a mirror image. He will really feel the slap in the face he gave someone. He literally feels himself to be in part of the space the other individual had occupied. So if you died here in Kassel, let us say, and the other person whose face you did slap in the past is living in Paris, you will feel as if a piece of you were there. You feel yourself altogether as if divided up in the cosmos. You feel as if pieces of you were in all the places where you have to deal with things, as it were. You have to understand that it is such that you feel nothing in the space between Paris and Kassel. So if you consider all events in your life in this respect, you literally feel cut up in pieces during this whole period after death. The following may serve as an analogy. A wasp is in two parts, an anterior part and a posterior part, which is connected with the other one by a very fine thread. Think of this posterior part cut off completely, though the wasp is still lugging it along. That is more or less how you may imagine this. You feel that you are in separate pieces, and there is no connection between the pieces. However, when human beings enter into Devachan, they will feel again the way they did immediately after death, as if they filled the whole of cosmic space. When human beings have transformed all their potential for talents and abilities in Devachan, the I will feel itself drawn to the physical earth again, seeking to descend to earth again for physical embodiment. First, the I, capital, will surround itself with an astral body. It does so by drawing everything astral to itself. It all comes together like iron filings coming together when a magnet is used and creates a particular configuration. The I has received impressions of everything it has gone through in traversing the soul and spirit land. And all this creates the basic powers involved in building the new astral body. The new astral body thus takes with it everything which the individual has gone through in earlier lives and in Kamaloka. All impressions gained now play a role in the way in which the individual becomes integrated in a new astral body. The human being now has his astral body, but he must also have the other levels of existence. The astral body has been created merely by using powers of attraction. Prior to conception, the individual is garbed in this astral body only. The seer, therefore, always sees these astral seeds of human beings as they wait for their conception and birth. He sees them fly about at tremendous speed, bell-shaped forms moving through space at enormous speed. Distances are nothing to them. They move so fast that distances do not matter at all. Now comes the assumption of an ether body. In this case, the human being cannot garb himself using only his own powers. His inherent powers cannot provide for the ether body on their own. Here, human beings need the assistance of certain spirits which have to give a hand. You will gain an idea of these spirits if you consider that you sometimes use words that do not really mean anything to you. For instance, the terms, quote, soul of a nation, close quote, or, quote, spirit of a nation, close quote. Using these terms today, people have no real idea of what they mean, or think of something completely abstract. The seer has a different idea of this. There truly are, just as truly as we ourselves truly exist, spirits of a higher kind. These do not become incarnate and are nothing but the souls of nations or tribes. There is nothing vague in speaking of the spirit of a nation. The soul of a nation is a distinct spiritual entity, though it does not have a physical body, the ether body being its lowest one. The spirit of the nation also has an astral body, I, Manas, Buddhi, Atman, and one even higher principle, which human beings do not attain to, which in Christian esotericism is called the Holy Spirit, while Theosophists call it the Logos. The seer is thus able to speak to the spirit of a nation, just as he speaks to another person. People have no real idea of these things today and think the term merely refers to the combined characteristics of an individual nation, which is not true, however, for they are genuine spiritual entities. Understanding for such things had to be lost because of materialistic thinking, but it will be regained. Today, people tend to let the meaning of such terms vanish into thin air. But that is something which had to be. And it also had to be that a book was written and much admired, titled Die Kritik der Sprache, Critique of Language, by Fritz Mautner. Fritz Mautner is someone who dissolves everything that cannot be perceived with the senses. One has to be a radical thinker, devoid of all common sense, to write such a book. Someone with the courage to break with all that is spirit and real. In future centuries, people will have to read this very book if they want to know what the thinking was at the turn of this century. The soul of a nation is absolutely real. It spreads like a vapor cloud, and all the ether bodies of individual members of the tribe or nation are embedded in it. Its powers flow into the ether bodies of individual people. Spirits that hold exactly this rank of soul of a nation take part in putting together the ether body of a new soul. This kind of spirit causes the human being to be directed toward a particular nation, one that is the most suitable for her or him. Now, this ether body does not always fit in completely, and all the disharmonies you find in life are often due to the fact that the individual could not create his or her ether body using their own powers. Full accord will only come at a much later stage of Earth evolution. The process of garbing with an ether body happens at great speed, something you cannot visualize knowing only earthly conditions. And then even higher spirits will guide the individual to the parents who will be able to provide the right material for a physical body. A modern materialist will find it hard to believe that when a son looks like his parents, there is still something else connected with the body he has inherited from his parents. Yes, we do look like our ancestors physically, but this does not contradict what I have been saying. Let us consider a special case, the Bach family. Over a period of 250 years, more than 29, more or less, important musicians came from that family. A materialist will say that this shows that it is all due to heredity. In the same way, the Bernoulli family produced 8 mathematicians. How can this be? We will find it easiest to understand if we take a good look at heredity. As this is easier to understand in the case of a musician, let us look at the Bach family. Let us assume a young Bach had been in Rome, let us say, in an earlier incarnation, had worked through his potential gifts and wanted to incarnate again. Supposing he had brought the greatest musical gifts with him as the fruit of earlier incarnations. He would not be able to do anything with all his gifts unless he found a well-developed ear. Without a well-developed ear, he would be as helpless as a virtuoso without an instrument. It was absolutely necessary for this individual to enter into a body that had a good organ for the gifts which he was bringing with him. The outer form of our internal and external organs is inherited. And to be a musician, this individual had to have a well-developed organ of hearing in that new life. Where would this be most easily found? In a family of musicians. He was therefore guided to where he would find the best organ for the further development of the gifts he had, and that was with the parents of Johann Sebastian Bach. How was it with the Bernoulli brothers? Mathematical thinking is not based on the nature of the brain, for the logic of mathematics does not differ from any other logic. No, the talent for mathematics depends on the particularly accurate organization of the 3 semicircular canals. This organ, not much bigger than a pea, lies embedded in the petrous part of the temporal bone and consists in 3 semicircular canals that correspond exactly to 3-dimensional space. So if one canal is exactly vertical, the second goes from left to right, and the third from front to back. They are all at right angles to one another at exactly 90 degrees. This is the important point. The closer the canal is to a right angle, the better does the organ function. If it is injured in some way, vertigo develops and you lose your bearings in space. A talent for mathematics depends on these canals being particularly well developed, which provides the opportunity to use one's talent in mathematics. This organ is inherited, just as a good ear for music is. The brain reflects on space just as it does on philosophy. For example, but to have a feeling for shapes in space, that depends on these three semicircular canals. An individual with great mathematical gifts will incarnate in a family where this organ is really well developed, and that was the case with the Bernoulli family. It also needs the right instrument to be truly moral. Someone with great morality will therefore look for parents likely to provide him with the best instrument for this. People may lightheartedly say that you can't be careful enough in choosing your parents, but it is true in the deepest, most serious sense, for a child may indeed be said to choose his parents. Some people may object and say, quote, "What about mother love then?" For that surely arises because a mother feels the child to be a piece of herself, close quote. Seen in the right light, mother love is not negatively affected in any way by this. Quite the contrary. We gain an even deeper understanding of it. Why is the child born of that particular mother? Because the child's spiritual qualities guide it to a mother of the same spiritual quality, and the child loves its mother even before it is conceived. Mother love is the counterpart, as it were, to that primary attachment. An insight like this will give even deeper meaning to the term. It will essentially depend on the qualities of the father and the mother, what opportunity they provide for incarnation. And this is where father and mother are different. When a human being comes down to be born again, the I, having more powers of will, is attracted more to the father, and the part which has more astral powers to the mother. The father thus has a greater influence on the I, on will and character. The mother more on the astral body, that is, the power to envisage things. In the ideal case, both parents are just right for the individual wanting to incarnate. The powers with which the human being is imbued in the ascent also have an effect in the descent. All this creates powers of attraction, and the individual will be drawn into the sphere that has always borne a relationship to him. He is thus guided toward the people with whom he has already been involved to a degree in the past. Let me give you an example based on a real situation. 4 or 5 judges in a Vehmic court, readers aside, Vehmic is spelled V-E-H-M-I-C, it might be Phamic, and readers aside, condemned a man to death and he was executed. A spiritual scientific investigation of these 6 people showed that all these men had been together on earth in their previous life, with the condemned man the chieftain, and that the others had been executed by him. That last execution was therefore a kind of balancing out. This particular case provides a good demonstration of the law of karma. The different powers which someone has drawn to him in his previous life thus act in concert. On reincarnation, they determine the bodily constitution, the place where the individual will be born, and his further destiny. Dissonances are often more evident in the physical body than they are in the ether body. All this shows us how human beings are garbed in 3 bodies on reincarnation. With every incarnation, the I works on the astral body, ether body, and physical body. We will hear later how they rise to this high level of perfection. But the astral body and ether body is transformed more and more. And the refined astral body turns more and more into manas, the refined ether body into buddhi, the refined physical body into atman. That is how we may think of the progressive perfection from incarnation to incarnation. It is most beautifully put in words in the Lord's Prayer, though we will only understand it rightly if we take it in the truly Christian sense, as it was taken in St. Paul's occult school. In this school, the true Christian meaning of the Lord's Prayer was explained. The pupils were told something like, quote, think of the higher levels of human existence, which develop as human beings progressively refine their three lowest levels, close quote. The early Christians saw these three higher levels, manas, buddhi, atman, as the human being's divine nature. In progressively developing these higher levels, human beings came closer and closer to the Godhead. Taking this point of view, the early esoteric Christians called the three highest levels divine nature, and called the highest level Atman, the Father. This is the most profound divinity in human beings, the Father in the heavens. This Father is the goal of all human development. It is the focal point in the world's creation. The best way of looking at creation in Christian terms is to have real understanding of sacrifice, offering. Think your mirror image and assume you can be so selfless as to offer your life to the mirror image. We have to see selfless creation as a process in which one gives oneself up wholly to one's creation. Imagine the Father Spirit at the center of a hollow sphere that is mirroring itself, so that the image of God presents itself 1,000 times. The early esoteric Christian would thus say, quote, consider the world. What are all creatures but images of God? Close quote. And in their esoteric teachings, they called this mirrored Godhead, quote, the kingdom, close quote, meaning, quote, God in his mirror image everywhere, close quote. Now, let your feeling develop further. If you see God in everything, you will have dissolved the Godhead into countless separate details. And to tell them apart, you must give every one of them a name. This name must be hallowed, for every single creature is, after all, an image of the Godhead. Developing into these three, human beings come closer to God. You must not think, however, that the human being then is God. Take a drop from the ocean. It is the same by nature as the ocean, but it is not the ocean. In the same way, the drop of divinity in us is of the same nature as the Godhead, but it is not the Godhead. In progressively developing the three highest levels of existence, human beings come to be more and more at one with the kingdom, for the spiritual world is coming down to them. There you have the first three petitions in the Lord's Prayer. First, in calling upon the Father. Secondly, in the plea that the kingdom come to us. Thirdly, in the hallowing of the name. We will then always endeavor to do nothing that is not in harmony with the Father Spirit, from which we have sprung forth, and toward which we develop, as we develop, the three highest levels of existence in us. Esoteric Christianity, then, considers the four lower levels of human existence to be in contrast to the three higher levels, and that these must also grow more and more perfect. The physical body consists of the same material as the natural world around us, substances that are also all the time entering into this physical body and leaving it again. They have to enter and leave if the physical body is to continue in good health. The ether body has powers which are in a reciprocal relationship to the whole soul of the nation. just as the physical body has a reciprocal relationship with the whole of the natural world around us. If the physical body is to be in good order, physical substances must enter and leave day by day. If the ether body is to be in good order, it must not develop in isolation, but be in harmony with the whole soul of the nation and all higher spirits. The term debt has to do with debts. Debts are something which really shows that you are not on your own, but in a social context, that you owe something to the others around you. The astral body can fall into disorder, and in original Christian esotericism, this was considered to be something to do with its tendencies and passions, drives, and desires. Everything that may cause such disorder is expressed in the term, in quotes, temptation. Debt, therefore, is something through which people relate to the community. Temptation, something to which every human being can be subject as an individual. If physical substances were not entering and leaving our physical body, this physical body would soon be out of order. Quote, give us today the bread we need every day. Close quote. If the ether body were not in harmonious interaction with the soul of the nation qualities, that is, if it were not to fit in harmoniously with the whole social system, it would also fall into disorder. Quote, forgive us our debts. Close quote. If human beings were to fall into error and give way to every temptation that came to them, their astral principle would fall into disorder. Quote, lead us not into temptation, close quote, or do not bring us to the test, close quote. The I can be subject to the errors which are referred to as evil, in quotes. These errors of the I, which is our self, include everything which changes a normal, sound self-awareness into evil, that is, into self-seeking. This involves all transgressions of egotism. Quote, deliver us from evil. Close quote. The physical body can develop in a sound way if we let it have its daily bread in the right way. The ether body can develop in a sound way if we find the right harmony with the social body in which we live. The astral body can develop in a sound way, that is, be brought to purification and cleansing if we overcome all temptations. The I can develop in a sound way if we make the effort to transform all egotism into altruism, all self-seeking into selflessness. The Lord's Prayer is thus a prayer which encompasses the further development of the whole human being. Someone may object, and you will come across this objection quite often, that the Lord's Prayer is a prayer which Christ Jesus gave as a prayer for everyone. So what is the point of such an interpretation which is beyond the knowledge of most people? Naive people need not know any of this. Look at a rose. The greatest wisdom has led to its development, and yet it is there for all to enjoy. It is not necessary to know of this wisdom. And that is also how it is with the Lord's Prayer. It affects the human heart and soul, even if naive people know nothing about this. But it would never have that power if it had not arisen from that most profound wisdom. All the great forms of prayer have arisen like this, the greatest of them all, from that profound wisdom. And the power of these forms of prayer is based on this alone. You may think that it is something thought up, but that is not so. The Spirit who gave us the Lord's Prayer has given it that profound power. You see, therefore, that it needs the help of spiritual science to understand something which we practice daily, and the power of which has been with humanity for 2 millennia. Now, however, the time has come in human evolution where we cannot go on unless we gain deeper insight. In the past, meaning before this, Humanity was able to feel the spiritual power of this very prayer without being aware of its deeper meaning. Now, however, humanity has advanced so far in its evolution that people must ask, and so they must now be given the answer. The Christian religion will not lose it in value with this, but rather gain in depth. The greatest wisdom will lead to the religious content being gained afresh. One example of this is the esoteric elucidation of the Lord's Prayer. It shows us the direction that human beings have to take through their many incarnations. If they proceed in the spirit of the four lower petitions, these will help them to do the work that leads to the configuring of the higher levels of human existence as they are presented in the first three petitions. The end of Lecture 6. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner, consisting of 2 lecture cycles. The book itself is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ, and we are listening to the first cycle, and that is entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, translated by Anna Moes. This is Lecture 7, given in Kassel on the 22nd of June, 1907. Today we have to talk about the law of karma, as it is called, the law of cause and effect in the spiritual world. To begin with, we must recall the earlier lectures, which showed us how the whole course of life consists in a number of incarnations, so that all of you have been on earth many times, and will also return many times more. Later we shall hear that it is not right to assume that these incarnations are repeated forward and back for all eternity. Instead, we shall see that they did once begin, and that there will be a time when they will cease again, when human beings will have different ways of further development. To begin with, we'll therefore consider the period of time when reincarnations of that kind take place. And we have to be clear in our minds that everything we call destiny, when it comes to character and inner qualities, and also to outward destiny and our situation in life, is due to our earlier incarnations. And that the things we do in this life will in turn have an influence on later lives. The great law of cause and effect governs all our incarnations. Let us consider how this law takes effect in the whole world, not only in the spiritual, but also in the physical world. Assume you have 2 jugs of water. Take an iron ball, which you have made red hot, and drop it into the first jug of water. What will happen? The water hisses and the ball cools down. Next, take the ball out and put it into the second jug. The water will not hiss, and the ball will not cool down much more. The ball thus behaves quite differently in the 2 cases. It would not have done what it did in the second case if it had not been put into the first jug before. The behavior in the second case is therefore the effect of what happened to it in the first jug. This is what we call karma. It is the ball's karma that it no longer hisses and does not cool down in a second jug. Now, an example from the animal world will show you that later conditions depend on what has happened in the previous life. Take the creatures which have migrated to the caves in Kentucky. In the total absence of sunlight, the eyes did slowly regress. The material which was otherwise used for the eyes migrated to other organs, and the eyes wasted away. The animals gradually grew blind. And it is the destiny of all the descendants to be born blind. If the parents had not migrated to the dark caves, it would not be the destiny of the descendants to be blind. This state of blindness has thus been the consequence of an earlier activity, migration to the dark caves. According to occult science, everything that happens in the world is due to karma. Karma is the general cosmic law. The Bible also speaks of this karma right at the beginning. It says, quote, "In the beginning God created the world," close quote. If a superficial view is taken of this, which is common today, you will not realize that this is in the terms of karmic law. You will realize it immediately, however, if you take the original of this ancient document, where we hear of this activity, or one of the earliest translations into Latin, the Septuagint, for example, the standard translation of the Old Testament used in the whole Roman Catholic Church to this day, especially Genesis. In this kind of introductory lecture course, intended to show you the tremendous depths of the spiritual scientific view of the world, it is, I think, reasonable to take a step outside our actual subject. People today really have no relationship anymore to the living word. Speech and language have, on the one hand, become a conventional means of communication, and on the other, the language of business. This was very different when the word was created in ancient times. Then, human beings still had a living relationship to the word. Indeed, in earliest times, every single letter used to make up a word had profound meaning. People today have no idea as to what went through the mind of a Hebrew sage in those times when he spoke the word bara, which comes in the first sentence in Genesis and was later translated into Latin as creare, to create. What meaning lies deep down in bara? We still have the same stem in our language today in the word bear, to give birth. The root kr in karma also belongs to creare, so that when we say creare in Latin, this means nothing more or less than something arises due to the influence of earlier conditions, meaning that something arises which karmically is due to something that went before. We can only speak of karma in the present-day sense, since Lucifer has come on the scene, that is, from the moment when man was first at fault. Because of this, anything connected with the word karma also always has something of the concept, in quotes, fault to it. Creare, therefore, means to give rise to something because of a karmic debt. The stem bar does not yet have any of this fault or debt connotation. How has this come about? Doubtless, because the ancient Hebrews were still much more closely connected with the spiritual world, and perfectly clear in their mind that at the time when the Elohim were creatively thinking up the world, there could, as yet, be no thought of karma. In the Latin stage of human evolution, human beings had already been completely separated from the spiritual world, as we shall see on another occasion. They were therefore quite unable to think of the Elohim's creative thinking in anything but a karmic context. Both bara and creare never mean that God created the world from nothing. The meaning behind both these words is that God let earlier states flow across into new ones. In the same way, a mother does not bear a child from nothing. To bear or give birth means that the infant emerges and becomes visible in the world, when before it was hidden in the mother's womb. You see how much the meaning of the Bible can be distorted. First of all, theologians said that God had created the world from nothing. This was because they no longer knew about the periods of cosmic evolution that had preceded the Earth state. Whole libraries of books have been written about this. But all those theologians were like Don Quixote fighting windmills. It is always necessary to know whom or what you are fighting, and we must always establish the original meaning of those ancient documents. When we see the law of karma, the way it truly must be seen, as the connection between cause and effect, not only in physical life on earth, between birth and death, but also in the life in the spiritual world after death, this law of karma will cast light on our own life. Insight into it means profound satisfaction, not only for the rational mind, but in the deepest sense also for heart and mind, providing real insight into our relationship to the world. You will see its great significance more and more clearly, realizing that it needs real insight into this law of karma if we are to make life with the world around us harmonious. It will explain not only the riddles of the world that one must first dream up, but also those we truly meet with at every step in life. Surely it is a riddle to see how one individual is guiltlessly born in the most miserable conditions, and how, in the case of another, the greatest potential gifts have to come to nothing because of the social situation into which the individual is born. We often ask ourselves why one individual is born into such poor conditions through no fault of his own, and another, without having done anything to deserve it specially, is born into a well-to-do family who give her or him all love and attention. These are questions to be ignored only by people today who do not care about things. The deeper our insight into the law of karma, the more shall we see that all the harshness disappears, which seems to prevail when one takes only a superficial look at it. We'll then see more and more clearly how it has come about that one individual has to live under one kind of conditions and another under different ones. One or another person's life will only seem harsh if we look only at the one life. If we know that this one life is the absolute effect of earlier actions, this harshness goes away completely, and we realize that human beings prepare their lives for themselves. Someone might say, quote, "Yes, but that is a terrible thing if one has to think that people are themselves responsible for the strokes of destiny in their life." Close quote. Here we have to understand that the law of karma is not for sentimental, brooding people. It is a law for action, making us strong, giving us courage and hope. For although we have ourselves created the life we live, with all its difficulties, we also know that it is a law, the main significance of which lies not in the past, but in the future. However much we are at the present time oppressed by the consequences of past deeds, insight into the law of karma will bear fruit in later lives. Depending on what we do, the fruits of these actions will be there in future lives, for no action is taken in vain. Think how much more theosophical it is to see the law of karma as a law for doing. For whatever we do, we cannot escape the fruits of our actions. The worse things are for us in our present life, the better we are at accepting it, the better will things be for us in future lives. The law of karma solves the riddles we meet with at every step in life. How does the previous life relate to the later one? We have to understand that all the inner effects of outside experiences have an effect in the coming life, being pleasure or pain. As you know, all pleasure and pain, joy or unhappiness that live in us are in our astral body. Everything our astral body lives through in this life, especially if events repeat themselves, will in the next life be evident as a quality of the ether body. The joy you awaken again and again in your soul with regard to an object in your life will mean that you will have a deep regard and preference for this object in your next life. Regard and preference are character traits, however, which are present in the ether body. So that anything which the astral body brought about in the previous life will be qualities of the ether body in the next life. Things you experience repeatedly in this life will be your basic character in the next life. A melancholic temperament develops if the individual has had many sad experiences in the previous life that put him again and again in a sad mood. It has given the next ether body the tendency to be melancholic. Conversely, people who are able to look always on the positive side and so generate pleasure and joy, happy high-mindedness in their astral body, will in their next life have a lasting character trait in the ether body that gives them a cheerful temperament. When someone who has to face difficult things in life overcomes them with energy, his ether body will be born with a choleric temperament in the next life. Knowing all this, we can actually prepare ourselves and ether body for the next life. The qualities which the ether body has in one life will in the next life appear in the physical body. So if someone has bad habits and character traits and does nothing to overcome them, this will appear as a disposition of the physical body in the next life, literally a disposition to disease. It may sound strange to you, but the disposition for particular diseases, and especially infectious diseases, does indeed come from bad habits in the previous life. With this insight, it is therefore also up to us to prepare health or sickness for our next life. If we get out of a bad habit, we make ourselves physically sound and resistant to infection in our next life. It is therefore possible to take care of our health in the next life if we endeavor to cultivate only good and noble qualities. Now, to a third thing that is extraordinarily important for seeing the law of karma in the right light. We have to put the right value on our actions, even in this life. So far, we have only spoken of things that occur within the human being. But the things we do in this life, that is, the way we act toward the world around us, will in the next life have their effect in this very world around us. I have not really done anything if I just have a bad habit. But if it makes me act, then this action will change the outside world. And everything which had such an effect on the physical world outside will come to us as external destiny in our next life in the outside world. The actions of the physical body in this life will be our destiny in the next life. We learn of this as we find ourselves in one situation or another. Whether a person is happy or unhappy in one situation in life or another will depend on actions performed in the previous life. The Vamic murder again serves as an apt, instructive example, which shows how an outward action in one life comes back to the individual concerned as destiny in the next life. So these are the karmic situations of individuals in brief outline. We must, however, speak not only of the karma of individuals. That would be absolutely wrong. As wrong as when an individual finger on our hand wanted to see itself as an individual entity. Someone who would rise above the earth for a few miles would get exactly as far as the finger would get if it were to separate from the organism. Concerning ourselves with the science of the spirit, we would literally be forced to realize from the insight we have thus gained that we must not deceive ourselves and insist that we are individual entities. It is like this in the physical and very much more so in the spiritual world. We are part of the whole world and also have our destiny as part of the whole. Karma affects not only individuals, but also the life of whole nations. An example. You all know that leprosy was a disease of medieval times. It did not disappear from Europe until the 16th century. There was a quite particular reason why it appeared in medieval times, and this was a non-physical reason. Materialists are, of course, inclined to ascribe such an infectious disease to bacilli. But it is not just the physical cause which plays a role in such a disease. This is just as if someone were given a thorough thrashing and one was asked to investigate why he had been thrashed. A reasonable person will easily see that the cause of the thrashing was that there are some rough characters in the village. But it would be downright silly in this case to conclude, like a materialist, that when someone comes and tells us that the man's back is black and blue, that this is wholly and entirely because sticks struck his back so and so many times. The sticks are undoubtedly the materialistic cause of the back being black and blue. But it is the rough people who are the deeper cause. Thus leprosy has bacilli for its materialistic cause, but there is also a cause in mind and spirit. Crying provides a perfect analogy to this. The mental cause is sorrow, the material one the secretion from the tear glands. It is hard to believe that a quite significant academic of the present time has managed to come to the same foolish conclusion as the one just given, for he made the downright mind-blowing statement that human beings do not cry because they feel sorry. They feel sorry because they cry. Back to leprosy now. In this case, if you want to explain the deeper cause of this disease, the one that is not physical, you must look back on a significant historical event. The time when great hordes invaded Europe from the east, causing fear and terror. Those Asian hordes were peoples who had remained at the ancient Atlantean stage and were therefore in decline. They were peoples, therefore, who had a powerful kind of decline or decay element in their astral body. Nothing would have happened if their rush on Europe had not caused shock or terror. As it was, those hordes caused fear and terror and shock. Whole nations experienced these states of fear and shock. The decaying astrality of the Huns then got mixed into the astral bodies, harrowed by fear and terror of the invaded nations. The degenerated astral bodies of Asian tribes offloaded their bad astral matter onto the astral bodies of the Europeans. And this decaying matter was the cause of the physical effects of the disease at a later time. That is, in truth, the deep spiritual cause of leprosy in medieval times. Something which happened in the minds of people did later on appear in the physical body. Only those who know this law of karma and are able to see through it have the right to intervene actively in the course of history. I'm now going to tell you about something which contributed to the establishment of the theosophical philosophy of life. It is this: karma has its effects on individuals and also on nations, and indeed humanity as a whole. Any student of the history of European civilization will know that materialism came up about 400 years ago. It is essentially harmless in science, for there faults will always be spotted and made up for. It is much more harmful in practical life, for there everything is done from the point of view of material interests. Materialism would never have entered into practical life if people had not felt attracted by it, and there would not have been a Büchner and so on if people had not already been so much attached to material things. Materialism is, however, most harmful in religious life, that is, in the church. The church has for centuries been steering toward materialism. How? If you go back to the times of early Christianity, you would never have heard of anyone thinking that the 7 days of creation actually were 7 days, which is still widely assumed to be the case today, and that one would imagine the seventh day, in quotes, to be one when someone who has done heavy physical work sits down and takes a rest. Our materialistic age no longer knows anything about the reality of these 7 days of creation. It will be the privilege of theosophy to enlighten people again about this ancient document called Genesis. These materialistic views in religion have eaten their way most deeply into the life of nations. And this materialism will prevail more and more, especially in the field of religion. And it is exactly there where there will be less and less insight. People not understanding that it is the mind and spirit which matters, and not things physical and material. You will, of course, agree that material thinking, feeling, and doing has entered more and more into the whole of people's view of life. And ultimately, this will have an effect on the state of health of later generations. An age when people have a sound view of life will create a strong inner focus for human beings, making them self-contained and their descendants strong and robust. An age where people believe only in material things will generate descendants in whose bodies everything goes its own way. There is no focus. And this does give rise to the signs of neurasthenia and nervousness. This would get worse and worse if materialism continued to be the future philosophy of life. The seer can tell you exactly what would happen if materialism were not counterbalanced by a firm spiritual orientation. Mental diseases would then be epidemic. Children would be nervous and suffer from tremors, even at birth. And further consequence of attachment to material things would be a human breed lacking in inner focus, something we do see even today. About 30 years ago, it was this thought and this prospect for humanity: if spiritual means were not used to counter this effect of materialism, which led to the inauguration of the theosophical movement. There may be much that can be said for or against this kind of remedy, but all the objections won't carry much weight. The main thing is that it will help. That is how it is with the healing powers of theosophy. It is intended to prevent something which would inevitably come if humanity continued with materialism as before. You see, therefore, how in thinking about the law of karma in its deeper sense, we cannot consider the human being to be a separate entity, but must see him as being subject to the law of karma also within the community. The law of karma is not for people who want to believe in a destiny that is completely blind. You would be wholly in error if you were to take the law of karma in that sense. Yet one keeps coming across people who have fallen into this error. One person will say, quote, "I know it is not my fault that something or other happens to me. It's just my karma, and I have to live through it," close quote. Someone else will say, quote, I see someone who is in trouble, but I must not help him, for it is his own fault. It is his karma, and he must go through it, close quote. All this is completely nonsensical. To get an idea of karmic law that is easily understood, you might compare it to the business law of debit and credit. A merchant is subject to this law in everything he does. And it is the same when it comes to living with karma. All the good and bad things you have done in your last life are your balance sheet entries. All good qualities on the debit and all bad ones on the credit side of your karma. You should not, however, say, quote, I must not interfere, close quote. That would be as foolish as if a merchant, having drawn the balance, were to say, quote, now I must not do any more deals, for that would change my balance, close quote. Just as a merchant improves his balance with every good deal, so I, too, improve my karma with every good thing I do. Just as the merchant is free to make an entry on the debit or credit side at any time, so people are free to do this in the ledger of life. People are always free in this action, not in spite of the law of karma, but exactly by taking it into account. If we know that everything we do, acting in full freedom, will have an effect in this ledger of life, we cannot agree with someone who will not help someone in need. That is just as if a merchant were about to go bankrupt and asked us to lend him 20,000 marks. Surely you would lend him the money if you knew that he was a good businessman and would use the loan to get into a sound position again. And that is also how it is with those in need. You help them to mend their karma so that their destiny may take a turn for the good. And you are at the same time improving your own karma, having done a good deed. The law of karma is indeed a law for active intervention in daily life. It is particularly important to gain the right understanding of the law of karma exactly from this point of view when we look at the way it relates to Christianity. Serious misunderstandings exist today among theologians. Modern theologians are saying, quote, we are teaching that with the death on the cross, all sins are forgiven. You teach the law of karma, and that contradicts our teaching, close quote. The contradiction is only apparent, however, for the law of karma has not been understood. Conversely, there are theosophists who say that they cannot accept that the death on the cross means forgiveness of sins. They do, in fact, also fail to understand the law of karma. Let us assume you help someone and intervene in his destiny so that it will be positive. Now, if you were able to help two people, this would also in no way go against the law of karma. Next, assume that you are an individual who is called upon to rid the world of an evil by doing a particular thing. Does that go against the law of karma? The Christ Spirit has done exactly the same thing, on a large scale, as a human being who helped not only hundreds or thousands of people, but the whole of humanity in performing his deed. The death for redemption, of atonement for others, was therefore wholly in accord with the law of karma, and can in fact only be understood in connection with this law. Only those who do not understand will think there is contradiction. It is just as little in contradiction to the law of karma as is the help which I give to a single individual in need. With regard to the law of karma, you have to think of the future, for we make an entry in our account's ledger with everything we do, and this will bear fruit. Contradiction between Christianity and karma could only be seen by those who are still caught up in the childhood diseases of theosophy. Insight into this law of karma will explain many things. In the first place, we can exactly demonstrate the connection between bodily development at this time and our previous lives. A life full of love prepares for a development in the next life that will keep the person young for a long time. Premature aging, on the other hand, is due to much antipathy in the previous life. Secondly, a particularly selfish desire for gain creates dispositions for infectious diseases in the next life. Thirdly, it is particularly interesting that the consequence of pain, and above all certain diseases one goes through, will mean a handsome body in the next life. Such an insight makes it easier for us to bear with some diseases. In reference to and with insight into such destiny connections, one of the greatest Bible scholars, Fabre d'Olivet, used a beautiful image to show how things are interrelated in life. He wrote, quote, "Consider the pearl in the shell. The creature had to suffer, and this suffering has given rise to the beautiful pearl." Close quote. And that is indeed how illness in this life is often connected with something that will add something positive to the next life. Tomorrow, then, about how this may be developed further in a number of different directions. The end of Lecture 7. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 100, which consists of two cycles. The title of the book itself is True Knowledge of the Christ. The first cycle is called Theosophy and Rosicrucianism. I'm on Lecture 8 of that cycle of 14 lectures. Translated by Anna Moyse. Given in Kassel on the 23rd of June, 1907. Today I want to add a few things concerning reincarnation and karma. I would then move on to discuss the evolution of our planet Earth, for this alone will give us accurate understanding of the true nature of man as it presents itself in relation to the cosmos. I then want to end this course of lectures by considering, together with you, how human beings develop when their endeavors are directed toward gaining a view of the higher worlds. If we are to enter into those worlds, we will need to consider, number one, pre-Christian inner development, number two, Christian inner development, and number three, Rosicrucian inner development. What remains to be said about reincarnation should be reserved for a separate chapter, for it is the most difficult for beginners to understand. We will have to consider things that initially relate to the time between two incarnations, and that in itself is an issue which comes as a shock to the materialistic mind of our time. The one source of knowledge available to the spiritual investigator cannot be checked by people who do not yet have spiritual vision. It is living experience. However, anyone who goes through the inner training, which we still need to discuss, will be well able to establish when the majority of people living in the present time were last incarnated here on earth. I will also have to speak of the means used in Chaldean, Pythagorean, and all other mystery centers of pre-Christian times to make it possible for people to enter into the spiritual world. All those able to look into conditions in the spiritual worlds, and therefore to trace the previous incarnations of human beings, will discover the majority of people now living to have been incarnated in the early time after the birth of the Christ and until the 8th and 9th centuries. These are averages. The time between two incarnations may also be shorter or longer. There is something else connected with the fact I have just been mentioning, something which has become particularly evident in our time. It is the fact that right now, in our time, unusually radical thinkers are demanding equality. This is nothing but the demand for equality that existed in early Christian centuries, applied to the material world. The early Christian tenet was equality before God and equality before the worldly authorities. Many of the people who thus claimed equality in the early Christian centuries went through the gate of death with their demand not met. They took their longing for equality before God and the worldly authorities with them in their souls into the spiritual world. They have reincarnated exactly at the present time, and as a matter of course have brought their attitude to these demands with them, though not in a metamorphosed form that would be in accord with today's materialistic view of the world. Having now incarnated, they fail to see the holy materialistic quality given to this demand in our time. It is incorrect to think, or indeed maintain, that today's sense of freedom comes from Christianity. Metamorphosed into today's demand for equality in all earthly situations, this demand for equality before God and the worldly authorities can only be given the right direction if we understand the true situation, something which the theosophical view of the world makes possible. However, if you know the true situation and at the same time look at the materialistic view that governs people today, you will immediately realize that in the form in which it is presented by today's radical thinkers, this demand is something which had to come in the natural course of events. It is equally true, however, that from now on people have to rise above materialism and come to spirituality. This is the only way in which social conditions can be given a sound basis again. There is no other remedy but the science of the Spirit itself. The subject is discussed in more detail in an issue of the journal titled Lucifer Gnosis. There it is shown how all other means put forward for solving the social problem, however elevated their source, suffer from dilettantism. For people today simply do not know anything about the higher worlds. If the social thinkers of today were to let themselves be inspired just a little by theosophy, they would find the truly effective means for tackling this issue. It is true that humanity had to descend from a spiritual past into materialism. It is equally true that they must rise again to the spiritual. It needs this spiritual view of the world to come to the principle that gives harmony, peace, and love. Here too, theosophy will therefore be practical in the most eminent sense. I will now have to show how the view of human evolution, gained with the help of clairvoyant observation, takes us back to the events that occur between death and rebirth. I said that it is not for nothing that human beings appear on this physical earth again and again. We found that the reason for this is that they meet completely new circumstances on earth every time they incarnate, and that every new physical life yields new fruit for the future. For the earth will have changed every time, where both civilization and the purely external natural world are concerned. The face of the earth will be completely different every time the individual comes to it in a new incarnation. The Chaldeans considered the change in the earth to be due to the relationship which the sun had to the other heavenly bodies. You will find details of this in various lectures. I can only refer to it briefly here. If you were to pay attention to the heavens when the sun rises at the beginning of spring, if you were to observe the place where it rises, and what the world of the stars look like at that time, you would see that the relationship of the sun to the other heavenly bodies is a different one every spring. The spring equinox moves on year by year, and it will be about 25,920 years before it will reach the place again where it was 26,000 years earlier, a cycle. But the sun is only seemingly moving in a circle. It is in fact a spiral. The spring equinox was determined according to the constellation it was in. The sun thus moves in a circle through the heavens, a circle of the 12 constellations. It moves a little bit further year by year, passing through all 12 constellations in 26,000 years. About 800 years before Christ, the sun first rose in the Ram. Since it needs 26,000 years to pass through all 12 constellations, it needs the 12th part of that time, 2,200 years, to pass through one constellation. The changes in the face of our Earth are truly connected with the progression of the spring equinox. After about 2,200 years, the face of the Earth is changed so much that conditions are completely different. This is therefore the time when human beings are, on average, reincarnating again. Observations made in spiritual science confirm this. The ancients always had a definite feeling when the sun rose in the Ram at the spring equinox, which may be described as follows. The sun is, for the first time, again, sending the rays that magic the plants from the soil from the Ram. It felt to them as if the Ram brought the rays, and they venerated this constellation. Sacred feelings are connected with the names given to these constellations. The Ram sends the powers of the spring sun. The peoples of those times, therefore, saw the Lamb as a symbol for the powers that revived nature and the human soul. Many legends are connected with this. For instance, that of Jason, who brought back the golden fleece, and this was something that was most precious to human beings. The veneration of the Ram, or the Lamb, prevailed through many centuries and was adopted in Christianity. Originally, a lamb would therefore appear on the cross instead of the Christ. And this is why the Christ was called the, quote, Lamb of God, close quote. Thus we see how the ancients connected important images and ideas with the passage of the sun through the individual constellations. This is also connected with the reincarnation of human beings after a particular period of time, when about 2,200 years had passed. It makes a big difference, however, if an individual incarnates as a man or a woman at a particular period. And this makes it a bit more complicated to calculate individual incarnations. The experiences which human beings have as man or woman are so different that they must incarnate twice within that length of time, once as a man and once as a woman. There are therefore 2 incarnations within approximately 2,000 years, and in reality, therefore, only 1,100 or 1,200 years between individual incarnations. And on average, it is correct to say that a male and a female incarnation alternate. In exceptional cases, several incarnations may be in the same gender, the greatest number observed being 7. After that, however, the gender changed. These are exceptions. As a rule, genders change from one incarnation to the next. This is what may be said about the time between 2 incarnations. It does, however, also depend on other things and not on the human being only. It may be the case, for example, that a particular individual is exactly right for conditions on earth at a particular time, when a particular thing needs to be done. In that case, the individual may well be drawn to incarnation by the higher powers before the whole period of time has passed. The individual is brought down because he or she has the exact disposition needed to achieve a particular mission. This applies above all to the great leaders of humanity. It will be balanced out in the whole sequence of lives, and the individual will later spend a suitably longer period in Devachan. One more thing to be said is that there is a kind of counterpart to the experience of which I said it came immediately after death, when the human being looks back on the past life as if in a great tableau. This counterpart is a kind of preview of the next life on earth. Let us bring to mind again how the review of life arises at the moment of death. As you know, the ether body has two main functions. The first is to stimulate all vital functions in the physical body. That is, to protect the substance of the physical body all the time from decay and regulate its anabolism. Secondly, the ether body is where memory lies. So, when the ether body leaves the physical body at the moment of death, it is relieved of that first main task. And that is also the moment when the second function comes strongly to the fore, remembering everything the human being experienced in the past life. And that is the tableau of life. So at this moment, the human being essentially consists only of ether body, astral body, and capital I. For a new incarnation, the I descends from the spiritual world with all the immortal extracts so far gained of both the etheric and the astral. It initially draws together all astral qualities to be its new astral body, qualities that reflect development up to that point. Only then does it draw together all the etheric qualities. All this happens in the first days after conception, and it is only from the 18th to the 20th day onward that the new ether body is working independently to develop the physical germ of the human being. Before that, the maternal ether body did the things which the ether body would have to do later on. It is only on this 18th or 20th day after conception that the individual who is about to incarnate and who has until then garbed its I in a new astral body and ether body takes possession of the physical body, which has so far been developed by the mother. The moment before possession is thus taken, the human being has exactly the same levels of existence as at the moment of death. In the latter case, it had just cast off the physical body. In the former, it has not yet taken up the physical body. You will therefore find it easy to understand that at the moment when human beings enter into a new physical body, something happens which is analogous to the moment when they laid it aside. At this moment, they have a kind of preview of the life to come, just as at the moment of death they had a review of the past life. They will, however, forget this preview, for the constitution of the physical body is not yet such that the preview can be retained as a memory. It is at that moment that human beings are able to see such are the conditions in the family, country, place, and destiny situations into which I am being born. And it then happens at times that the individual, having had the preview at this moment, seeing that things will go hard for her or him, gets a shock, takes fright at the life that lies ahead, and that the ether body does then not connect properly with the physical body, does not want to enter into it. The consequences of that fright, of the ether body not being willing, then show themselves in the form of idiocy. The seer can see the ether body project beyond the physical head in such individuals. And with the ether body not integrated, the brain lags behind in its development because the ether body is not working on it the way it should. Many cases of idiocy are due to that cause. It is easy to see why cases of this kind appear so easily in this day and age, if we consider that the majority of people reincarnated today had their last incarnation in the 9th to 11th centuries AD. It is possible to influence the ether body to such effect with a form of physical treatment that it gradually pushes its way into the physical body, and one can improve the situation in this way. This will only be possible, however, for those who are able to see through the whole and know its spiritual background, which would enable them to take the right kind of action. We now know from what has gone before that human beings are made up of the physical body, ether body, the astral body, and the eye. All these are not merely sitting one within the other, but interpenetrate and influence one another. Thus they all act on the physical body, taking part in working on it, so that it can develop in the way it is meant to develop. Unless you have developed your higher organs of perception, you will see only the physical body of someone before you. But this physical body only appears to you the way it does because ether body, astral body, and I are integrated in it, and because they have, each in their own way, had a part in developing that physical body. The physical organs in this human body have not been developed in a chaotic way by the three higher bodies, however, but we can distinguish very clearly how these three higher bodies are involved in developing the physical body. Let us try and get an idea of this. To begin with, we therefore have something in this physical body which in a certain respect are purely physical organs. These are the ones which are based on purely physical laws: eyes, ears, larynx, and so on. The eye is certainly a live organ that is given its life by the ether body, which fills it and feeds it. Yet seen purely in terms of physics, it is a physical apparatus where the same forces apply as in inorganic nature, in a crystal, for instance. We can, therefore, consider the functions of the eye wholly in terms of physics. These sensory apparatuses must first of all work their way out of the physical body. They are the organs which we realize are, in the narrower sense, constructed by physical forces according to physical laws. We then have a second group of organs, those serving nutrition, growth, and reproduction, and these are predominantly glandular. The ether body plays the key role in developing them. Then the nervous system represents a third group, and this is developed essentially by the astral body. In fourth place, we have above all the red blood of higher animals and human beings. The warm red blood is developed by the eye. So we have number one, the actual physical parts, the sense organs, and later also the purely mineral skeletal system, which the physical body itself develops. Number two, the glandular system, reproductive organs, and so on, developed by the ether body. Number three, the nervous system, developed by the astral body. And number four, the blood system, developed by the eye. We'll understand this much more clearly if we also take a closer look at the evolution of our Earth. We cannot trace the re-embodiments of our Earth forward and back ad infinitum. Even the best of clairvoyants cannot see further than to a particular embodiment, for limits are set also to their powers of insight. Clairvoyants can look back as far as 3 embodiments of our earth, and also the next 3 ahead. Together with the present state of the earth, they are therefore able to see a total of 7 embodiments. Some people hearing this for the first time may feel that it sounds a bit superstitious that the seer puts the earth exactly in the center of this evolution. One might say that this was rather odd. But one would only say so if taking a superficial look. For it is no more odd than that out in the open I see the same distance in all directions and find myself at the center of the horizon. In the 7-fold order of the human being that has been presented, the I is also at the center. Physical body, ether body, astral body, I, spirit self, life spirit, spirit human being. This is due to taking the same point of view. People may also be surprised at the things I have to say about the evolution of our planet Earth, finding it strange. The Earth has evolved from an earlier planet. The planet from which our Earth has evolved is no longer there in the heavens. But the present moon is still a piece of what did once exist. It is a piece of our Earth's predecessor. So, if you were to mix together our present Earth and the present moon and all the spiritual entities living on them, this would give you an approximate picture of the previous embodiment of the Earth, called, in quotes, moon by occultists. Now you must remember that a hypothesis of this kind is established merely to make the process more easily understandable for you, but that, like all hypotheses, it is of course not entirely correct. If one were to mix the present Earth and the present moon together, the way one mixes 2 substances in a retort in one's laboratory, let us say, nothing like the moon of that earlier time would result. For you have to consider that from the moment when they separated Earth and moon developed further, each in its own way. Solid matter, the mineral world, only developed in this planet Earth from the beginning of the present stage of Earth evolution. Mineral, in the present sense, did not exist before our present Earth evolved. We would therefore have to remove in our minds everything that has since developed as we stir together Earth and Moon. The old moon mass had nothing in it as yet by way of mineral matter. It had only reached a fluid, mushy consistency. As I said, such a hypothesis is established to help people who have never heard of the planetary evolution of our Earth and the whole of our cosmos understand it, at least to some extent. It needs infinitely much more to gain deeper insight into this evolution. But we cannot go into this in an introductory course like this. The evolution will be considered again and again as time goes on, looking at it from new points of view to throw more light on it. Before going through that old moon state, the Earth went through one which occultists call sun, in quotes. There, our Earth went through conditions similar to those still existing on the sun today. And if we wanted to make the same assumption, it would get a bit more complicated. For to visualize that condition, you'd have to mix up Earth, Moon, and Sun to get a single heavenly body. The Sun state of old, but with the same proviso as before. The old Sun had, in the course of its evolution, separated out all the parts, the powers and substances of today's Earth and today's Moon, casting them off, and thus changed from a planet to a fixed star. Our Earth will also be a sun one day, when it will have made all entities on it into light entities. Our Earth was therefore moon in the past, and the moon had previously been sun. We are able to look back on an even earlier stage of evolution, which occultists call Saturn, in quotes. We thus distinguish the following evolutional stages of our Earth: Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth, with Jupiter, Venus, and Vulcan to follow. Someone might come and say, quote, "You are telling us that the Earth was once Saturn, but Saturn is up there in the heavens right now," close quote. But the Saturn which our Earth has once been has nothing to do with the heavenly body called Saturn today. This is not to say that the entities which exist on Earth today have in the past been on Saturn we see in the heavens today. Today's Saturn only has as much to do with that earlier Saturn state as the present moon has with the moon state. Anything we see in the present-day Saturn has itself gone through further evolution after that long ago time, and old Saturn relates to today's Saturn more or less as a baby does to a very old man. Today's Saturn has at one time been in the same state as old Saturn, just as the old man has once been an infant. It is the same with the sun and the other heavenly bodies. And when the spiritual investigator looks at Jupiter today, he finds there conditions and spirits of the kind which Earth will have once it has itself become Jupiter. This is what the earliest initiates taught, and initiates have dinned this into their pupils through the ages. The parts of our language that can be traced back to earliest times were created by initiates. I cannot go into detail about this in an introductory course, for it would take us well away from our subject. But in the old days, when initiates were still determining language development, language was something quite different. Today, people may well be looking for a name that has not so far been given to something else, but it will not have any kind of deeper meaning. In the past, the giving of names had a deep meaning arising from inner connections. The aim was to set up a kind of memorial for the progress of Earth evolution through all those periods of time and planetary states. A timetable was created, as it were, so that human beings would always remember those stages in time. There is something else we must know if we want to understand this timetable. From what has been said so far, you'll realize that before it was Earth, our Earth went through a Saturn, a Sun, and a Moon existence. But before it became the present Earth, that is, in the transition from Moon existence to today's Earth existence, this Earth was under the powerful influence of another heavenly body, the planet Mars. At the very beginning of our Earth evolution came this most important Mars influence, of tremendous significance for the further evolution of the Earth. By the way, the Earth received iron from Mars on this occasion, something which had not been part of its substance before. In its first stage of evolution, the Earth thus stood under the influence of Mars, and in the second half, which is now, it came under the more powerful influence of Mercury. This is why the term Earth, in quotes, is dropped in occultism, and the Earth's conditions are divided in two: the first half, the Mars half, and the second, the Mercury half. The system previously presented is therefore differentiated into Saturn state, Sun state, Moon state, Mars-Mercury state, Jupiter state, Venus state, and Vulcan state. This would make the Vulcan state the eighth, and it has the same role in evolution as the octave has in music. The octave is a repetition of the first note, but at a higher level. The Vulcan state is a repetition of the Saturn state, but at a higher level of development. The whole cosmos has evolved from the realm of the spirit and with the Vulcan stage, everything will have developed in the direction of the spirit again, but at a higher and more rich and varied level. One spirituality has turned into infinitely many spirit human beings. Just as the seed, which the farmer puts in the ground, has by autumn become the ear of corn with many seed grains. Quote, all that must disappear is but a parable, close quote. The early initiates made these 7 names part of the great memorial, which I mentioned, and which we have in the names given to the 7 days of the week: Saturn Day, Saturday, Samstag; Sun Day, Moon Day; Mars Day, Mardi, Mars, Deus, Dienstag, Tuesday; Mercury Day, Mercredi, Mercury, Wodan, Wednesday; Jupiter Day, Giovedi, Donar, Donnerstag, Thursday; Venus Day, Vendredi, Venus, Freya, Freitag. The names of the weekdays truly are a monument for the 7 stages of Earth evolution. Something which seems to be every day thus points to profound spiritual realities. Now, you have to consider that the whole of human evolution is most closely connected with this planetary evolution. The whole of human evolution can indeed only be understood against the background of these planetary stages of Earth evolution, for during each of these stages, the basis was created for one of the bodies that make up the human being. The potential for the physical body was created in Saturn time, that for the ether body in Sun time, the astral body in the Moon stage, and the capital I only became part of essential human nature in Earth time. This is why the physical body is, so far, the most perfectly developed principle, whereas the ether body is only in the 3rd stage of its evolution, the potential for it having been established on the old sun. The astral body is in its 2nd stage, potentially established on old moon, and the I is the infant among human levels of existence, being only in the early stages of its evolution in the present Earth state. We get a direct pointer toward what has just been said if we consider the evolution of the 4 bodies, or levels of existence for the human being. In the early years of the Theosophical Society, people would widely use the terms higher, in quotes, and lower, in quotes, levels, with the physical body considered the lowest of the 4. And values would often attach to those terms, with people only too often tending to consider the physical body as less valuable and even despising it. But that is entirely wrong. Take a careful look at this marvelous structure, which is the physical body. You will immediately see that it has reached a tremendously high level of perfection, something which is definitely not the case with the ether body, for instance. If you look at the physical body with eyes of wisdom, you will see that every organ is something to marvel at. The heart, the bones, and so on. Just consider the structure of the heart, full of wisdom, and think of the work which this relatively small organ does day by day and hour by hour. Compare this with the development of the astral body, still relatively inadequate today. How passions stir in it every day that have not yet been refined. How people, among other things, still long to enjoy things every day that seriously maltreat the heart, which is such a marvelous structure. And yet the heart is able to set all this astral damage at naught and does not break down, indeed, not even getting damaged in many cases. The astral body thus is not as far developed today as is the physical body, which has reached the greatest perfection. In the future, the astral body will have developed so far that it outstrips the physical body The ether body is less far developed than the physical body today, and the astral body comes only in third place. The youngest of the bodies that make up the essential human being is the I. It will therefore be the last to achieve perfection. Everything you have as part of your physical body, the actual physical principle, is the oldest part of you. Our physical body has gone through development before an ether body was integrated into it. And this development, which the physical body went through purely as physical body, was the Saturn stage. There, this first beginning of the physical body was nothing but physical apparatus. It continued to develop, and it was only on the sun that the ether body integrated itself into this physical body. This ether body filled the whole of that physical body, as it were, transforming it in some respect. During the moon stage, the astral body came in, and the I only came in at the beginning of our present earth state. Today, human beings are made up of four principles. On the old moon, they were made up of physical, ether, and astral body. On old sun, of physical and ether body, and on old Saturn, of physical body only. The physical body has therefore four stages of development: the ether body 3, the astral body 2, and the I only its first stage. Because of this, the physical body is the most perfect, having had most work done on it. You see, therefore, how the individual levels of human existence are connected with the evolution of the whole planetary system. In old occult books, you will therefore also find the following terms: for the physical body, Saturn body; for the ether body, sun body; for the astral body, moon body; for the I, earthly body, the actual earth part of human beings. Tomorrow we'll study the configuration and the whole life of Saturn, then go on to sun and moon. We shall see how human beings came to be more and more perfect up to their present condition. The end of Lecture 8. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 100 by Dr. Steiner, entitled True Knowledge of the Christ. It is composed of two cycles from 1907. One is entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, the other an early cycle of the Gospel of John. This is the first cycle, still, Lecture 9 of 14, Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, given in Kassel on the 24th of June, 1907, translated by Anna Moyse. Today we will take the outline of planetary evolution that was given yesterday further. It was said that our Earth has previously gone through a Saturn, Sun, and Moon state. Today I would like to describe these consecutive states for you in the way that is customary in occultism. When we then come to speak of inner development by following the road of insight, we shall see what is really meant by many things presented as hypothesis today. As we now go straight to consideration of the Saturn state, which existed millions and millions of years before our time, it looks very different from what people assume on the basis of present-day conditions. We must, above all, be clear in our minds that the most perfect entity we know, the human being, has followed the longest line of evolution. You will therefore hear a history of evolution that may be said to differ greatly from that of Haeckel and Darwin. You will find the advantages of this purely materialistic theory presented in my book. In the first place, we have to understand that the most perfect entity has gone through the longest period of development, and that is the human being. To begin with, the human physical body. It needed the longest time for its evolution. Looking back with the spiritual eye, EYE, we therefore find its first beginnings even in Saturn existence. The whole of cosmic space, with all spirits and objects in it, exerted an influence on the first stage of Earth evolution. You still have all the organs in you that were developed as the most perfect part of your physical body at that time. These were the sense organs, the apparatuses that can be understood in purely physical terms. The potential for them was established at that time. Do not imagine that the eye did then exist the way it does today, but the first beginnings of the eye, the ear, all the sense organs, and all otherwise purely physical apparatuses in the human being came into being on Saturn. The only activities on Saturn were those which still produce the mineral world today. Human beings existed then in the first beginnings of the physical body. Everything else, blood, tissue, and so on, did not exist. The first beginnings of the human body were physical apparatuses by nature. Emeralds, mica, and so on are the outcome of physical laws, developing as cubes, hexahedra, and so on. On Saturn, apparatus-like configurations developed that were as crystals are in the Earth today. And the mode of action on Saturn's surface was essentially a kind of reflecting or mirroring into cosmic space. The spirits which surrounded Saturn, scattered through cosmic space, cast their activities down to it. Another thing which was strongly developed at that time was the, quote, cosmic aroma, close quote. You can only get a feeling for some of the things that existed on old Saturn when you hear an echo in the natural world outside. The sound of the echo would be something which on Saturn was made to flow out of the impressions that had influenced Saturn. The apparatuses which threw back those images into cosmic space were the first beginnings of what later developed into the eye, EYE, for instance. We might trace every detail like this. The things you have in your body today were a physical world on old Saturn, which reflected the whole image of the cosmos back to it in space. Myths and legends have retained the phenomenon much more clearly than we would think. The Greek myth, taken from the Eleusinian mysteries, still has something of it in the image of Cronus and Rhea, except that the facts underwent one great shift because of the way in which the cosmos was seen in those early times. We are told that Cronus cast down his ray, and it returned to him in many different ways. Hence the image of Cronus devouring his children. You should not think, however, that the mass of Saturn was as solid as physical bodies are today. Even water or air would not give you an idea of the ground substance of Saturn. Speaking of bodies, occultists refer to solid, watery, and air-like bodies. The elements of old were what chemists call states of aggregation today. You should not think that the ancients meant the same when speaking of elements as we do. But there is another higher state of aggregation, which was called fire by the occultists of old. Heat or warmth would be more appropriate. Physicists will be forced to admit that the heat they speak of can truly be compared to a kind of fourth state of aggregation, a form of matter that is different from air and water. The Saturn mass had not even condensed to the consistency of air. It was purified heat. Its action was similar to the warmth in your blood today, and it was connected with inner life processes. For these physical processes were genuine life processes. Saturn consisted of heat matter, a tremendously subtle mass which, with regard to our kinds of matter, might be said to be neutral. If we now consider the spirits that inhabited Saturn, we must in the first place be clear in our minds that the entity which goes about on Earth today only had the first beginnings there of its physical body. Capital I, or astral body, were not in it. But other spirits, which today are much higher than human beings, populated Saturn. They did not move around there in physical bodies, but were embodied in heat matter, presenting as a current of heat moving along. Such heat currents were the activities of the spirits living on Saturn. As you shape a table today, so did these spirits do their work by causing heat currents. Apart from this, they were not in evidence. They would meet and greet, as it were, on Saturn in the way in which two currents of heat would move hither and thither. The spirits that went through their human stage on Saturn did not have a physical body as their lowest principle. They did not descend into matter to a depth where they would have had need of a physical body. Their lowest principle was the capital I, just as you have the physical body as your lowest principle. Then came their spirit self, or manas, their life spirit, or buddhi, the spiritual human being, or atman, and they had also developed an 8th, 9th, and 10th principle, which we must include in their case. In theosophical literature, these principles which human beings have not yet developed are called the three logoi. The Christian terms are the Holy Spirit, the Son or the Word, and the Father. We may say, therefore, that just as human beings consist of physical body, ether body, astral body, and I, spirit self, life spirit, and spiritual human being, so did the spirits dwelling on Saturn, whom we may compare to today's human beings, as they relate to the earth, consist of I, spirit self, life spirit, spiritual human being, the Holy Spirit, the Word or the Son, and the Father. In Theosophy, they are called asuras. It is they which implanted independence, self-awareness, and sense of self in that physical beginning of a human body. You would not be able at all to use your I, EYE, to serve the I, capital I, if your beginnings at that time had not been prepared in such a way that you could make them serve the I. The spirits of the capital I, also called the spirits of egoity, thus prepared these principles. They have given us something that is the wisest thing, if properly developed. But all things most sublime are turned into their opposite, do the most damage, and cause perdition, if not properly developed. Human beings would never be able to reach the level which we call independent human dignity if those spirits had not implanted the sense of self in them. There have also always been spirits that took the evil route. We, therefore, have to say that the spirits which implanted selfhood, spirits which today are far above human beings, spirits we look up to as the most sublime there can be, have made selfhood serve self-denial, sacrifice. The others have continued to pursue selfhood in a self-seeking way. We bear in us the influences of the spirits of the I, which took the good route in seeking freedom and human dignity. We also bear in us the seed of evil, for the spirits that had fallen away at that time continue to have an influence. People have always been sentient of this duality. In Christianity itself, distinction is made between the Father God, seen as the spirit of Saturn, which has risen highest, and his adversary, the spirit of all evil, eyes, and all that is radically immoral, a spirit which fell away on old Saturn. Those are the two representatives of Saturn. Just as you will meet other forms of existence after death, so does such a cosmic body enter into a kind of intermediate state before it enters into a new state. It is a kind of sleep state, a pralaya, the opposite of a manvantara, so that a kind of rest, latent state of the planet comes between the Saturn and the Sun state. Then the whole planet emerges in a new form from that sleep state, which is a spiritual condition, however, and not a resting state. Saturn thus emerged again, now as Sun. Then came a considerable change. An ether body entered into a great number of the potentials which had developed on Saturn and are today growing and developing within us. Something happens during such a planetary transition, which we may compare with taking the fruit of a plant and putting it in the soil. It will rot away, but the potential for a new plant develops. Everything which had developed on Saturn came up as new potential on the Sun and took in an ether body. Not everything. Some of it stayed behind, so that the former potential for a human body split into two realms. Some rose to a kind of vegetable human being. Where plants today have their ether body and physical body, so did the Sun, human beings, have a physical and ether body. And others remained at the mineral and physical level. We can compare them with today's mineral world. This, the Sun, included within itself as a subordinate natural world. It had elevated another to a vegetable come human level. You will have the right idea of the Sun's air if you imagine a chemically dense gas no longer being just a mirroring body, but now taking into itself everything that rayed toward it, only casting it back again after changing it within itself, which is the way it is with the color of plants today. The plant produces its green pigment and other colors, and then gives what it has developed to the world. We cannot compare whatever lived in the Sun's body with an echo or mirror image, as in the case of Saturn. A peculiar phenomenon arose for the spirits that were embodied on the Sun, something which can only be compared with a kind of mirage, mirrorings in the air in colorful images. Phenomena of this kind, today seen only in specific regions on the Earth's surface, would be able to give you a sense of how the bodies of plants became visible at that time. You have to imagine that your own bodies had mirage-like precursors, which a present-day body can simply pass through. They were as subtle as mirages, but not only light effects, but at the same time also sound and smell effects, whizzing through the Sun's gaseous sphere. All entities on the Sun were luminous, like everything that exists as a fixed star is today. The old Saturn realm of the entities that had remained behind looked like a dark inclusion, dark patches compared to the light, like dim caves within the sun's body, upsetting its harmony. It was particularly with regard to the world's aroma that sensations got mixed in that came from the retarded spirits, spreading all kinds of bad odors. Mythology has held on to this, saying that the devil stinks and leaves behind an evil smell. As the sun developed further, a dark inclusion would indeed remain behind, and today's sunspots are stragglers from old Saturn on the sun. Get small s on sun there. This is also why they can't be hypothetically explained with accuracy, the way it is done today. It all holds true. We have now had a brief outline of the Earth's sun existence in its material aspects. Let us now see what spirits had reached the human level at that time. We would have to describe them by saying their lowest principle is the astral body. Then came their I, spirit self, life spirit, their spirit human being or Atman, then in Christian terms the Holy Spirit, and the Son or the Word. The Father was something they did not have, something which had developed only in Saturn time. These spirits have since risen higher and are far beyond human beings today. The leader of the sun spirits, insofar as he had the greatest influence on the earth, the representative of these spirits, which has the Son or the Word as the highest principle, is the Christ in the esoteric sense of Christianity, the true regent of the earth, insofar as the earth has had sun existence before. This was the teaching in early Christianity, and the very difference between true Christianity and exoteric Christianity, which is based on many misconceptions, is that the early Christians sought to use all thinking and all views in order to understand the real nature of the sublime spirit, which had, at that time, assumed human form in Jesus of Nazareth. The early Christians wanted to have an idea of what was really behind this, and so no wisdom was too sublime and too difficult to handle, and they thus pictured the Christ in Jesus of Nazareth. Much that is said in John's Gospel will only be comprehensible to you if you consider it from this point of view. We need to point to just one thing. If you take the words, quote, "I am the light of the world," close quote, literally, they indicate that the Christ is the great sun hero, that the light of the sun is his true nature. We call the whole army of spirits who are led by the Christ fire spirits, and we say, at the time of Saturn, the Asuras or I spirits were at the human level. At the time of sun existence, the fire spirits or Logoi, the most sublime representative of which has been called the Logos or Word. Thus, the Christ himself is called the Word, which was there in the prime origin. In quotes, prime origin being the biblical term for a specific starting point in cosmic evolution. There followed another in-between state, a kind of sleep state for the whole cosmic body, after which it shone out as old moon. You have to consider that initially the present-day Earth and the present-day moon were one with the sun. It was only when the sun first shone out that some of the spirits and part of their environment separated off, resulting in two cosmic bodies. One of them, the sun, was beginning to change into a fixed star, with the part that had separated off orbiting it. The old sun thus divided in two. Substance, which had been taken to a higher level, remained on the sun, and the less perfect parts were eliminated. Before this, things went one way, there being only one heavenly body. Now there were two ways, the sun way, and the moon way. The sun way developed on the sun body. The moon then developed its own world. You would have the old moon if you were to combine the present-day Earth with the moon. This will give you some idea of the consistency of the moon. The present-day moon is far below the Earth physically and non-physically where its qualities are concerned, and that is actually the reason why the Earth separated from the moon. It needed better conditions for the entities on it. The Earth has since developed further beyond its former moon state. The best things had, of course, remained on the sun. What were things like on the moon? The spirits that had prepared themselves on Saturn by laying the physical foundations for the sense organs had refashioned them on the sun. In that, an ether body was incorporated. The sense organ had thus been centralized, and the first beginnings for all organs of growth, including the glands, had developed under the influence of the ether body on the old sun. This was one of the last products of the sun state. On the moon, the astral body was similarly incorporated. Everything astral did, of course, first exist in the environment. The fire spirits had the astral body as their lowest principle. They were therefore a kind of plant, having a fixed habitat, for instance. The whole body of the sun was gaseous, but you have to think of denser layers of air, and these were bodies for the plant-human entities. Incorporation of the astral body led to the beginnings of a nervous system developing. The realm, which had gone through the plant stage in its development on the sun, changed into something with animal nature. The physical ancestors of man therefore had three bodies: physical body, ether body, and astral body, but were more than a degree higher than the most highly developed apes of today. They were animal and human, and nothing in biology today can prove to you that such an intermediate realm existed that was between human and animal. Today's vegetable, animal, and mineral worlds altogether developed later. But just as there were human-animal entities, so we have to assume that a realm existed that was intermediate between plant and animal. Plants with half capacity for sentience that would actually squeak if touched. These plant animals could never have grown in the kind of mineral soil we have on Earth today, but that actually did not yet exist then. The moon mass did not consist of today's mineral matter, not even something like agricultural soil. The ground on moon consisted, to use an analogy, of something like if one were to cook lettuce or spinach to a pulp. A kind of mineral plant existed in it, and so the whole moon mass was a vegetable entity. If you think of a peat bog of today, it resembles what at that time was a realm between our plant and mineral worlds. There were no rocks either. Anyone walking on that ground would have been walking about on that kind of peat bog or vegetable soil, and instead of rocks, you have to think of woody elements. The plant animals grew from that ground, and the human-animal entities would move across them in the peripheral part of the moon, which is called, quote, fire air, close quote. Think of all the air filled with saltpeter, carbonic, and sulfuric acid vapors. The moon's human beings lived in the fiery air, which this would give you. Occultists have always known this fire air, and under the early Earth conditions, it was actually possible to produce such fire air chemically, something which can today only be done among a very few people. Knowledge of it has been preserved in genuine alchemy. So, if we read in Goethe's Faust, number 1, quote, a bit of fire air which I'll prepare, close quote, we have an echo there of the very depths of occultism. Fire air surrounded the moon and was its atmosphere. We may perhaps understand this moon existence even better if we mention something else as well. We had a realm of plant minerals, of animal plants growing from the vegetable mineral soil, and then the animal-human beings moving around. But there were also entities at every level that lagged behind, like children who have to repeat a year in school. They appear in very strange situations in the later stages of evolution. We have the laggard of the animal plant realm in parasites, for instance, in mistletoe. This plant is unable to grow in mineral soil because it was accustomed to grow in vegetable mineral soil. It bears witness of something like a pupil lagging behind, though the entities which lagged behind in world evolution were much, much worse off than that. This too is reflected in the mythology, especially of northern regions. You will know the story of Balder and how Loki brought about his death in Norse mythology. The gods were enjoying disporting themselves in Asenheim, playfully throwing all kinds of objects around. But Baldur had had dreams showing that his end was near. The gods were anxious, not wanting to lose him. Frigg had therefore made all creation swear that none would ever harm Baldur. For the sport the gods were enjoying was to throw all kinds of things at Baldur. Loki, the enemy of the gods, had learned that one entity, considered harmless, had not been asked to swear, and that was mistletoe, hidden somewhere far away. He got hold of mistletoe and gave it to the blind god, who threw it at Baldur. The mistletoe wounded Baldur, for it had not been asked to give the oath, and thus Baldur died. The myth was intended to show that something invulnerable on earth can only be harmed by something which has belonged to an earlier time and was now bad. It was felt that there was something in mistletoe which had come into the present time from an earlier kind of existence. All the entities on our present earth have a relationship with Baldur. It had been different on the moon. An entity that had remained behind from moon was therefore capable of causing Baldur's death. Various customs and rituals connected with mistletoe have also developed from this. We must now consider this moon existence from yet another side, the spiritual side. The entities which were at the human level on the moon have to be described as entities which had the ether body as their lowest principle, secondly the astral body, then the I, spirit self, life spirit, spiritual human being or Atman, and then also the Holy Spirit. They no longer had the ninth principle that had only belonged to the fire spirits of the sun. The highest of these spirits on the moon, which had the human level at that time, are in Christian esotericism called the Holy Spirit. In original Christianity, the threefold divinity was therefore inwardly connected with earth evolution, with the Holy Spirit, the Spirit which is above man and able to inspire human beings directly. You see, therefore, that the spirits of the moon are today above the human level. They are also called, quote, lunar Pitris, close quote, moon fathers, and spirits of twilight. The whole host, however, belonging to the Holy Spirit is in Christian esotericism called the host of angels. The angels are nothing but the spirits that are immediately above human beings and have the human level of existence on the moon. The life of animal human beings and plant animals on the moon was different from the life of the entities on Earth, which developed from them. The movement of the moon, which had already separated from the sun, was very different from the movement of today's Earth around the sun. moon orbited the sun by always facing it with the same side of itself, just as the present-day moon faces the Earth, and therefore only went through one full rotation as it orbited the sun. This meant that all entities depended on the sun's existence in a totally different way than they do on Earth today. During the whole period of the moon's orbit around the sun, it was always day on one side of it and a kind of night on the other. The entities which were able to change location at that time moved around the moon in a kind of circle, which meant that they were under the influence of the moon for a time. The time when they were under the influence of the sun was the time when they reproduced themselves. A form of reproduction did already exist then. The moon human beings did not yet have a possibility of expressing their pain or their pleasure in sound. What they did express was of more cosmic significance. The sun period was a time of sexual ardor, being on heat. But when it was lived through, it was connected with horrendous roars made by the entities, something which still survives in the animal world today. Various other things have also remained. Birds is being investigated today. They too orbit the globe in a way. Many of the things that are mysteriously hidden today can be understood if we consider the whole evolution of our existence on Earth. There was a time when life forms would only get ready to procreate as they were moving toward the sun. We might call that the period of sexual life. Generally, events in lunar life came to expression in sounds that came up at certain seasons of the year. Silence reigned on the moon at other seasons. You have now got to know the Earth's progression through three earlier states: Saturn, Sun, and Moon. The end of Lecture 9. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works, Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner. The book is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ, and it's composed of two cycles from 1907. We're on the first one, Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, which is 14 lectures, translated by Anna Moyse. This is Lecture 10, given in Kassel on the 25th of June, 1907. Today we'll consider how the old moon changed into our Earth. But before that, we must refer to an important phenomenon in moon evolution itself. When the things I spoke of yesterday had happened, the old moon reunited with the sun itself. It dropped back again into the sun, as it were, so that there was a single body again. This then entered into a kind of sleep state of planetary existence, and the fourth metamorphosis finally emerged. It was not immediately the Earth as we know it, for the Earth state only came about after a long period of preparation. Looking at Earth evolution, we have a good example of a cosmic law, which is that later states must in some respect recapitulate what had gone before. Before our Earth could truly be our Earth, after waking up, it had to recapitulate briefly the Saturn, Sun, and Moon states. This evolution was, however, slightly different from that of the three planets themselves. We learned that the first beginnings of the sensory apparatuses which we have existed on Saturn. At their first recapitulation, these sensory formations had advanced so far that a kind of human form developed, though the automatic sensory apparatus did not as yet have an ether body. On recapitulation of the sun state, the ether body came to be incorporated, and then the astral body at the third metamorphosis, the recapitulation of the moon state. In the third stage, sun and moon were again floating separately in cosmic space. The entities had developed to a slightly higher level, for they were more and more moving toward preparation for the time they would have to go through on Earth. The three bodies which animal-human beings had on Moon were joined by a fourth principle, the capital I. This did not happen very quickly, however. When the Earth went through its Saturn period, the whole human automatic sensory apparatus had to develop the form that made it possible for the eye to be taken in. The ether body had metamorphosed during recapitulation on sun so that it could be the vehicle for the eye. The astral body had metamorphosed during moon recapitulation so that it might take in the eye. These principles were, in a way, waiting to take in an eye at that time. We have already had the separation of sun and moon. Then, when we are already coming closer to our own evolution, we have moon and earth splitting apart. The old moon turns into two bodies, one consisting of the worst forms of material, both entities and substances, was cast out into cosmic space. The other one is our present-day Earth. The things that would have been an obstacle to further development for the entities had to be eliminated. It was only after this that the Earth existed as an independent cosmic body. So, we have tremendous cosmic events before us. The sun separating out Earth plus moon, and then the Earth itself separating out from the moon. These two events were the preparation for our present evolution. I have taken you to the point where our Earth became an independent globe. Let me now take you to this point from another side, so that you will know exactly where this point comes for our Earth. Let us now go back from the immediate present into the past, starting out from the form of the Earth which you all know. Even in modern science, reference is made to considerable differences between the earlier and the present appearance of the Earth. It is all based on hypothesis, of course, but we can be glad that natural science and spiritual science are seeing a little bit eye to eye on this point. The regions where we live today were vast virgin forests, and the climate was the way it is on the equator today. Huge creatures would be encountered there. According to modern scientists, the face of the Earth was very different then. The tropical climate in today's temperate regions was followed by the Ice Age, and so on. You will find this in any book on geology today. I am telling you this so you are aware of how we must very much bring to mind that the face of the Earth changes enormously through periods of time and then looks very different. Natural science, being limited to powers of deduction, its apparatuses, and so on, can look back only on the Earth's outward appearance for a number of millennia. When a seer looks back, he has to describe things in a somewhat different way. But harmony will one day be established between natural science and spiritual science. In natural science, attention is, even today, drawn to the fact which the seer has to insist on stating, which is that the face of the Earth has changed not only with regard to plants and so on, but that very different parts of the globe were land or sea in the past than they are today. Thus, Huxley has pointed out that a large part of Thus, Huxley has pointed out that a large part of Great Britain has been under water no less than 4 times. The face of our Earth has therefore looked very different many times over. In the journal Cosmos, number 10, you will, for instance, find an article on ancient Atlantis. A learned gentleman, who bases himself wholly on natural science, discussed the configuration of the European flora and fauna to demonstrate that the area, which is today the Atlantic Ocean, must have been land in the past, and that large parts of Africa must have been not land, but ocean at that time. Instead, there was the land called Atlantis to the west of us, between Europe and America. The author may only be able to speak of a flora and a fauna, but that is perfectly natural. Even if there were any remains to be found of those ancients, our ancestors, it should be possible to find them on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. But it is not yet possible to explore the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean to that degree. A spiritual scientist looks back to the turning point of time and knows that the ancient Atlantis, of which even Plato still spoke, did exist at that time. Essentially, the whole area, which is ocean today, was ancient Atlantis, and the physical forebears of the human race of today did live there. They did, however, look very different from what people imagine in modern science. We simply must not compare them to present-day apes. Atlanteans differed greatly in soul and also body from present-day human beings, but they were not apes. Apes did not exist at that time. They only came later, and the way of it was that some human forms had then lagged behind at the level of development of that time and gone down to an even lower level. There is an error in Darwinism, and it is easy to see what it is. If someone sees 2 people and is told they are related, one of them deficient in many things, the other who has applied his abilities to good effect, an excellent person, he will not say, quote, they are of the same blood, and the excellent person, therefore, is a descendant of the deficient one, close quote. That, however, is the conclusion which is drawn in Darwinism. The excellent and the deficient person are, however, side by side. It is just that one has improved himself by using his abilities to good effect, and the other one has let them deteriorate and has grown decadent. This is also how apes, branched off from human beings, compare to human beings. An ape coming toward a human being looks to the latter like the caricature of a human being, and not a human being as such. During the time of Atlantis, a very different human race existed, which then developed to a higher level. Some entities remained behind. And because the earth changes, they too did not remain at that earlier level, but deteriorated and became that caricature of human beings, the race of apes. Lower entities are therefore higher ones that have fallen into decadence. Looking at the human beings on Atlantis, we will best understand how they lived by considering their qualities of soul. The things present-day human beings can do, think logically, do arithmetic, and so on, have all come later. Logical powers of judgment, all this was still utterly unknown to the Atlanteans. But they had one inner quality which has grown much less today, and that is a sheer inconceivable power of memory. To do sums, having learned to follow the rule of 2 + 2 makes 4, and doing this again and again on the basis of personal judgment, that did not exist. But they were able to remember what happens when you put 2 and 2 together and recall this again and again. This was connected with the fact that that ancient continent was very different by nature. If you want to imagine this continent in its physical nature, you will best get an idea of it if you think of a valley in the mountains filled with dense water vapors and billowing mists. Atlanteans never knew air that was not filled with water. Their air was always heavy with water. The ancient Atlanteans retained a memory of this when they came over to Europe and called the land where their ancestors had lived Niflheim, land of mists. It was only toward the end of the last third of Atlantean times that human beings began to realize that they are an I. The potential had been there for a long time, and also a certain feel of it. But to say clearly and definitely, I am an I, that was something which they were able to do toward the end of the Atlantean age. This has to do with the relationship between ether body and physical body. Looking at these two bodies, you see that they are more or less congruent, though the ether body projects a little beyond the physical body. There is a place between the eyebrows that is a focus for certain powers and currents in the ether body. A quite specific point in the physical brain belongs to this. The two must be congruent, and that means the ability to be sentient of oneself as an I. Also the ability to do sums, make deductions, and so on. The 2 points in the head are not congruent in idiots, for instance. Human powers of judgment are no longer present in the right way the moment the two go apart. Among Atlanteans, it was normal for the 2 points to be apart. It is still like this with animals today. If you look at a horse's head, you find the 2 points well apart. Atlanteans had a projecting ether head, and the physical head had a receding forehead. But Atlanteans had something else, though this was lost again when the physical body was integrated into the ether body. They had developed an ancient dim clairvoyance, though they truly could not count to 5. All judgment they had came from the power to remember back to an incredibly far distant past. And the old clairvoyance was an enhanced form of our present-day dream life. Think of this dream life enhanced to the highest degree, and you would ascend to the powers of vision, to the old, dim, dreamlike clairvoyance of the Atlanteans. Walking along, they would indeed see human beings within their physical outline, roughly the way we see them today, but in some respects still nebulous, vague. But they would see something else as well. When you meet someone today, you see nothing in particular of their inner nature, only as much as their faces show. If you get a darkling look, you assume that there is a sadness and are able to guess a bit about the person's inner life. But when an Atlantean met someone who had evil intentions toward him, a brownish red vision would appear. If the other loved him, he'd see a bluish red vision. It was a kind of color vision in tune with the other's state of mind. One still saw something of what was going on inside. When Atlanteans were walking along and a terribly reddish-brown mist would appear before them, they would run away, knowing that a dangerous animal, liable to devour them, was clearly coming toward them, even if still miles away. The ancient Atlantean clairvoyance even had a physical basis. Atlanteans would only consider their closest kin to belong to them, but to a much greater degree than was the case later on. Only very small communities that would scarcely extend beyond the immediate family. It was of prime importance to marry only within this small blood-related group. Marriage within the narrow blood brotherhood produced such a bloody mixture that the ether body could remain receptive to things spiritual. If the Atlanteans had attempted to marry outside the blood relationship, the powers of clairvoyance would have been suppressed. Astrally speaking, they would have turned into idiots. To stay within the blood brotherhoods was ethical and moral. Before one got a real feeling for one's individual I, one would altogether say, quote, "This is I," close quote, with regard to the whole blood brotherhood. Individuals felt themselves to belong to the blood relationship, like an individual finger on a hand. Something else also arose from this. Atlanteans would remember not only their own experiences, but also those of their father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so forth, through generations, all the way to the founder of the family. Everything coming from there and continuing on was felt to be a single whole. This will show you the enormous powers of memory which Atlanteans developed. It was all based on memory. We shall hear later how breaking through the system of marriage within the clan meant that that power of memory was lost. A soul like that necessarily calls for a very different physical nature and also needs a different environment, like the Niflheim, which the ancient Germans did remember. Legends and myths definitely are not folk tales or fantasies. You are now able to see where those legends came from. The Atlanteans still had an old, dim clairvoyance, and the things that were later told to others and have survived did actually happen there, though they have often lost much in the telling, in the legends and myths of different nations. The eastward migration of Atlanteans has survived in a most wonderful way in a number of legends in Europe. On the ancient Atlantean continent, human beings were not able to call themselves I. They therefore also did not have the egotism which later became the basis of the social order. The Atlantean owned everything which all the blood relations possessed, and he would merely feel himself to be a part of this blood family. Then came the migration to the east. Awareness of being an I emerged more and more in individuals, and with it also egotism. Before, people lived much more in the outside world than within themselves. Nature also belonged to them. Now that they gained self-awareness, everything narrowed down around them. They came to be more and more separate from the world, more and more of a stranger to it, with the I emerging more and more strongly. This was at the same time connected with a natural event. When ancient Atlanteans looked up to the heavens, they could not see the sun the way we do. Dense mists filled the air. They would see a mighty halo in rainbow colors when looking at the sun or moon. Then came the time when Atlanteans did see the sun and the moon as such. But one phenomenon which they did not yet know at all was the rainbow. There was no rainbow in that atmosphere heavy with water vapors. Now you will recall that the flood on ancient Atlantis left behind large stretches of dry land. This has been preserved in a magnificent way in legend and particularly in the Bible. Just think of the profound truth found in the Bible, where it tells us how, when the waters had abated, Noah saw the rainbow. It was only when the old Atlantean mists had been cleared away that the sun emerged in the distinct form which it also has for human beings today. This went parallel to the narrowing down, the tying up of the human being to selfhood, I, nature. There are deep reasons why in the wisdom of the Spirit, the light which fills space is called the etheric gold, and gold is seen as condensed sunlight. The ancient Atlanteans knew from their Atlantean teachers that sunlight and gold had something to do with one another. And this was the image they were given. Quote, "Sunlight, the sun's gold, emerges. It puts the ring around you which frees the self, so that you will no longer feel yourselves to be selfless, in the world of nature." Close quote. For the Atlanteans, the self was still scattered in the clouds of mist. Now it lay around the individual in a ring. The mists of Atlantis, cleared from the air, were pushed down and made their appearance as rivers in the west. The Rhine itself was nothing to the Atlantean descendants but the mists which have descended and now flow down. They could see the waters of the Rhine as still filled with sunlight. They would sense the sun's gold in the Rhine, sun's gold that had originally been selflessly active in ancient Atlantis. This was the treasure of the Nibelungs in the Rhine to them, and anyone who wanted to have the treasure of the Nibelungs for himself was the enemy. Richard Wagner did not have full awareness of this tremendous, all-encompassing fact, but was inspired to represent it in music. Remember the mighty pedal point in E-flat major in the prelude to title Das Rheingold. What is it but the point where the eye entered into humanity? But just as a plant does not know the laws according to which it is growing, so the poet has no need to know. We have to see the creative artist as someone inspired by powers that are behind him. Here, a significant artist felt what has to be part of the human being again. We see, therefore, that provision is made, that in art, too, the spirit flows into our culture, which is also the basis of theosophy. It comes from two sides. This is how we must look at life as a whole. We have so far been tracing the human being back as far as Atlantis. Let us also consider some details. People then did not build their houses the way we do today. Something they were able to make use of to a much greater degree, something which existed in the natural world, were rock masses. And these were shaped, also using the trees which existed there, and put together. People thus had houses for their homes that looked like part of nature. The further back we go, the more do we find people endowed with clairvoyant powers, with conscious awareness, in the form of images. They would see the feelings of entities around them rising before the inner eye, EYE, in a visionary way. The will was also very different in the early part of the Atlantean age. Today, your will can spread out your fingers. It is something which is connected with the present-day power to envisage things. In early Atlantean times, the body was still a much softer mass. Atlanteans were able not only to stretch out their fingers, but also to make them longer or shorter. They would have found it easy to make their hand grow. If they had a plant that was small, they could make it grow by an effort of will. It was a kind of magic they had at their command. Their relationship to the animal world was also peculiar. They perceived something which later could no longer be perceived. Using their eye, EYE, they were able to exert a power of fascination on an animal. Going still further back, we come to a time when Atlantis also did not exist, and people lived on a continent which we call Lemuria. To the south of present-day Asia, this continent extended as far as Africa and Australia. This is where our ancestors lived when they were still Lemurians. Their bodies were much softer than those of the Atlanteans, and their will was much more powerfully developed. On the other hand, they lived on uncertain ground that was all the time thrown hither and thither in eruptions of fire, of volcanic forces. The ancient Lemuria was a kind of fire land. Going back to its beginnings, we come to a time when the skeletal system was only just beginning to separate out from the boneless mass. Then we come to the time where the earth altogether had not yet produced the mineral world of today. Everything which exists as mountains today was then in a continuous motion and flow. The further back we go in Earth evolution, the higher, are the temperatures we find. We then come to times when the configurations which are solid land today were flowing, as mercury or lead would do at a higher temperature today. Solidification only came for the Lemurians. The mists grew denser and denser. At that point, there was not only a sea of mist, but also a dense, incandescent mass of water vapors with all kinds of substances dissolved in them, whirling to and fro. There were, however, some parts in this water vapor where the possibility existed for the human ancestor of that time to live. But life forms were very different then. We are getting back to a time when human beings lived in a kind of prime ocean, in a warm, watery, and fiery element. The Earth's core was as if surrounded by a prime ocean which contained the seeds for everything that would evolve later. So that is how things were on Earth immediately after the moon had left and grown independent. We have got a glimpse of an evolution up to the point where the sun first separated from the Earth and from the moon, then the moon from the Earth, leaving the Earth in the state I have just been describing. Tomorrow we'll take another look at this process, which we have just now put together in two of its aspects, and also at the progress of humanity and the Earth right up to our time. The end of Lecture 10. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at rudolfsteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, steinerbooks.org in America and rudolfsteinerpress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner. The book itself is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ, composed of 2 lecture cycles. We are on the first one entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, 14 lectures translated by Anna Moyse. This is Lecture 11, given in Kassel on the 26th of June, 1907. Yesterday we reached the point in considering the evolution of the different states of our Earth, where we saw how the united 3 cosmic bodies, Sun, Moon, and Earth, separated off one after the other. On the one hand, we started from there and stopped at the point where the Moon separated from the Earth. On the other hand, we also sought to reach that point by starting from the present and going back through Atlantis to this same point. Let us be clear in our minds what the state of the Earth itself was then. You have to think of long, long periods of time, millions of years. And then it will also not be so surprising how great the changes were in the universe and also on Earth. Let us now take a closer look at the separate Earth. It was still enveloped in a mass of air, though this looked very different from our present-day atmosphere. You should not think that this air was something like the inside of a red-hot oven, although the temperature was much higher than today. Many substances that are solid today were then liquid in the Earth. An air densely packed with the vapors of all kinds of substances enveloped the Earth, something we might perhaps call fire air, a recapitulation of the former moon state. When the Earth had grown independent following the departure of the present moon, it was surrounded by a strange atmosphere which we might call fire air. Because the Earth had become free of the atmosphere that had gone away with the moon, the life forms were capable of gaining certain higher levels. Within this atmosphere, the most advanced animal humans had reached a higher level than the one they had on the moon, capital. But only those which later became human beings. A large number of these animal human beings stayed at the moon level. The result was that they did not just stay where they were, but under the completely new conditions which pertained, animal human beings could exist only on the moon, went down by half a level and became animals which had not existed on the moon. So we have two realms, human beings and the world of animal human beings, which remained behind and gradually went down to animal level. It was the same with the plant animals. A number of them had developed further into animals. Others stayed put and became plants. And the plant mineral world divided itself up, so that some became heavy minerals and others developed into plants. Things did not develop according to one single standard. The animals we have today have partly evolved down from human animals and partly up from plant animals. In the same way, the plant world consists of plant minerals that have moved up to be plants and plant animals that have moved down. The plants, which today are mainly making up our aesthetic plant cover, are plant minerals from the moon that have moved up, the violet, for example. But everything that strikes us as musty has evolved downward, whereas our green herbaceous plants will move to higher levels in the future. Our minerals have altogether evolved on Earth. Nothing mineral as we know it today existed on the old moon. This is the plant mineral world, which has gone down, forming a solid crust in the Earth. When the Earth cast out the moon, everything which remained to be mineral, solid metal, and so on, later on was still altogether in the liquid state. Anything that had turned solid was flung out into cosmic space. For if the Earth had retained these substances, there would have been no further development. Then inclusions arose of the metals, which were the earliest to grow solid. Some had strange forms. The granite, the gneiss in our mountains today, did at that time still clearly show its origin in plant forms that developed down, turning to stone. Essentially, you may take it that on old sun and old moon, the whole mineral world had still been plant world. The plant world did not evolve from the mineral world, but the minerals from the plant world. The anthracite you dig up today is but a sum of petrified plants, plants that perished, rotted down, and turned to stone, so that they may today be dug up as plants turned to stone. If you were to go still further back, you would find that even the densest stones have once been plants, only coming into existence when plants developed down into the mineral world. For the seer, things are as follows. Looking at gneiss, mineralogists will say that it consists of feldspar, hornblende, and mica. That is as far as they can go. The seer says, quote, the feldspar in gneiss still shows itself to the spiritual eye to be the stem and green leaves that made up the plant which have grown solid. And the mica part has something to do with what does today still develop in the sepals and petals of plants. So an occultist, looking at a piece of gneiss, will say, quote, that is petrified plant. And where today the plants have leaves and flowers and so on, the mica part comes from the old sepals and petals, close quote. We can tell how all minerals have developed from plants, for it was plants that came across from the moon, old moon, and they only condensed in the fluid earth mass. It is like having a vessel filled with water today, where the water begins to solidify, to form ice. More and more inclusions formed, and gradually the solid earth crust evolved from the liquid earth. The further we go, the higher and more pure will the life forms be. Those that were unable to rise turned to stone. It was the same in the case of animals and human beings. So far that they were able to refashion their body to a yet higher degree. The old moon human beings moved by floating and swimming in the prime ocean. They were designed to swim around like this. This may sound most peculiar to present-day people, but it is true nevertheless. Let me say unreservedly, I don't even want to make any of this sound less grotesque. People will always laugh at truths when these first show themselves. The human beings floating in the prime ocean did not have eyes that could see the way our eyes do today. The potential for eyes had been created on old Saturn. But down there in the prime ocean, human beings had no need to see. They had to get their bearings in other ways. The prime ocean also contained everything that they consumed in order to keep alive. Some animals in the ocean were friends, others not so friendly toward them. The prime ocean was warm in places and cold elsewhere. Human beings were able to tolerate the former, but not the latter. They still had an organ the size of a cherry stone, which today is inside the head, the pineal gland, although it is not a gland in the usual sense. At one time, this organ had been enormously developed. It was the organ they used to get their bearings in the ocean, and it projected from the head like a kind of lantern. Human beings moved around with the aid of this lantern-like structure. It was a subtly sentient organ, sensitive to temperatures, allowing them to perceive temperatures they were able to tolerate or not. This organ gave them their bearings, but did not provide vision. It served them as they swam. Later it was no longer needed and therefore shrunk in size. At that time, one could not speak of even the potential for an I capital. Human beings depended on the guidance of higher spiritual powers in everything they did. We may roughly compare them to the animals of today. From the spiritual scientific point of view, present-day animals are seen more or less as follows. Human beings differ from animals in that they have individual souls. Every human being has an individual soul, an individual I or self. It is not like that in the case of animals. They have group souls. Thus, all animals belonging to the lion family have a soul which lives in the astral world. All animals of the tiger family have one soul in common. All horses have one group soul. They belong together. Individual animals relate to their group soul as individual fingers relate to the hand. We therefore also cannot speak of individual responsibility. We only speak of a soul being good or evil once it is an individual soul. The human beings of that time still had a kind of group soul, which was in the keeping of the Godhead. It has to be clearly understood, therefore, that the principle which lives in us did exist at that time, but it was not within the human body. Human beings have their origin in two streams. The animal human being down below had come across from the old moon and developed further. But the individual soul, which lives in you today, was then up above with the Godhead. Only your body was down below in the prime ocean. The two came together later on when the soul descended and inspirited your living body as an individual soul. Think of a vessel filled with water. It contains many, many drops of water. but one cannot tell them apart. If you now put in hundreds of tiny sponges, the droplets that were in the body of water will become individual. This is how you think of your spirituality hovering above the prime ocean. Compare the soul resting in the Godhead's keeping with the drop of water. The living bodies take in the souls just as the tiny sponges take up the drops of water. Souls became independent, just as the water had been individualized in the tiny sponges. Below the prime ocean with the floating, swimming bodies, and above the souls. There is no better way of describing this but to say, quote, "And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." Close quote. It means that God developed the element which was below, so that it became possible for the soul drops to be taken up. The bodies themselves had to keep afloat, and for this the entities needed an organ. At that time, human beings did not yet have a lung, but they had a kind of air bladder that kept them afloat in the prime ocean. The fishes, which have stayed at this level, still have air bladders and no lungs today. The lungs developed slowly and gradually as the air was cleared of water, and human beings were able to get above the waters and turn into air breathers. It was a long process, a process that took millions of years, with human beings gradually taking up air through lungs. This provided the physical structure which was able to take in the soul. You cannot put it better than, quote, "And God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became an individual soul," close quote. Human beings did at the same time gain the ability to develop something which they could not have developed earlier. They were now able to develop red blood. Earlier, all human beings had been made in such a way that their temperature was the same as that of their environment. With more warmth around them, they would be adapted to that warmth. Red blood did not exist at all before that. The animals, which are above the amphibians, are human bodies that remained behind at a still later time. It was only after the time when human beings developed into creators of red blood that animals which had red blood also developed. No plant has ever evolved from a stone, but the stone developed from the plant. And in the same way, animals developed from the human being. All lower creation has evolved from the higher. That is the principle of evolution. Human beings had to become red-blooded creatures before they could leave behind the animals. In the animals, you literally see the stages spread out, which we have left behind us. Human beings, more or less, see a part of themselves in them, which they have left behind. Paracelsus put this beautifully, quote, "Looking around us, we see as it were the letters of an alphabet. It is only in man that they come together in a word. Because of this, man is the meaning of everything spread out about him." Close quote. There is one thing you must consider. A seemingly insignificant process went on at that time, which is, however, extraordinarily important for the science of the spirit. Basically, it had started when the Earth first appeared, still together with the Moon. It was that Mars and Earth worked together in a sense. During the whole first half of Earth evolution, Mars powers flowed down onto the Earth. Because of this, that first half is referred to as the Earth's Mars state. Iron was connected with this passage through Mars, and from then on played a completely new role in the Earth process. With planets, the role of iron is a much more external one. But you see how things interrelate. Cosmically, the Earth passes through Mars, and Mars gives it iron. The iron was then stimulated to perform the function which it now has. Iron appeared in the blood at that time. And iron-containing blood means aggression for human beings, making them warriors on earth. In Greek mythology, Mars is therefore the god of war. The human body was then able to take in an eye, capital, for a body cannot be a vehicle for an eye unless it has warm red blood. After this, the processes needed on earth developed, getting incorporated into the blood. Human beings gradually evolved into a lung-breathing, red-blooded life form, and left the other creatures, the lower warm-blooded life forms, behind. In occult terms, animals are differentiated not only in the usual way. There is another characteristic. We differentiate them into creatures that have inner sound, those able to give expression to pain and pleasure in sounds, and those that do not produce sounds. If you move down to lower animals, you will also hear sounds, but these are merely external, produced by rubbing organs together or through external climatic influences. The sounds are produced externally. Only the animals which branched off at the time when human beings evolved into warm-blooded creatures were of a kind that could utter pain and pleasure in sounds coming from inside. It was at that time in the past when the human larynx was transformed into an organ that produces sounds. With the liquid earth outside changing into a crust, an inner process happened in human beings. Parallel to the solidification outside, the soft parts inside became a skeleton of bone and cartilage. Before that, bony creatures did not exist. The minerals in the outside world are the counter-image to the bones. The earth has preserved this period in its rock masses. Human beings have done so in bone. Man was progressively changed from a creature that was horizontal as it moved to one who went around in an erect posture. He turned that way so that his forelimbs became organs for work, and only the other limbs served locomotion. The two things were connected. No creature can have capital I nature unless it has a larynx that produces sound and also walks erect. The animals did have the potential for this, but they regressed. They have, therefore, been unable to change into creatures endowed with speech, for that needs a vertical larynx. We can see this if we consider a perfectly commonplace fact. Some dogs are undoubtedly more easily taught things than parrots are. But a parrot does learn more because its larynx is vertical. Parrots and starlings learned to talk a little because they have a vertical larynx. So you see how Earth and man progressed through more and more stages of evolution. The atmosphere changed at the same time. The condition arose where the Earth was merely surrounded by misty air. This was at the time when the Lemurians saw their continent scatter and migrated across to Atlantis. This made them Atlanteans. During this stage of evolution, when human beings acquired the first elements of speech, though these were mere sounds reflecting sensations they felt, the soul did also emerge more and more. Atlanteans had essentially retained a dim clairvoyance. Now, the eyes had developed to the degree to which human beings, rising up from subterranean depths of the sea, received such sunlight as penetrated the mists. They were able to see and perceive more and more. But the old clairvoyance was all the time regressing. It was only in the last third of the Atlantean era that the most advanced race of Atlanteans had evolved at one point on the Earth's surface. That was a most significant conclusion to that era. The Atlanteans who had moved more to the west became inwardly neutral under the conditions then prevailing, cold, indifferent. They became the copper-colored population of America. The others who migrated more to the south became the Negro population, and those who turned more to the east later became the yellow Malayan populations. These masses of people had concentrated in the most unfavorable places where one could not go any further. But in the place where Ireland is, and to the west from there, where there is ocean today, human beings had been able to evolve most. There you had those mixtures of warm and cold that allowed the human body to progress most. Willpower, still magical then, evolved into the first beginnings of an unspoken sense of I, capital. It was at this very point that human beings learned to say I to themselves for the first time. Then came the first steps in counting, reckoning, the beginnings of powers of judgment, making combinations. But there were always also advanced individuals among them, the guides of humanity, who related to people the way spirits from a higher realm do. They had become the teachers and guides and gave the impetus for migration to the east. Nations had moved from that point in today's Ireland all the way across to the east and to Asia. Now, the most advanced mass populations moved eastward and established some kind of colony everywhere along the way. The most powerful, with the most highly developed civilization, was in the vicinity of today's Gobi Desert. From there, individual groups later went out into all kinds of different regions in the world, some of them to present-day India. They found existing populations there with yellowy-brown skins and partly mingled with them. It was after the flood on Atlantis that this colony went south and established the first civilization of the post-Atlantean era, the first civilization in our era. The most advanced teachers who went with them, the first teachers of ancient India, are known as the ancient Indian rishis. Present-day Indians are descendants of that earlier population. But to come upon the traces of their civilization, we must go a long way back, into times where darkness reigns for the study of history. The Vedas came later than this, for nothing was recorded in those times. The ancient Indian people were the first civilized group in post-Atlantean times, and they were still closest to the Atlanteans. The Atlantean was a kind of dreamer. His conscious awareness was dim, and he had no powers of judgment and self-awareness. He went about like a dreamer, half unconscious. The ancient Indians were the first to have overcome this state, but were still half caught up in it. Because of this, the ancient Indians still had their longing for experiences in the old land of spirits and for the vision that Atlanteans had had. Ancient Indian yoga training still took people back in a state of reduced consciousness into the time when human beings still saw the spirits around them. The Indians would long to be back in the time when people had clairvoyance on Atlantis. And in their yoga training, the rishis would teach the methods, which were then, however, given a different form. The Atlanteans had not yet developed powers of judgment. In India, people did have those powers, but they loved, as it were, something which had been overcome. They knew how to evoke it again, reducing consciousness and remembering the visions of earlier times. Indian civilization had still preserved this in its greatest representatives. Indians sought not to increase conscious awareness, but reduce it to a dreamlike level, hence the inactivity which one sees in Indians. And it would be grossly detrimental for Indian life to take up our present-day civilization to any greater degree. In the beginning, human beings had never seen minerals at all. Atlanteans would still see minerals in the vaguest possible way. The world of the spirits was there in their visions. It was this which lived in everything. They would see colors around a human being, nice colors if that individual was nice to them. That was the kind of world the Indians sought to conjure up again. But human progress means that people must develop more and more of a relationship to things in the material world. The Atlanteans had no need of tools. They took their orientation from their visionary powers. They did not consider tools important. The Indians were still trailing behind the Atlanteans. This is why the physical world was Maya to them, an illusion in a way, a lie. They were not interested in the world perceived through the senses. They would say, rise to the world of dreamlike spirituality. Progress from that Indian civilization to a later age was that in the next civilization, the Persian, which was before Zarathustra, people came to appreciate the external reality around them. This was a second colony to have come from the Gobi. A far distant realm arose in Asia Minor, and the realm of Zarathustra arose from this. The Persians came to realize that there was a world around them in which they must be active. The divine was something to them with which they must connect. Two godheads existed for them, Ormuzd and Ahriman. Matter still seemed to them to be something they must overcome, something to measure themselves against. They were still taking the powers they needed to do work in this world from the world of the spirit. The world was something dark to them that had to be transformed using the light of the good. The Indians established a body of knowledge of the purely spiritual world, but this did not tell them anything about the real world they lived in. This world was something different to the Persians, something to be constantly transformed by their labors. The third colony to come from the Gobi moved on to Asia Minor and established the Chaldean, Babylonian, Egyptian civilization. These peoples had the earlier science of the spirit and now also a body of knowledge relating to the earth world. The Egyptians developed an astrology, a geometry, by which they learned how to treat and cultivate the soil. Their knowledge extended to the sphere where the Indians still spoke of illusion. Now the world of illusion had become a world of astute reflection, reflections on things perceived through the senses. When an Indian contemplated the world of the stars, it would reflect the spiritual for him. The Chaldean, however, loved the physical world. To him it was a part of the Godhead which you worked into, focused on. And working one's way from the divine to the sense perceptible is something we also see in the Babylonian and Assyrian civilization. We now come to the fourth civilization, the one we call Greco-Roman. There, the actual human being was the subject of careful study. The Egyptians had known that the world was not chaos, but built in a meaningful way through countless eons. The Sphinx and the pyramid reflected great cosmic truths. The ancient Egyptians would magically make their knowledge part of the picture. They created the Sphinx, which stands before us like a riddle of evolution, the higher principle of human nature evolving from earlier animal-like states. That was the wisdom which the Egyptians would, in their own way, express to the world. And you find surveying skills there that have been taken from the heavens. The cities were arranged in such a way that a sacred order was reflected in the way in which they were built, an order that was prescribed. The Egyptians would seek to present a reflection of the order of the heavens. But it did not extend to individual human nature. This you find only in Greek art, where human beings were already grasping themselves in immediate reality, seeking to create their own image in 3 dimensions. Human beings were growing more and more familiar with the world which the Indians would call Maya. Man met himself. He created a world within the Indians' illusion, and was aware of the fact that he had to create this world without help from the gods. He connected more and more with the real world outside, using his own powers to create the divine in the real world outside. But when you study the Greek polis, city or city-state, you find nothing there that had to do with rights and laws. This had to be established in the Roman world as the law of Rome, living with others as a private Roman citizen. The 5th civilization is our own materialistic world. It is the time when man has descended deepest into the outside world. Compare our time with those that went before. We do know how to apply the powers of the spiritual world to the world outside us. We take the spiritual world into everything. But from the point of view of spiritual science, this offers a peculiar prospect. Remember the time when people still ground their flour between 2 stones. They used little mental power for this. But in ancient Egypt and Chaldea, they would enter deeply into the wisdom of the heavens. There, much was told of the spiritual meaning of the starry heavens and the earth itself. The Greeks created the idealized human form, making it part of this real world. What is the picture today? Much mental power is used to develop our natural science using technical applications. But how great is the difference if you use primitive means, or we use the telephone, machines, and so on to bring foods over from America, which merely serve to satisfy a need here, which the animals also satisfy. Try to see how much of everything created serves the life of the spirit, and how much mental power is used for material life. Think of the enormous mental powers humanity has to develop today to satisfy material needs. There is no great difference between an animal going to feed on grass and us using all kinds of means to bring foods over from America and Australia. But this is not disparaging criticism, for it has to be. Human beings have had to enter so deeply into this world. The ancient Indians still saw the world as illusion. Today we see this world as the only real one. We have gone down to the greatest depth, and in doing so have made the greatest advances on the physical plane. But the descent must not be for nothing, also in the spiritual sense. A new element has come up in our time, something literally implanted into the first third of the post-Atlantean age. It is the coming of Christianity, the most significant event altogether in Earth evolution. For the occultist, everything that went before has been mere preparation for Christianity. Buddha, Hermes, and so on have been prophetic pointers to Christianity, which is to raise humanity from being most deeply caught up in matter, and it will do so. The ascent from matter is now beginning, and it is the task of spiritual science to help humanity to ascend to the world of the spirit. The next period of post-Atlantean civilization will bring even more discoveries, but human beings will increasingly see the outside world as just the letters. A genuine Christianity will speak of that world in the way in which we speak of condensed spirit, and the spirit will rise again for us from matter. We will not say that the outside world is illusion. We'll have the whole of it and lose nothing, and yet rise to higher things in the spirit. And Christianity will make the greatest contribution to this development. In the sixth period, the things which today are made known to only a few will be able to reach vast numbers of people and take them along with them. And with this, humanity will gain insight into the spiritual world. The thought of today will be a power in the future. Many will have this power of thought in the sixth period of civilization. They will be creative, influencing even the human form. The human body looked very different in the past from the way it looks today. You'd be surprised if I were to describe it to you. But the body was still soft then, and so the eye had a much greater influence on its configuration. Today, only a sparse remnant remains of the influence which the soul's will once had on the body's configuration. You'll go pale if you get a shock, because your state of soul affects even the blood. The color of the body changes. Looking at other bodily states, you will see, however, that human beings have little influence on their body. This will change again in the ascent. The body will grow softer and softer, and the human being will have an influence on it again by letting his thoughts grow stronger and stronger, thoughts that do not come up very much today. They will then refashion the body itself. Human beings will be able to create their own bodies again, though this will only be in a far distant future. Gender nature was only imposed on humanity during the Lemurian age. Before that, they were hermaphrodite, both male and female. As the I came to be integrated, capital, human beings fell apart into two genders. We shall know more about that moment when we take a closer look at the progress of human blood. We will then consider this problem of division into genders and also of the future disappearance of gender division. We are thus looking toward a future when human beings will be able to influence their bodies again, but in a different way. What is going on when someone goes red from embarrassment? What does this mean? A last remnant of the influence human beings had on their body in the past. They will be able to work into their bodies more and more, deliberately so. And then a time will come when human beings will be able to make their heart muscle into a voluntary muscle. In modern science, the heart is presented as if it were a mere physical apparatus, a pump. But the blood does not just flow through the body because the heart pumps it through. Everything in the blood depends on the soul. The blood pulsates faster or more slowly under the different feelings, and it is the blood which produces the movement of the heart. But in future, human beings will gain a deliberate influence on the heart, and the heart is therefore an organ which is only at the beginning of its evolution. It is a muscle of spiritual evolution, an organ in which human beings who have advanced to a higher level will express themselves and so act creatively on the whole rest of the body. The heart is only in the beginnings of its evolution, and this makes it a problem for materialistic science. Scientists will tell you that all muscles you use to move around are cross-striated. In involuntary muscles, like those in the digestive system, the striations run lengthwise. The heart is a unique organ, for it turns it all upside down. It is an involuntary muscle, and its muscle fibers are cross-striated, for it is on the road to higher development, and therefore has cross-striated fibers even today. Tomorrow, I'm going to show you how some things become clear when we consider them in the light of occult science. Theosophy is thus spreading light on the world around us. We redeem everything which has become matter from its frozen state. That is the concept of redemption in its most profound nature. Humanity has evolved. Certain realms were always left behind in the process. Humanity will grow powerful and redeem all that has been left behind, and they will redeem the earth too. They must not despise it, however, but must connect with it in order to redeem it. The end of Lecture 11. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of a Collected Works, Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner. The book is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ. I'm reading one of the two cycles that are in this book. The first cycle, it's entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, 14 lectures translated by Anna Moyse. Lecture 12, given in Kassel on the 27th of June, 1907. Yesterday we sought to trace human evolution cosmically, and also on this earth. Today I will merely add a few things on the subject and then make the transition to Theosophy and what it has to say on Christianity and also on Christian initiation. To begin with, I would ask you to turn the mind's eye once more to the very beginning of human evolution. We have been saying that when the present-day moon separated from it, the Earth was surrounded by a kind of prime ocean, describing how the physical human being did, at that time, unite with the human being of spirit and soul. We then followed the evolution right to the present day, seeing that our time is the one when humanity has gone down deepest in mind and spirit into matter. We realized that there has to be an ascent now, growing spiritual, and have also spoken of the mission which Theosophy, or the science of the spirit, is believed to have with regard to this evolution. We have also pointed out that the separation into two genders happened in ancient Lemuria. Two genders did exist for lower life forms on the moon, old moon, but the human being who dwells in each and every one of you was only divided into two genders then, when entering into a physical form. We have to think of the earlier human being, before division into two genders, one male and one female, as a condition where sexuality as we know it did not exist at all as yet, or at least took a very different form. A great deal depends on our understanding the great significance which the things I have just been saying had for the whole of human evolution. For if the separation into two genders had not happened, if present-day humanity had not completed its evolution in the world with male and female working together, the human being would have been configured in a completely different way. The individual element in us is due to the male influence. Yesterday, I explained the difference between group soul and individual soul. This is very different in animals. Animals have gender even on the astral plane. Man simply did not have two genders on the astral plane before he entered, drop by drop, into the individual human beings. He had not yet fallen into gender division, as we are wont to say. If the genderless state of humanity had reproduced itself in the physical world, that is, if a kind of non-gender state had taken the place of the two-gender state, it would not have been possible to give the human being individual nature. The whole point of human evolution is that human beings grow more and more individual. If we were to go back once more to the time of which I spoke yesterday, we would see how human beings were very much like one another in their outer form. The two genders then worked together to create the individual differences, and these individual differences are getting more and more individual the further humanity moves into the future. Without separation into genders, the generations would always look much the same. We actually have to say that it is due to having two genders that human beings are getting progressively more independent. In those very early times, and on into Atlantean, and indeed post-Atlantean times, you see dominance in humanity of, quote, close marriage, close quote, as we call it. And this was only gradually replaced by, quote, distant marriage, close quote. In the far distant past, people would marry close blood relatives and within small clans. You will find that among all nations it was considered unusual for a member of the tribe or clan to marry into another tribe or clan, and that it was always considered an important event. The further we go back, we find that it was moral for people to marry within tribes that belonged together, blood only mingling with related blood. We can best show this by looking at a comparison. Lame like all comparisons, but nevertheless to the point. Let me tell you a bit of a story. You will have heard of Anzengruber and Rosiger. Rosiger is a writer who shows great devotion in telling stories about the people in the village Anzengruber. Also knows his subject well, and is able to present country people in his plays that are true to life. Rosiger and Anzengruber went for a walk one day, and Rosiger said, quote, I know you never really look at the country people. You might present them even better if you were to visit them in their village, close quote. Anzengruber said, quote, it would probably send me round the bend if I were to do that. I actually have never made the closer acquaintance of farmers. The fact that I am able to present them the way I do is due to the fact that my father, my grandfather, and all my forebears were farmers, and so I have farming in my blood. It is out of this farming in the blood that I create my figures, not bothering with the others. I have still got it in the blood, as it were. Close quote. This is an interesting fact which takes us to the subject we are considering. If the blood stays unmixed, as it was in the early tribal communities or the Anzengruber farmers, you get the kind of powerful phenomenon which also existed as a last embodiment in the writer Anzengruber. He had inherited the power to create these figures and was well aware of this. The power had come down through the blood of generations. That is how it truly is, where blood mingles only with related blood. Mixing in other blood extinguishes the creative power in the soul. If Anzengruber had married someone who belonged to a completely different class, his children would no longer have had this power to configure. We can observe this phenomenon in the early days of almost all nations that have a long history. Marriage within small, blood-related clans always meant extraordinary powers of memory. It was connected with the faint, dim clairvoyance. You will remember what you have lived through from birth and consider it part of your individual nature. Before close marriage was replaced with distant marriage, people would literally remember what their grandfather and forebears, going a long way back, had lived through. They would say, capital I, and remember the lives of their grandfather, great-grandfather, and so on. The further we go back, the more do we find a memory that extended back through generations. And the interesting thing is that people did not feel themselves to be individual I's. They would say I to their grandfather by adopting the same name as all the others. Just as you have the right to take a name today which refers to you as an individual, so these people gave themselves a name that extended far back through centuries, because birth did not mean a break in memory. The individual human being did not have a name, for birth was no special event. People would have one name for everyone as far back as the thread went. The Bible documents this for you. All disputes over the significance which the names of the patriarchs had are just academic. Adam was Adam, and the age he was, because any descendant of such a figure would feel himself to be at one I with him. Thus everything where the blood flowing through the centuries generated such memories would have borne the name Adam. For as long as the memory continued through the generations, and people remembered the events their forebears had known as if they'd been there themselves, for that long would one say that Adam was still present. People did not feel themselves to be individual physical entities, but felt themselves to be something which was there in the spirit and held people together. Then distant marriage became more and more common, and the mixing of the blood would increasingly kill off the memory that went beyond a single human individual. The narrowing down of memory was a consequence of distant marriage. That was the progress of humanity, that the individual was growing more and more beyond the tribe. In the common blood, shared in the tribes, lay also the common expression for this blood, love. Those of the same blood loved one another. In the course of time, however, that love, which we may call the prime love, bound to the blood, which had led to a whole family being created, would die away. That love in the past was very different from the love that shines out to us from the future. Love through the blood was still dominant in post-Atlantean times. Those who have the same blood flowing in their veins loved one another. But this will disappear more and more. People are increasingly moving away from close blood relationships and growing individual. The prime love, which arose when the souls descended into the physical bodies, was therefore diminishing in the course of time. It had flowed into human beings at the moment which in the Bible is referred to in the words, quote, "And the Lord God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul," close quote. Something else also came into being at that time. Man had become a living soul, and with this a lung breather. The air he inhaled gave him his red blood. And I nature came to expression in the red blood. For as long as the blood was common, the I was common, as in the case of the Jewish people, where a whole nation was governed by one group soul. But human beings matured more and more, so that they no longer depended on blood relationships. When the breath had entered into man, that was the first potential for the ability to form blood. It took long periods of time, however, before humanity was ripe to work this blood through to the point where general love of humanity could take the place of that prime love. Think of the progress of humanity, as I've just described it. Prime love would gradually die out. Love within the family, a mother's love for her child, and so on, would have to grow less. The influence of the blood was no longer such that a bond of love might embrace the whole of humanity, and the power of the capital I, the power of egotism, would grow and grow. An event then had to come which called up a love other than the prime love, a spiritual love. That event was Christianity. With the coming of Christianity, the development which would have had to come was held back. The whole of humanity splitting up into individual people. Human beings have to grow more and more independent. That is part of the evolution of the blood. But now there was need to bring together in a spiritual way what had been driven apart in the natural course of events. The new power which could now come into play without the love in blood relationship, that was Christianity. The mystery on Golgotha thus gains fundamental significance for the whole of human evolution. If we understand this, we also understand the significance of the words, quote, the blood of the Christ, close quote. It is not something we can learn and explore in purely external ways, but something which must itself be seen as a mystical fact. Because of this, my book has, in full awareness, been given the title, not, quote, the mysticism of Christianity, close quote, but title, Christianity as Mystical Fact. To understand what Christ Jesus himself was on earth, to understand that Christianity has fundamental significance, we need to consider the preparations that preceded Christianity. They had gone on through all the ages that went before. You can really see how a Christian of old saw this if you take a passage from the works of St. Augustine. Quote, Christian religion, as it is called today, has always been the true religion. It is merely that the true religion of earlier times is now called the Christian religion. Close quote. Augustine still knew that Christianity had a precondition, the things done in the ancient mysteries. And it is exactly this which is to be revealed to humanity through the Theosophical movement. Let me characterize it in a few words. Schools existed that were at the same time also church and art center. These schools were run by the leaders of humanity, individuals who were most advanced in their development. People considered to be mentally and spiritually ready to gain their own view of the spiritual world around us were admitted to those schools. They were carefully prepared in that they must first get to know the facts of the spiritual world theoretically, more or less the way we learn things in spiritual science today. Then came progressively higher levels. Learning became living, the exoteric, esoteric. They were taught everything in a living way. A strict rule stated how the disciple had to arrange his life so that he might slowly rise to a vision of the spiritual world. Disciples first learned the facts and laws of the spiritual world and then did prescribed exercises to create the organs that would allow them to see into this spiritual world. I'll now tell you the last act in this. You have to remember that human sleep means that the astral body is outside the ether and physical body, and that death consists in the physical body being left on its own, with the ether and the astral body united. What happened was that the head of the mysteries, the Hierophant, would use the special methods they had to treat the human being in such a way that the physical body would lie there as if dead for 3.5 days, and the ether body would be outside with the other principles that made up the human being. It was neither sleep nor death, but a third thing. Everything had been arranged so that the individual would, during those 3.5 days, move through the higher worlds. Thanks to the directions given by the Hierophant, initiator, he would now get to know the things that we have described in the previous lectures. He would get to know it from direct perception. After the 3.5 days, he was a twice-born individual. On his return, he would remember everything he had lived through in those other worlds. He was now a living witness of the reality of such worlds. His words would be different now from the way they had sounded before. He was one of the blessed, in harmony with the spiritual world, and the words, quote, "Blessed are your eyes because they see," close quote, would apply to him. On his return, he would be given a completely new name. He laid aside his name, and as an initiate, continued under his new name. And a strange thing happened when he descended again into his physical body, when he was again able to live in the physical world. The words would break forth from all new initiates. This was law. Quote, my God, how greatly have you glorified me." Close quote. This was what someone who had advanced so far would feel. He would say of himself, quote, "Everything that remained of that prime love, something which had to be implanted in human beings through the blood, has to be replaced in me by a love that knows no difference between mother, brother, sister, and other human beings." Close quote. He had, in the spirit, left parents, wife and child, brother and sister, and had become a follower of the Spirit. In him, it was said, the Christ had come to life. All this had happened in the seclusion of the mysteries. People like that bore witness of the spiritual world. People like that were also prophets, for they would point to a coming event, and that was indeed the mystery on Golgotha. What had happened for individuals in the occult schools then happened once and for all in the physical world, and was for all humanity. If you were able to know the rules of the initiates of old, you would see that they concluded with those 3.5 days. The event had never before happened on the physical plane. But a new age then began. So you may be able to say to yourself, quote, all those initiations were prophetic forecasts of what would happen in the mystery on Golgotha. It could only have happened because an individual as all-embracing as the regent of the Sun spirits had incarnated in the body of Jesus of Nazareth. No human eye, capital, of the kind we have in us could have done what was done on Golgotha. This needed an eye which had already advanced that far on the sun. In this way, we grasp the God and man nature of Christ Jesus, which is so much denied today because people are no longer able to enter into the depths of the spiritual world. And so we see, if we consider the matter in the right light, how everything happened on Golgotha, the significance of which goes far beyond anything else that ever happened. Among the great minds of more recent times, only Richard Wagner has had an inkling of the significance of blood. I explained to you how human glandular life reflects the ether body, the life of nerves, the astral body, and the life of blood, the capital I. I have shown you that if the Christ had not come, the blood would have developed toward greater egotism. The I would have increased self-seeking, dominance of I nature more and more. The blood that was in excess in humanity had to flow out, be sacrificed, lest they gave themselves entirely to self-seeking. A true mystic saw the blood that flowed from the Redeemer's wounds as the excess blood flowing out. It had to flow, so that humanity would not fall into utter egotism, but a brotherly love in mind and spirit might take hold of the whole human race. That is how the spiritual scientist regards the blood flowing from the cross, which had to be taken in by humanity, so that they might rise above the material. The place of the love that was held together by the blood has thus been taken by a future love that goes from one human being to the other. This alone allows us to understand the words of Christ Jesus. Quote, anyone who comes to me and does not disregard his father and mother, his wife and children, and his brothers and sisters, cannot be my disciple. Close quote. This has to be taken to mean that through the deed on Golgotha, everything which before had to be given substance by related blood, by love among relatives, has been overcome. Someone who put the new love in mind and spirit in its place, was entitled to say that the old love had to be let go. That is the situation. The coming of the Christ itself is a profound mystical fact, and can only be understood if one does not apply the standards of natural science. Anyone who did this would be like someone who sees a tear fall and wants to consider it only according to the law of gravity, and not as something which reflects the state of mind. Such insights can only be gained through the science of the Spirit. Because of this, the coming of the Christ on earth differs from the coming of all other founders of religions. The others have given doctrines. When it comes to Christ Jesus, we can truly say, quote, almost every word he said had been said before in one context or another. With Hermes and the Buddha, it was important what they said. With Christ Jesus, what matters is that he was present on earth, lived on earth, and that the mystery on Golgotha did happen. Close quote. Those who wish to be Christians in the true spiritual scientific sense are Christians because they believe in the divine nature of Christ Jesus. The first disciples did not only say, quote, we have been sent out to proclaim the words, close quote, but they were meant to be witnesses of his existence, quote, which we have heard and have put our hands in his wounds, close quote. It is the fact of his presence which matters. Think of the other religions without their founders. You would not lose anything. Think of Christianity without the Christ, and there would be no Christianity. That is the difference. People like Darwin, Strauss, Drews, and so forth may say as much as they like that the teaching of all other religions may be found in Christianity, but that is not the point. The point is that the Christ came to earth, and that he enacted the things foretold by the prophets so that they were reality, fact. Christianity is not a doctrine, but a power. If you were able to ascend from here to another planet, you would see not only the earth, but also the earth's ether and astral body, the spiritual earth as well as the physical. And if you had been able to stay on that planet for millennia, starting from the time before the coming of Christ Jesus, you would have seen how the color of the astral body and the earth's spirit changed because the Christ was there. The earth has truly changed, and the human beings who have been living since the coming of the Christ have lived in a changed world, and this has given them the ability to overcome the deepest descent of the Spirit. In earlier times, people had to be raised into the spiritual. With Christianity, the mystery itself has descended. For physical eyes, it was an historical event. The God had to descend to guide humanity back to the spiritual from the physical world. This is how Christianity is described for you in the purest of the Gospels, the Gospel of John. It is not fiction, but a book of life. Only someone who has lived the Gospel of John truly is. Living it, you are able to proclaim everything that has been said today as your own truth. I'd now like to tell you briefly how human beings can gain insight into Christianity. The Gospel of John is the one among the many books which gives the methods that can help us to fathom the depths of Christianity. Christianity was taught in the schools, even when it did not yet exist in its present form. For instance, in the school of Dionysius the Areopagite, a disciple of the Apostle Paul. In those earlier times, it was customary to give the same name to the actual bearer of the mysteries, so that the individual to whom the secrets had come down and who wrote them down also bore that name. Entering into the first words of the Gospel of John from the esoteric point of view, one has the experience that they are a power of awakening within one. One must, however, use the Gospel of John the way it was used originally, and have the patience to take up the first sentences in the Gospel as material for meditation, letting them pass before one's soul every morning. It is then a power which will bring forth powers that lie hidden deep down in the soul. One must, however, have a correct translation. It must express approximately, in the words of one's own language, what was really said in the original. Let me show you in a translation which is as correct as possible that the Gospel's actual life in the Spirit is presented in the words, quote, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God. This was in the beginning with God. Through the same, everything entered into existence, and without this, nothing entered into existence. What existed was life in this, and the life was the light of mankind. And the light shines in the darkness, but the darkness has not taken hold of it. There entered into existence a man sent out from God. His name was John. He came as a witness, to bear witness to the light, so that everyone might believe through him. He was not the light, but a witness of the light, the true light, who enlightens every human being coming into the world. It was in the world. Through it, the world entered into existence, but the world was not aware of it. It came to individual human beings, all the way to the I-endowed human beings. But the individual human beings endowed with I, did not take it in. Those who did take it in were able to show themselves through it to be children of God. Those who put their trust in his name were born not of the blood, nor of the will of the flesh, or the human will, but of God. And the Word has become flesh and has dwelt among us, and we have heard its teaching, the teaching of the only born Son of the Father, full of dedication and truth." Close quote. I might now tell you many things about how you would have to enter into the individual chapters of the Gospel of John. Let me give you just a taste of how you would need to use the chapters from the 13th onward if you were a genuine disciple of Christian initiation. I am telling it to you in words, but it has actually taken place. To help you to understand, I'll put it in the form of a dialogue. This might give you an idea of what happened between teacher and pupil. The teacher said to the pupil, quote, "You must develop a feeling in you. Think in the following way. Enter into a plant. If it were able to have conscious awareness, as you do, and if it were able to look down at the stones with this conscious awareness, it would say, subquote, 'Dead stone, you are at a lower level than I am in the ranks of entities. I am at a higher level. But would I be able to exist as a plant today if it were not for you being there as a stone? I get the juices that feed me from you. I would not exist without something which is lower than I am.'" Close subquote, continue quote. And if the plant were able to feel, it would say, subquote, "I am at a higher level than the stone is, but I bow down to it in humility, for the stone has made it possible for me to exist." Close subquote, continue quote. In the same way, the animal would have to bow down before the plant, saying, subquote, if you plant did not exist, I could not exist either. I bow down before you in humility. Close quote. If you now move on to human beings, many different ones, those lower and those higher, what would anyone who is a bit higher up on the ladder of evolution have to say? Like the plant before the mineral, the animal before the plant, every human being who is at a higher level would bow down before those who are lower, saying, quote, you may be at the lower level, but I owe it to you that I am able to exist, close quote. Now think of this being done all the way up to the highest, to Christ Jesus. And you have the relationship that the Christ had to the apostles who were with him. He bent down like the plant to the mineral and washed their feet. Quote, I have come forth from among you, and I bow down before you, close quote. The pupil had to go through such feelings at all different levels for long periods, and the feeling had to come more and more alive. Then he would awaken at the first level of Christian initiation. It could be felt through an outward and an inner symptom. The outward one was that the pupil was truly sentient of this for a time, feeling as if the watery element was flowing around his feet. And the inner symptom would have been that he lived the 13th chapter of the Gospel of John as an inner vision on the astral plane. They would then move on. The teacher would say to the pupil, quote, you must experience something else. You have to imagine that suffering and pain in mind and body come rushing up to you from all sides. You have to be strong to face them all so that you might be able to say to yourself, subquote, whatever pain and suffering beset me, I stand erect and will not be thrown down on the ground. Close subquote, close quote. This was called the scourging. The outward symptom for it was that you felt something like pain in your skin, a sign that the soul had come this far. And the inner symptom was that you saw yourself as being scourged on the astral plane, but it was the inner experience which the soul had gained, which mattered. The third thing that people would hear from the teacher was, quote, now you must develop a feeling that you not only stand firm against all pain that besets you, but you must stand firm also when that in you, which is most sacred to you, is dragged into the dust. You must remain so strong that people might say, subquote, it's not worth anything, close subquote, continue quote. You must know its value even if they crush it, and be able to stand up to a whole world, close quote. When the pupil had achieved this, one would say that he had gone through the crowning with thorns. The outward symptom was a feeling as if of a certain pain in the head, and the inner symptom was that one saw oneself in a situation of the Redeemer crowned with thorns. The fourth, then, was this. The teacher would say to the pupil, quote, you must gain a completely new relationship to your body. You inhabit your body, but now you must consider it to be something completely alien, just as a table out there is not you. And you must even know how to say, subquote, I am carrying my body through the world, close subquote, continue quote. It has to be as foreign to you as all objects out there, close quote. Then one would say that one had lived through the crucifixion. Just as the Redeemer bore the cross, so one bore one's own body, more or less, like a piece of wood. The outward symptoms of the crucifixion itself were the stigmata. The pupil was able, in his meditation, to call forth the blood marks on himself, on the hands, on the feet, and on the right side of the chest. There the red marks would appear that recall the wounds on the cross. This blood trial was an outward symptom, indicating that one had come to know the inner nature of Christianity. And the inner experience would be that one saw oneself hanging on the cross in an astral vision. The fifth level was called the mystic death. One can give only an approximate description of this. The mystic death consisted in it actually seeming to the individual concerned that the whole world was immersed in deepest darkness. It would be like a black wall before them. The whole world perceived through the senses would be wiped out, gone from existence. This is what one might experience. At that moment, one came to know, and one can really only come to know it through this event, all things bad and evil that might exist in the world. To come to know life, one also had to go through this. It was called the descent to hell. There followed a strange event. You would see it as if spread before your eyes. That wall would fall apart. It was the, quote, curtain in the temple tearing apart, close quote, and you would then look up into the spiritual world. This was called the mystic death and the tearing apart of the curtain. The sixth level was the, quote, entombment and resurrection, close quote, when the individual would be adding another feeling to those gained before, namely, that the other objects outside became something which now seemed to belong to his body, with the whole earth also being part of him. As a finger might say, quote, I am a finger only because I am part of the organism of the hand, close quote, so the human being is on earth only by virtue of being part of it. Human beings are able to walk about on earth and, because of this, consider themselves to be independent. When one fills oneself with the feeling that everything is part of one, the condition would arise that was called the entombment. In mind and spirit, you rested in the earth. And it was only after this that you would rise again, as it were, in the spirit. It is only then that you would understand the deed of Christ Jesus, who in his death united with the earth and became the spirit of the earth, where before he had been the regent of the sun. And the words, quote, he who eats my bread has lifted up his heel against me, close quote, must be taken literally. If you know Christ Jesus to be the most sublime planetary spirit of the earth, and the earth his body, you will also understand that you are literally raising your heel against the body of Christ Jesus. And you were united with him when you lived through the entombment at this sixth level. Then came the seventh level, the ascension, which we are quite rightly unable to describe, for only someone able to think without using his brain would be able to understand it. I have told you how people went through Christian initiation. The pupils would gain the Christ eye, E-Y-E, as it is called. If you did not have any eyes, darkness would reign all around you. Just as you cannot see a sun unless you have eyes, so you could not perceive the Christ unless you had the Christ organ. The eye, E-Y-E, is born of the light, for the light. The light is the cause of seeing. The sun has to be there outside as the real sun, and in your eye you live this real sun itself. It is the same with the spiritual eye, E-Y-E. It is nothing but empty talk to merely speak of the inner Christ. It would be just like talking of the eye where there was no sun. Human beings can gain the ability to see the Christ by doing the exercises of which I spoke. But it is thanks to the historical Christ himself that they will have the strength to do this. The Christ relates to the development of the Christ organ in the human being as the sun does to the eye. The aim has been not to give instructions, but to present facts. But one should come to know what there is in the world, and these lectures are meant for this. That one comes to know the depths on which the true Christian spirit is drawing, and how the Gospel of John itself provides the methods for Christian initiation by which human beings gain the eye, E-Y-E, which is able to behold the Christ. Those who wish to proclaim the Christ, however, must have lived with him in a particular way, really so and not in mere belief. To tell of the things that exist in the world, consider what has been said today, that Goethe has most marvelously characterized the way things are in the spiritual world. He spoke the beautiful words which hold true for the whole of natural science and for the whole of spiritual science. Quote, "If the eye were not like the sun, how could we ever see the light? If the God's own power did not live in us, how could all things divine be such a delight?" Close quote. The things and living entities must be out there in the world. It creates the organs and abilities. Without the sun, no eye, nor any ability to see the sun. Without Christ Jesus, no organ to behold the Christ, nor any way of developing that organ. The end of Lecture 12. You are listening to RudolfSteinerAudio.com. If you are listening to the podcast of this, it is located at RudolfSteiner.podbean.com. Please consider becoming a patron. As well, there are two publishing houses, SteinerBooks.org in America and RudolfSteinerPress.com in England, who are the sole publishers of Steiner into English and have given me permission to do these recordings. Please consider patronizing them as well. This is a reading of Collected Works Volume 100 by Rudolf Steiner. The book is entitled True Knowledge of the Christ, composed of 2 cycles. I am on the first cycle. 14 lectures entitled Theosophy and Rosicrucianism, translated by Anna Moyse. This is Lecture 13, given in Kassel on the 28th of June, 1907. Today and tomorrow, my aim will be to show you the way to the higher worlds that is particularly suitable for the present time. It has been cultivated in occult training, as it is called, especially from the 14th and 15th centuries, and is the most suitable for modern humanity. We'll find it easier to understand what this is about if we first take a look at the future evolution of humanity. We have spoken of human evolution through the Saturn, Sun, Moon, and Earth states. It is difficult for someone whose thinking is wholly in the here and now to think of how one might know something about the future. But you must understand that some major laws will apply just as much in future as they do now. Anyone who is familiar with these laws can take a look into the future. In the field of material reality, no one will doubt today that it is possible to predict things, calculating eclipses of the sun and moon and other stellar events far into the future, for instance. No one will be in doubt about this anymore in the field of material reality. Everyone also knows that when you speak of particular substances being brought together in a retort, it will be possible for a scientist to say what will happen when they are mixed. This kind of prophecy relates to external facts that can be perceived with the senses. One can prophesy because one knows the laws according to which the substances act. In the same way, we get to know the laws in spiritual science, according to which human life proceeds, and it is therefore possible to know something in advance that will happen in future. People will, of course, raise an objection at this point, one which philosophers have raised through the ages. It is that if we are able to foresee what will happen, there will be no chance for human freedom. What is happening here is that people confuse foreseeing future events with predetermination. You will therefore find the oddest thing said about this in all philosophies, for all philosophers have been unable to make that distinction. Except for Jakob Böhme, really. Let me give you an example to illustrate this. I want to compare time with space. Consider yourself to be standing here and two people standing out there in the street. You see what they are doing from a distance. Does this also make you the person who is to say what they should do? No, you see it, but the two people are perfectly free to act. The fact that you are watching them does not govern anything they do. Consider the clairvoyant now, who sees what will happen in future. If those events were determined by the future, which is fixed already at the present time, this would not mean seeing into the future. You will only clearly understand the distinction if you think for a long time about the difference between predetermination and prescience. Today, I do not really want to tell you how things will be on Earth when the Jupiter and Venus times have been reached. I want to tell you something else that will give you a picture for human evolution toward the future. I want to present something to you that comes from the earliest Christian mysteries, from the same Christian school of the real Dionysius, as a doctrine that has always been taught in esoteric Christian schools. They would start from the following comparison. I am talking to you here. You hear my words. You hear the thoughts that are in my mind, thoughts which I might also keep hidden from you by not putting them in words. When I say some word here, the air in this room moves. My words do every time set up waves in the air. The whole body of air vibrates according to the way in which the words are spoken. Now, let us now take this a bit further. Imagine you were able to make the air liquid and then solid. It is actually possible to make air solid today. You know that water may exist as vapor, that it can cool down and then be liquid, and that it may be solid when it is frozen. Consider me speaking the word God into the air. If you could make the air frozen at the moment when the sound waves are here, a form would drop down, the form of a shell, for instance. A different wave would drop down if the word, in quotes, world was said. You would be able to capture my words, and there would be a crystallized air form corresponding to every word. This was an actual example given in the Christian schools. Something is first a spoken word, then it grows solid, turning into a solid form. Earlier, before it became solid, it was a thought hidden within the speaker. The Christian would then think, quote, creation in the world at large is like the creative act here in this room. It started from the thought of things. Then the divine spirit spoke the thought into space. The plants and minerals you see out there are such divine words grown solid. You could think of everything resolved into the sound waves of the divine world word. I see the word of God grown solid in everything I see. Close quote. This is what the Christian would say to himself, and he would make distinction in a certain respect between the Father who is hidden, who has not yet uttered the word, or the Son sounding through space, and then the world grown solid, the revelation. You thus gain a deep understanding of the beginning of John's Gospel. Quote, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. It was in the beginning with God. Through it, everything entered into existence, and without it, nothing entered into existence. Close quote. Everything that has come into existence has arisen from the Word. We must take things as literally as possible, and then we will easily recognize the creative nature of the word or logos. In Christian terms, this word or logos comes in second place. Logos must not be translated as anything but word, for the way it is meant is that the unuttered creative word is behind all creation out there, that it sounded out as word, and that in it lies the source and origin of all that is. If we were to go back far enough in the course of time, we would hear all things we know as animals, plants, minerals, human beings sound through cosmic space as word, just as you hear my words today. For the air had then not cooled down enough for them to drop down as figures and forms. If you keep that in mind, you'll be able to say to yourself, quote, the human being is a beginner today compared to what his forebears were doing, the gods that were above him. There was a time when the gods spoke the word into space. And then this creative activity became creation, everything we have around us. Anything we are able to produce in the plant, animal, and human worlds by sexual reproduction is but a changed form, deriving from that creator word of old. Human beings have a higher and a lower nature in them. The most finished aspect has the sexual element in it. And human beings have the beginnings of a new way of procreating in their larynx. When they send out the word, it is a beginning of what they will achieve at a later time. The human being is today just beginning with the work that the gods once did. The old way of procreating will be replaced with something else. And where human beings produce words with their larynx today, the larynx will one day be a generative organ. It will produce ever higher, ever denser creations. What is mere air today will in future be an entity, a spirit. When the earth has changed into Jupiter, the word will be creative in the mineral world. At the Venus stage, the larynx will bring forth plants. And that is how it will continue until man will be able to reproduce himself. Man only arose in the form we have today when he was able to send out air from his lungs to be sound outside. Things we can today only say to ourselves, we will be able to produce in such a way at future stages of Earth evolution that it will persist. And ultimately the larynx will be the organ by which human beings can reproduce themselves in purity with no sexuality. They will then have reconfigured their larynx into an organ of procreation. We get a glimpse of what the future human being will be like and the potential that lies in the larynx. A puzzling phenomenon can give a pointer to the way in which the life of the larynx is connected with certain developmental states. In the male gender, sexual maturity also means that the voice breaks. The larynx is in its beginnings, sexuality at its end. Such subtle connections exist between things in the natural world. Our sexual life is dying. Our larynx, our word, will in future be an organ to reproduce ourselves. We might refer to many other things to show how human beings will gradually develop the organs which today exist only in their beginnings, which we have made our own as our breathing system on earth, though this does belong to the system of the heart. Let us now see how, with the training that has been introduced in Europe from the 14th century, we can indeed anticipate further states of humanity. How one can also make one's inner development go faster than if one simply gives oneself up to the course that the world is taking. The training which we call Rosicrucianism, is something which has really got a bad name with people who have only once heard of it. If what the books say and scholars know about it were true, Rosicrucianism would be no more than the fraud which it is said to be. But the truth is that the people who judge Rosicrucianism in that way do in fact only know the fraud. We will consider the genuine Rosicrucianism today, which came into existence through the individual who hides behind the name Christian Rosenkreuz and who initiated the Rosicrucian movement in 1459. Let me say emphatically that what I am saying has been selected as an example, just as I said yesterday with regard to the Christian training. I will, therefore, give you the 7 main points of Rosicrucian training straight away. Not everyone goes through them in the same sequence, but we'll begin by listing these stages which apply to everyone with regard to Rosicrucianism. The first stage is called study. Gaining insight in images comes second. The third is reading the occult or secret script. The fourth is preparing the philosopher's stone. The fifth is what is called correspondence between the small world, the microcosm, and the large world, the macrocosm. The sixth is living with the macrocosm. And the seventh is called being in harmony with God. The Rosicrucian way is the one which takes one in the most certain and profound way to insight into Christianity. However, the Christian way is more suited to those who are able to stay firm in the faith and are able to bring the feelings of which I spoke yesterday inwardly to life. The Rosicrucian way is more for those who are able to connect the Christian truths with the truths of the outside world. It is exactly in this case that Christianity can be defended against any attack from outside. Christianity is a philosophy of life, where one can never be wise enough to understand it adequately. There is no degree high enough to fully understand how Christianity exists for the most wise among the wise. But the Rosicrucian way is the one most suitable for people today. We, in quotes, study, in the Rosicrucian sense, when we have thoughts that have nothing at all to do any more with the world we perceive through the senses. In the Western world, people really only know, quote, thinking in free thought, close quote, when doing geometry. Christian Gnostic schools therefore also used the term, quote, mathesis, close quote, for something that referred to the higher truths, to God and the higher worlds. For these must be seen free from all sensuality, just as mathematics must also be seen to be free from all sensuality. A circle drawn with a piece of chalk is most imperfect. The true circle exists only in thought, and everything you are able to learn about the circle can only be thought. It is exactly in mathematics that you learn to think in a way that is independent of the senses, learning from the circle that you construct in your thoughts, from a mentally constructed triangle, its angles adding up to 360 degrees. It is not all that comfortable to learn to think without the things we perceive outside. And for most people, the only field of study for this is theosophy. Readers aside, there's clearly an error here, talking about a triangle and its angles adding up to 360 degrees. No way that was said by Steiner, so it must have just been a typo in the book. End of readers aside. As I told you in our very first session, theosophical knowledge is perfectly logical. But anyone wanting to find the truths for himself will need to be clairvoyant. Logic is, however, enough for insight. Computing machines which do not teach us to learn independently of the senses, could only be the fruit of our materialistic age. Yet the very thing which children must learn is to grasp things without recourse to the senses. It will be particularly and tremendously valuable for education to bring in the influence of insight in the spirit. Spiritual science actually is good training in thinking without recourse to the senses. For everything I have been telling you about Saturn's sun, about the levels of human existence, is something you cannot see. You have to grasp it in thoughts free from sensuality. And no one should think that they can train well unless they first
The way I do this beat gon' have them bodies jump in, and afterwards the beat with me because I got her blushing. I mean it happen every time.